we have some nostalgia, guys, because you asked for it. We did a Daddy Trump nostalgia last night, and so now I'm trying to create an entire... I'm going to be the best producer ever for you tonight, guys. I'm going to make a great professional news program for you. So if you're joining us, stay tuned, because it's about to be one of the most explosive episodes of No News is News we've ever done. With that said, let's get into it with the poll of the day. Let me start it up. We are not going to do our normal poll of the day here because this is a different type of show. Instead, our first hour poll of the day is going to be which moment officially altered the trajectory of modern political media. All right. We have Roseanne Barr's Anthem incident. What was that? That would be 10, 20, 36 years ago. 36 years ago. Oh, wait. Incident. The second one is Bill Clinton's saxophone on Arsenio. Nope, you can't do that. Saxophone. Sounds good. Third one is the OJ Simpson Ford Bronco. And the final option is going to be the launch of 24-hour cable news. Get your vote in now, everybody. The show starts now. And with that said, let me just really quickly update our settings so that we can make sure that we get everybody that we need to in here. Just got to make sure that we set ourselves up for success, right? Automated, high, details, entertainment. Yeah, I guess that's entertainment today. And then this is No News is News. All right, I'm your host, Alex R. Wagner. Are you guys ready for it? The very first thing that we have up here is... On July 25th, 1990, comedian Roseanne Barr delivered a controversial 53-second performance of the Star-Spangled Banner at Jack Murphy Stadium prior to a doubleheader between the San Diego Padres and Cincinnati Reds. Performing at a high pitch amid stadium feedback and growing crowd hostility, Barr concluded the rendition by grabbing her crotch and spitting on the mound, a gesture mimicking professional baseball players. The immediate media response was swift and intense. Local news broadcasters throughout the country reported a widespread public outrage, while radio stations held publicly stunts crushing cassette tapes of the performance. The incident reached the highest levels of government when President George H.W. Bush speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, publicly criticized the performance as absolutely disgraceful to America. All right, guys, let's check it out. What's the big deal, huh? Let's see what's going on here. All right, let's check it out, guys. Let's check it out. The phone show, brother. Check it out, nah. The phone show, brother. Okay, let's get at it. Where's my, oh, there's my headphones. They're right there for me. Woo! All right, this is the actual moment, guys.
Jim and I will be... Barr's rather raunchy rendition of the American national anthem is causing a sensation all across the United States. It was at a baseball game earlier this week that the television star let loose with a screeching version of the Star-Spangled Banner. The singing and the gestures that followed it have been causing a howl ever since. Here's Robert Hurst.
It is pretty bad.
Actress Roseanne Barr was booed even before she got to the words, "The Rocket's Red Glare."
Can you believe this is a huge controversy, everyone? 36 years ago. They're booing her as she's doing it.
Americans from Kalamazoo to Kennebunkport have had an opinion.
My reaction is it was disgraceful.
A California radio station brought out the heavy machinery to crush an audio cassette of Roseanne's rendition. Americans are sensitive about their symbols.
They're burning the flag, dude! Dude, what?
There's a serious move in the U.S.
Yo,
Congress
shut
right
up!
now to jail anyone who burns or desecrates the American flag.
Oh, dude, George Bush was jailing people for burning the flag.
After the
Because of
actor
Roseanne.
finished the anthem,
36
she spit.
years ago today.
It's being a hot topic on radio call-in shows.
Is it just men that get to grab their crotch and spit? Have you ever grabbed
Well,
your crotch
that's-
and spit, ma'am?
Not in a public place, no.
Okay, but
Late this afternoon, Barr called a news conference. She declined.
It's called the
to
news
apologize.
conference?
I'll sing that song again if I feel like it because it's my national anthem.
Facts,
I'll
yeah.
just be very selective who I sing it in front of.
Not since Canadian
Ooh.
Robert Goulet forgot the words as the Star-Spangled Banner caused such controversy here. Robert Hurst, CTV News, Washington.
And that
Wow, guys, that's kind of crazy. All right, let's check in the next piece of this now. Then after that happened, in the days following the stadium controversy, Barr and her husband, comedian Tom Arnold, engaged in a press circuit to address the mounting fallout. During the television interview, Barr addressed President Bush's comments directly, humorously noting that the psychological impact of having a sitting commander-in-chief criticize a comedian's performance. Barr simultaneously highlighted support received from First Lady Barbara Bush, who had publicly defended Barr's character. The appearance provided insight into the celebrity's crisis management tactics of the early 1990s, operating before the advent of modern social media response strategies. So this is what they used to do back in the day, is basically what they're saying there. And so let's check this out here. Woo. All right. Back at you. I guess I'll figure that part out, guys. Hold on.
All right, let's don't waste any time at all. Let's get right into it. Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold.
So this is basically the social media response of today. People found it to be very disrespectful. I mean, that's it. It's really interesting to me, though, that Barbara Bush was defending her while the husband was saying no. Think about the world we lived in then, when you could, 36 years ago, have the First Lady and the Commander-in-Chief have completely opposite opinions in a cultural moment. That's crazy. It came up as a joke when it should have been everything, yeah. It was also just a regular baseball game, too. Just completely blew up at the wheel.
It's great.
They're nice.
Aren't they?
Chairs
They're fabulous.
You like the chair.
How you doing, Eddie?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine.
So we don't hear much about you guys these days.
No, we've been
Much more
I've been
scared about
trying to
things.
keep
Yeah,
a low
look at the
profile.
PR.
for the summer, you know.
Yeah, 'cause then when the
Just
show
so
starts.
When the
so
show
bad.
starts, you'll
It
do
wouldn't
some
even be a
stuff.
big deal today,
you know,
exactly.
PM magazine. We're
I
gonna do
don't
that
think
when
so
the show starts. And
Stop.
Yeah.
What were you both like as kids? Tom, I mean, you grew up in Ottumwa, Iowa.
that's right. Yeah.
Somebody's here from the town.
Are you from Ottumwa? Oh well.
What
Yeah,
is
we-
this?
Well,
It's
we
so
both were
weird,
kind of
dude.
geeks.
Yeah, I
This
felt like
is
an
how you-
outcast, you know, and I was in trouble a lot.
This is how you apologized in public back in the 90s. You just went on fucking some weird late night show and just like, yeah, from Iowa.
In school, and
husband's
my
from
teachers
Iowa.
would write notes to my parents. What's wrong, honey? Is it okay?
We can get wardrobe to help if you
No,
want.
he's fine now.
Okay, all right.
So if the button could pop, somebody could lose an eye. You know, see. Then America would really hate us, you know.
No, tell about how
Okay.
you're the oldest of 7.
I'm the oldest of 7 kids, you know,
Yeah.
and you know, the oldest kid is always like the test. You know, the parents experiment on
Yeah.
different punishments and stuff, and
Didn't stay married very long.
you know, should we do the electric shock then have him stand in the corner? You know, they try a lot of different things. The other kids, you know, it's easy, but you know, my teachers would write notes to my parents. This guy's worthless and stuff. Seriously, you know, I'm in 2nd grade.
Really?
No.
He kept it. It's like
See how they did that? Like, this is about her spitting during the national anthem, and they turned it into like this cheeky, jokey conversation about how he got made fun of
he's
in
worthless.
elementary school.
There are teachers like that.
And then my parents sent nose back.
We're here about the disgrace, sir, of your wife being a disgrace.
What are you like, honey?
I was really a geek.
Some apology.
I was a major geek. Like I all the time, I spent my whole life pretend like I was on in the movies and TV. Like everywhere I went, I had these imaginary cameras filming me and that's all I lived in that world. And I mean, I suppose it's like, you know that movie Being There with Peter Sellers?
Oh, one of my favorites.
I feel like that's really like my life because like this is all I ever could do, you know.
This is something that
Just
you thought
being
about.
a star is all.
Also, did you guys know that Roseanne Barr, when she was like a teenager, was in a vital accident where she ended up having brain damage? That's why she became a stand-up comedian?
All you ever wanted to do. Gee.
Yeah.
Dreams do come true.
They do come true, don't they?
And to think, like, her spitting during the national anthem isn't what ended up getting her canceled. Just some random tweet about equating someone in the Obama administration to a monkey is what really did her in. Wow.
Dreams do come true, and sometimes they turn into nightmares. But, you know.
You know, it's almost as if we're skirting an issue here, but we'll get to that someday.
Okay. Yeah.
You're doing stand-up together now.
Yeah.
Well, we don't do it together.
We do it we go on the road together. We do it. I go on, then she goes on.
Yeah,
we do our own.
We always did that for like 7 years. You know, we were friends.
That's
and
how
worked
we
in
met.
Comedy clubs together.
And you went out and you were working the clubs. And,
yeah. Well, we travel all over. Then just because we like each other so much, we'd travel and she'd be doing on a tour, and then I'd go with her, and we
just because we like each other so much. Yikes.
Travel and do shows around the country, and it kept us in touch with each other. Then we started writing stuff together, over the years, and
I've seen some of the stuff you've written together. You got married pretty fast, though. I mean, it seems like you weren't dating that long.
Well, we were like best friends for like 6 years.
Yeah.
And then a year of this other thing, and then we got married. I don't know what you call it, but going into having,
I know.
I know.
We want to be careful because we thought
Hi. Hey, there's the girl that does the food on my show. It's Anna.
Yeah, she's a busy girl, isn't she?
She does the food on your show?
Yeah.
This year, we got to have, like, all diet food, though.
Absolutely. She's mad because a couple people got fat last year.
You see this? They're, like, literally chit-chatting with the audience, and this is, like, how they did social media in the 90s. Like, this is the PR apology. 15 minutes of laughs with the comedians before she sits there and goes, I'm sorry. Such a weird, thing they used to do. Such a weird way of doing this.
Okay.
All right, okay.
Hi.
What's weirder,
I love
though?
you. You're very demonstrative
talking
with
to
each
the
other,
camera
though.
and saying,
so
I'm
nice
sorry,
to
and posting it to your
Somebody
followers,
has
or
We don't
doing
think
this?
we are, but that's how people are where we come from. But out here, they're just like, people are some kind of other mutant out here, man. They don't do it like we do it. Because when you have big families, I mean, I think you just touch a lot and stuff. But out here, people, did your family touch a lot?
Yeah. Put their hands all over you. It's like one big giant family reunion all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
But I guess people on TV
True,
or something.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, she almost got like the same amount of cancellation just for the anthem as she did for the comment. But also, the comment was digital. This was in public in front of like a lot of people booing her.
More
The
glamorous.
president
I think it's a
commented
good
on
thing
it.
too, because
Oh, I guess the
fun.
president commented on
it's
the
really
tweet too, didn't
fun.
he? That's
We
how
were
it
friends. We
He
touched,
was
but
a
we
stand-up
never.
for president.
Each other when we were friends.
We punched each
so
other.
we're probably making up for it because when we were friends, like I've talked about for 6 years, it was like this. If we hadn't seen each other for 6 months,
We'd go
it's
like this.
Hi,
hey, how you
Tom.
doing? How you doing? How you doing?
So now, now it's like we're probably making up for all
We
that.
still do this. How you doing? How you doing? But she can punch. This woman
can
here
punch.
can just.
Well, you taught me.
I taught her how. I taught her and all the kids.
She's got my son. My son's kind of, when Tom moved in like a year ago, my son was kind of...
Guys, they're 5.5 minutes into the interview about her apologizing for the national anthem, and they have yet to even get close to it. This is so weird, the way that they did this, like the orchestration of the optics. Oh, I'm a real person. Look at my 5-year-old son. Oh, hey, I'm from Iowa. And then they're going to ask the hard question, which is, why did you do what you did?
Tom kind
I
of
thought
took him
that
aside
was,
and showed
Donny
him how to
Osmond at
do
first.
guy things. And, like one time, he
But
may
it's
have gone a
Rick
little too far. 'Cause
Moranis.
one time I walked by the room where Tom was, teaching him like how to take off your shirt outside, play tennis, do guy things, play football. So he's telling my son, I walked by and he's like this, here's what I heard, I swear. Jake, the sweetest sound in the world is the sound of your fist hitting another guy.
Now that's advice.
Bro, they came to apologize for being canceled for the national anthem. They left.
Protecting you, isn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I had William Shatner on last night, and it reminded me. I wanted to ask you a question. If at what time in your life have you wanted to say, Scotty, beam me up?
I'll give you 2 guesses.
If you had to take back one more. See how, and the media almost like gives it to them. It's almost like a game show. Like they're paying to be able to apologize, but they're using the host in the show to do so. So they talk for 5 minutes, relate to the audience, then the host is like, hey, if you could beam you out of anything you ever did in the world, and then it's just eye candy. It's such setup for the apology. Like we condemn now in society so much more. I'm from India. Welcome from India. What's up? We're watching the day 36 years ago, pretty much the very first ever American cancellation of a celebrity, Roseanne Barr, spat when she sang the American national anthem, and the president and the world just threw a fit. And this is basically the social media version of apologizing. She's going on a paid talk show where the host sets it up like eye candy, and we just goobly gobble, and then we all
about
move
3
on.
notes into the song.
It's so much nicer than the way we are today.
I want to talk about that just a little
you
bit.
didn't have
and
access
also
to it
get
on Twitter
into,
24 hours a day.
Rosie,
Exactly.
Because she's such a hot
Just
little
like
thing.
everybody commenting about it
We'll
all
be right
day.
back with Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold. Stay here.
Pretty crazy, right?
With Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold, and first of all, I wanted
So
to...
they went through the whole first commercial break, the whole first act of the show, the first 14 minutes or whatever, or 7 minutes or whatever. And the only setup of the apology, which is why she's on the show, this is 15 days after she did what she did, was, if you could have Beam Me Up, Scotty, anytime in your life, when do you think it would be? And she kind of set it up. And then they went to commercial, and now they're going to come back, and they're going to get to know Roseanne a little bit more. You see, media,
We will.
before Trump, the media literally protected the celebrity from cancellation. They were not the vultures of cancellation.
We will talk about it, I swear to God. But remember what you said, Rick, that you said if we came on, you would do your Bob Hope thing, so you have to do it.
He does a great Bob Hope thing.
Oh, man. You really want me to do Bob Hope?
You gotta do it.
It's not the greatest. It's just his attitude, though, because I'm such I'm the biggest fan of Bob Hope. And what happens is that I've played at a golf course where I see Bob Hope coming up the 9th fairway a lot of times, and he's got his best friend in the entire world is a guy named Jack Hennessy, and Jack is worth zillions and is Bob's best friend, but Bob is almost 90. He's losing a little bit of his hearing, but he's still cognizant, obviously, of everything that goes on. But Jack gets right up in his ear and goes, they're coming down the fairway in the golf cart, and he goes, Rick Dees, Bob TV, Bob TV, Bob Rick Dees, Bob Rick Dees, Bob TV, Bob TV, Bob. Hey, Rick, how's that TV, huh? Yeah.
Okay, so he's doing impressions of Bob Hope now on the apology interview of Roseanne Barr. This is what we're... And she went, I promise we'll get to it. Just do your impression real quick. What a world. What a world when the media used to protect the celebrity from cancellation. Instead of
Bob wife, Bob. Hey, Dolores, how's that wife, man? Yeah. Marvelous. Yeah. I love that little Rosie. Yeah.
Huge money back then, exactly. They were protecting the money of the network. That was the thing. She had to go out and do this thing, and she doesn't even want to do it because she's pushing it off. They're now in the second act of the show. She hasn't even spoken about it at all. And they're asking him to do impressions, and he's just doing them because they're all just shills for the network at the end of the day. But it's it's a better society to live in than this like fractal independent media society we live in right now where like everyone's out to get each other. Like they were all in it together almost. They were like protecting each other.
Bob won't be on the show, will he?
No, I want him to be on the show.
No, I'm kidding.
I
That
want
was
to
great.
be in my Hanukkah special too, Bob Hope. I love Bob Hope. I want him to be on there.
He's doing a Hanukkah special.
Next
Who
year.
is your favorite comedian? Who is your favorite? If I had to ask you, Tom, who's the funniest person you?
Well, you know, obviously, I think my wife. But besides the people, like I like Jonathan Winters and Richard Pryor.
Aren't they great?
They're good.
Jonathan Winters.
They're great. Jonathan Winters. That's a guy that it just seems should have been bigger than he was.
Jonathan Winters is like
he's
the
huge, but-
greatest mind in the whole world.
All time.
Okay, I'm literally gonna go off on this because I've never seen Jonathan Winters ever. Let's see if we can get a Jonathan Winters joke real quick. Jonathan Winters, comedian. Let's see if we can get a Jonathan Winters joke real quick. Here we go.
I bought those in the same. It's fun to do these little voices.
Yes.
Upset a few people.
Here's Ed to tell you about a great new opportunity to try one of the most remarkable vacuum cleaners ever made.
Hey, honey, you know. Always trouble. Running up to a captain, you know, or a colonel like yourself and saying, "Where are we, sir?" None of your business. Move out. And I was always on Monday. I always know there's a little friction, you know, between the three, but what the heck, they're all making a lot of bread. I start doing a little show. It's a half hour, and it will start on CBS here in Los Angeles, 7:30 to 8, around the middle of April. I don't have the exact date. I hope it'll be around the middle of April. That's what they promised me that. And then I'm going back east to New York on Monday, and it'll be back there. It'll start. It's already in Philadelphia, in your hometown, Big Ed. And I was discharged, you know, in Philadelphia.
Very good.
Yeah.
Fellow Marine.
Fellow Marine.
That's right, you
I
were
was
in
a
the Marines.
corporal. He was a colonel.
Yes, that's right.
I don't know, guys. I'm not even getting. It's just some chit chat. But that's apparently they're both their favorite comedians ever. Now let's go back to.
He's like people love Robin Williams, but Jonathan Winters is 10 times what Robin Williams. You know, I'm not putting down Robin.
No,
Williams.
So it's like they're saying he's like a Robin Williams
Probably would say,
character.
But I mean, Jonathan Winters does a whole movie, right? All by himself, all the characters.
He just goes off
That's
into
part
it.
of his act, yeah.
You know what?
Movies,
He's a
Jonathan
big fan
Winters.
of my wife's, and he calls our answering
Who's
machine
Jonathan
all the
Winters?
time.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, he went on as some weird person the other day, you know, was getting his arm hairs singed from a UFO and everything. And then
It's a
we
Mad
saw him,
Mad
and
World.
we saw him sitting out on on his porch at his home. In the valley about 3 months ago, and he was just
I gotta
sitting
grab my
there.
pizza out of the
and
oven.
Julie walked
Keep
by, and I
watching,
walked by, and we said, "Hi, Jonathan." And he was just sitting there rocking back and forth. He said, "You know, I don't drink, I don't smoke. Thousands of them. What are they? Oh God!"
It's unbelievable.
He is so great.
He just right off the top of his head.
Well, we love him, and you know, we say hi to him because we love him.
Yeah,
Well, we beat around the bush enough.
Yeah.
Hey, there's the guy that takes pictures on my show. Hi.
Hey,
How you doing?
How you doing?
Sure. What?
I saw the
I know
tape.
I'm not a good singer, and I should never have sang it.
Oh, wow. Well, wait a minute. Now, I disagree, quite frankly.
Tom?
I think she should be able to sing it whenever and wherever she wants.
Well, I will.
I do.
Well, it's kind of hard, you know. I thank you all, but like, you know, it is kind of a little bit of a, it takes your confidence down a little when the President of the United States says your act sucks.
Yeah, but
No way. No way.
but Barbara Bush, I don't know if
But
you,
Barbara Bush, she stuck up for me, and I like her a lot better than her husband now. And now, 'cause I want to tell you. Oh wait, here's what Barbara Bush said. This is so awesome. Okay, she says, you know, she goes, well, Roseanne is a very brave woman, which is so nice of
and
her
very
to say.
true. She is a very brave woman.
But I want to say, and that's cool because I really like Barbara Bush, so I want to
so
tell you,
wild
you know, I
that they
stuck
were saying
up for
different
her
things.
too because, you know, when the women didn't want Mrs. Bush to go over there to their college and talk to them, remember
Wellesley,
that?
Wellesley.
Yes, I do,
I was so mad because they says, on account of her husband's the president or something like that.
And then she didn't make it herself in life.
Yeah, that kind of crap. And I got really mad at them young women because I thought, well, I just don't like them young women that think that when they're going to get out there in the world that, that the world's just going to hand them, I don't know, what do they think? What are they thinking, I'm going, they're going to be 60 years old with gray hair and pop eyes, and they're going to be praying their husband was the president of anything.
Yeah.
Only Roseanne.
So wild how, again, this is pre-feminist movement, really. I mean, the working girl and 9 to 5 and Dolly Parton and that was 1988. This is the year 1990, and you had the commander-in-chief saying that was disrespectful, and his wife saying, I'm defending her, she's an independent woman, and then Roseanne Barr defending Barbara Bush in politics as well, defending women. They were more selfly independent without feminism in the internet era sense than they were ever. It's kind of crazy. 1990, that's insane.
Taco Bell or something,
that'd be great.
The first lady going against the president, the optics, and no one caring. Think about the media today, the vultureness of if Melania said something completely separate opinion from Donald Trump, how many articles? No one thinks anything of it. They're like, oh, of course she's sticking up for women. She's sticking up for Roseanne. And also, they're not saying sticking up for women. We're using these rhetorics still. They're saying, I'm sticking up for Barbara, I'm sticking up for Roseanne. They're treating each other as individuals. It's crazy.
I thought it was real nice of her to stick up for me because not a lot of people did.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She went through a lot of stuff when he first became president about her, people, of course, people in Hollywood criticizing the way she looks.
Too bad she's not president, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. That's such a... They were so much closer then than before Trump or Obama or any of this other shit. Man. Roseanne Barr saying Barbara Bush should have been president because she isn't condemning me and trying to cancel me.
There a woman president would be awesome.
A woman president would be awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay, enough about that.
Isn't it awesome, though, just to have the president say anything about it?
Yeah, especially when,
it's a compliment.
George Bush.
Yeah.
No, but when you think about that, that's a concept.
I mean,
That was good.
He should talk about his own family matters,
Oh, but again, she's being paid. Everyone here is being paid. This is supposed to be the apology so that everybody can watch the channel and feel okay watching the show later this week. And she's out here being like, he should look at his own fucking family. Balls.
But anyways,
not really an apology.
I'm sorry for everyone whose feelings got hurt over what I did.
Well, I'm glad you got a chance to say that.
I'm glad I did too.
I'm glad I did too. You can tell she believes it.
Little Rosie, this was all of your idea to have a children's show.
Yeah.
It's going to be on ABC this year.
Yeah, cartoon on Saturday.
Can we get a shot? Look at
that's me when I'm little.
Oh, wow. So this was before Roseanne. So this was before the success. The reason they had to have her apologize is because she was going to come out with a cartoon.
Size there.
They were trying to keep the optics down before she even got out there.
It's about your childhood.
She's 9 years old. Well, I think it's about everybody's childhood, or hopefully it will be, about imagination and determination when you're a kid. Maybe we don't have a lot of money and stuff, but you can invent stuff in your head, or maybe you don't have toys that have 80,000 parts to them, but you got a block and you got your brain, and it's about that. It's about the stuff you can make up. And
you know how they have Transformers now that are one thing and they turn into another?
Right.
Well, kids can do that in their own mind, and take a block and make it into a car.
That's what I said.
I know, but I had to.
She just said, that's what I just said. Exactly. She's fucking stop,
It's kind of
mansplained
a Peanuts quality
before
to it,
mansplaining.
Too,
kind of Peanuts quality?
Is that Rosie O'Donnell? No,
Peanuts
that's Roseanne
quality
Barr.
to the strip, which is a compliment, really, because that's been on for years and years, if you
well,
will
I
recall.
Hope, I
36 years ago today, probably the first person ever canceled in American history.
That were fans of the show.
But it's so interesting to see how she was canceled. The network tries to protect her. She goes on national television and says that the president of the United States should mind his own business. The fucking the first lady is defending her, like, against the president. It's such a different environment than the cancel culture of today. I will tell you that.
You know, you could do more stuff. Like, for instance, she can fly and stuff. You know, like I can't do that on TV, but like she could be able to fly. You know, like kids think.
Your
Hopefully
career
it'll
is
be good.
flying, and so is yours, Tommy. And together, I've seen you say you love each other 2 times already in the last 3 minutes. So I mean, that's got to make you feel good.
We just want to hear about the first. Oh.
What did you say? What did you say?
Never mind.
What did you say, honey?
No, please.
I didn't know what he was going to say yet.
No, want to hear about the what? I'm sorry.
Nothing.
About the time we were in Toronto?
No, don't.
I'll tell that. Can I tell it? Do you have time, Rick? I thought this is so cute. When we were friends, here's the kind of stuff we did as friends. You know, we're just best friends. One time we're up in Toronto and we're doing a show, and then after the show.
Oh man, Tom Arnold, bro, he was in love with her. He really was.
We had never been, believe it or not, this is like 4 years ago. We'd never been to an adult bookstore or one of those, one of those places where they have movies in the booths, and except we're at Rick's house. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, I'm kidding. So we went to this place, and it was kind of a sleazy place. We walk in there, and we go, well, we really don't know. What do you do here? How do you watch these movies?
Actually, I said I wanted you to go with me because I never would dare go to any of those places alone, So that's why I asked you.
So she made me go, drug me in there.
So we went to this place, and we asked, should I tell the...
Yeah, tell the whole thing.
Okay, so we go, and I don't know why I'm telling it, but oh well.
Go ahead.
So then, we go to this guy, and we go, what do you do? And he goes, well, I recommend you go in booth 7.
Yeah.
So we go, okay, so we go in there and everything, and...
they're small. The booths are really small.
The booth's about like this big.
It's kind of a one-guy booth.
One-guy booth?
Right.
We can't get out.
We went in there, yeah. And, we were in there, we're stuck in there, and the door opens inward, and we're pounding on the door, and making a lot of noise.
Like, he goes and stands up on the seat so that I could try to go around, and the door opens in, and we're banging it on the, just like, in the sweat and everything. It took us about 10 minutes to get out of there, and we were, like, laughing because it was just so ridiculous. And then when we came out, the guy goes...
Roseanne Barr, Tom Arnold.
All right, guys. All right, let's see what's going on now. Okay, so then next up we have, at the time of the national anthem incident, Barr's self-titled sitcom Roseanne was at the top-rated television program in North America, earning critical praise for its realistic depiction of America and the American working family. The July 25th performance marked a significant turning point in public perception, shifting Barr's media profile from a populist sitcom star to a lightning rod for cultural debate. Media analysis frequently cites the performance as the early example of mainstream corporate-sponsored tension caused by real-world celebrity controversy outside of a scripted television content. So it was like the first time ever that anybody really fucked it all up for a network. And you just saw, like, they tried to give her an apology interview, and she was like, okay, whatever. So
and this is her very first appearance on national television.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back into here. Woo, sorry, guys.
Would you welcome Roseanne Barr? Roseanne?
On July 25th, 1990, as Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold flew high above Jack Murphy Stadium, the San Diego Padres waited to face the Cincinnati Reds in the last of a 4-game homestand. But before they could take the field, they would be graced by the presence of one of TV's biggest stars, performing the American national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. As the helicopter neared, husband Tom
Padres
Arnold
Reds,
looked
guys?
over the crowd of more than 25,000 people.
That's what's insane. What's insane is that there were 25,000 people for the Padres Reds regular season baseball game.
Tried his Tom Arnold
That's the most
best
insane
to convince his wife that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't such
When the Earth
a
went
good
deaf?
idea.
Possibly.
Soon, before the first pitch, Roseanne belted out her take on Francis Scott Key's Anthem, which sounded like an out-of-tune goose being stomped. Then she spit on the field and grabbed her crotch. It would be Roseanne Barr's most controversial moment at the time, and then she would just continue to top herself to this very day. So yeah, let's find out what the f*** happened to Roseanne Barr.
Let's go!
But to truly understand what the fuck happened to Roseanne Barr, we must begin at the beginning, and the beginning began when she was born on her birthday, 1952, Salt Lake City. She started her stand-up career in the early 1980s, turning up at LA's famed Comedy Store before appearing on Late Night, where she quickly earned respect and made a name for herself, and it seemed like Johnny Carson really liked her too. Roseanne gave a loud, humorous voice to American housewives everywhere, who were finally able to see someone they could relate to on the comedy stage. You could tell she had a natural gift for comedy and was just being herself. She wasn't playing a character, she is the character. And strangely enough, her loud screeching was kind of refreshing. By 1987, she earned an American Comedy Award nomination for Best Newcomer. The following year, her first special won her funniest female performer in a TV special. From there, Barr was on her way to the show Married with Children. Eventually turning down the sitcom, she was going to star alongside Sam Kinison. Can you even
I'm here with the very articulate political commentary from the fine fellow from the 1776 hat.
Imagine the screaming on that. But yeah, she turned down that sitcom.
I know you're probably being sarcastic, but fuck it. Fuck it. It's the weekend. Welcome to the Mod Club. Don't abuse it or I remove you.
To play her own domestic goddess on, well, yeah, Roseanne. This landmark series, Roseanne, premiered on October 18th, 1988, to more than 21 million viewers. But Roseanne was immediately pissed off because that's what happens, as she wasn't named creator of the show, despite, creating the character of Roseanne on the show Roseanne. She and the credited creator, Matt...
Yo, this is what's crazy! So they did it to her to begin with, and then they had to bring the show back called Roseanne with her in it, and then they canceled her, kicked her off the fucking show, and then called it The Connors. They could have just called it The Connors to begin with.
Williams clashed
they never wanted her,
outright,
obviously.
To the point where he kept track of how often she farted in front of audiences in order to get her fired. But Roseanne's farts could not get her fired, only her tweets can do that. We'll get to that later. In the end, it was Mr. Matt Williams who got booted, giving Roseanne even more freedom. But apparently, she was difficult to work with, and wasn't exactly a class act, referring to her writers by number and not by name. But it was a frickin' amazing show. The first season earned Golden Globe nominations for the show and Roseanne. Through its seasons, Roseanne proved to be simply groundbreaking, tackling issues like poverty.
This is what I will say too, is that it was a blue-collar success. Like, they're actually from... The store is written in Elgin, Illinois, which is literally 20 miles from where I grew up in Genoa, Illinois. Blue-collar successes like Tim Allen and Roseanne Barr, I appreciate, because they stayed true to the roots of blue-collarism. If you're going to be like a blue-collar grifter, it never works, because blue-collar sees your Hollywood persona. So it's like controversial figures tend to pop up whenever Hollywood wants to try to reach that blue-collar Midwestern audience.
Domestic violence,
the only way to reach that
alcoholism,
authentically is
and
controversial
more,
right-wing
while
figures.
being hilarious the whole time.
Because that's who
and
those people
very
are!
well written.
That's who we are.
She uses the format of the sitcom to create art. And this art was very special because at the time, this was a look into the American household that we really hadn't seen, at least in a while, at least not like this, at least not from this point of view of a mother who acts like this, like the frickin' anti-June Cleaver, you know what I'm saying? It was beautiful. It's a wonderful show. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll scream, you'll do everything, and yeah, I mean everything.
Golly, gentlemen, Iceman Dan Connor has gone berserk. He's setting her up. He's got her.
Today was the day, 36 years ago, yeah.
But of course, all that controversy and scandal followed Roseanne everywhere she went. Like in 1991, when Roseanne made claims that she was an incest survivor and was abused by her parents. But decades later, she would recant those horrific allegations, saying that she was under the influence of drugs when she made that claim. Yikes. Her television success led to her first movie, 1989's She-Devil. And Roseanne's actually pretty damn effective as a housewife seeking revenge on Meryl Streep. That's right, Roseanne and Meryl Streep shared the screen.
What? That's wild! If she would've just kept her
Barr was
mouth
given
shut.
more TV exposure with the animated show Little Rosie, based on her childhood. That's right, Roseanne Barr had a children's cartoon and a spin-off, The Rosie and Buddy Show, in 1992.
But where are the redeeming social values? What?
But yeah, back to movies, Barr used her voice again for Look Who's Talking 2, playing the baby girl, earning her a Razzie nomination, but she lost to Sofia Coppola. I don't know, it's kind of perfect casting. You hear a Roseanne's voice coming out of a whining, screaming, pooping baby? It's comedy gold.
Will this pain ever go away?
Maybe it will. Maybe it won't.
Earlier that year, she married Tom Arnold, just 4 days after divorcing her first husband. But then she would continue to top herself with that infamous rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, which then President Bush called disgraceful. And Roseanne said it got her show Little Rosie canceled. #canceled. In 1991, Barnold, that's a combination of Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold. It's an interesting combination. They co-starred together in a TV movie called Backfield in Motion and cameoed together in Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. That same year, she had a small role in Gus Van Zant's Even Cowgirls Get the Blues, and Barr would finally win a Golden Globe and an Emmy for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. Then came the next year, 1994, when she divorced Tom Arnold, sparing the world of their children. Then soon after,
Wait a minute. So she does all that crazy shit. She marries a Jewish man, wins an Emmy, immediately divorces Jewish man, never wins an Emmy again, canceled again.
Barr came out as having dissociative identity disorder, with multiple personalities, with names like Susan, Kevin, and Fucker. By the middle of the 1990s, Barr was gonna make $40 million on the last 2 seasons of her show, making her the second highest paid female TV personality after Oprah. In 1996, Roseanne was canceled. The show, not the woman, that comes later, following a very bizarre final season with too many changes. Like a new theme song with lyrics, and the blue-collar champions, the Connors, winning the lottery. Which, like, the whole point of the Roseanne show was that they were, you know, not rich and struggling and just getting by together with love and family and fights and, you know, all that. But then I guess it was an interesting risk to throw them $100 million and see how they react and see where the show goes from there. But then I think they all regretted it, and at the,
This is what's crazy. What he's about to say next is the craziest thing that's ever happened in television.
Spoiler alert for the Roseanne show. It's revealed that the entire final season was like a dream, or it was like a story Roseanne was writing, or it was all in her imagination or something, and that Dan, her husband, had actually died of a heart attack at the wedding of their daughter, and that they never won the lottery. That was just something she made up, and now Dan is dead, but then the show got rebooted. And
then the show got rebooted and made it all even more confusing.
And wasn't dead, so they like erased all that. It just it doesn't make any sense. And just the style of humor changed. That was probably the worst of it. From there, Barr did a few cameos, one for her pal Rodney Dangerfield in Meet Wally Sparks, and one for John Waters in Cecil B. Demented. There was also a very forgettable talk show that I completely forgot about that ran from 1998 to the year 2000. She landed yet another show of her own called The Real Roseanne Show in 2003, a reality show about hosting her actual cooking show, Domestic Goddess. It was a show within a show. Groundbreaking.
After all, I'm the genius.
You're the star.
You people are the lackeys and the drones. Have I made myself clear? Thank you.
Next time on The Real Roseanne Show.
The following year, she was cast as a cow in a Disney cartoon that everybody forgot about called Home on the Range. Then in 2005, she launched a comedy tour which led into the next year's HBO special, Roseanne Barr, Blonde and Bitchin'. But then came some more of that controversy that Roseanne sure does.
Yo, what? I didn't know what? That didn't cancel her? That's not canceling her? What is up with like these women, these Jewish women, Sarah Silverman and Roseanne Barr? Like, this shit is crazy. That is crazy.
Love, like in 2009 when she posed as Adolf Hitler for a satirical Jewish magazine. A lot of people were offended by this, but then Roseanne explained to everyone that she's Jewish and that her mother had relatives die in the Holocaust, so...
What the fuck?
It's okay. Those are the rules of comedy, I guess. That
I guess
same
they are,
year,
but she
she
didn't get canceled
even
until the
landed a
monkey
politically
comment.
charged radio show where she would just say all of the political stuff that a lot of people don't like to hear. Things got more motivated as the years went on. In 2011, Barr signed on for a pilot called Downwardly Mobile, co-starring John Goodman. But this just didn't work out, with Barr claiming that her political beliefs and tendencies got the show shelved. And then she ran for president. That's right, Roseanne Barr ran for president. Roseanne Barr could have been president, maybe, almost, but not at all. There were minor turns in 2013 and 14, voicing Krang Prime in TMNT, which stands for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. She was also a judge on Last Comic Standing, which, she did an alright job. Way to go. Then came that year, 2016, when, everything changed for everyone. And Roseanne started demonstrating an interesting shift in political leanings, throwing her weight behind Donald Trump for president. What? This is apparently a big no-no in the land of Hollywood land. But Roseanne didn't seem to give a f***, because that's what she does, not give any f***s. If she had any f***s, she would not give them. This blue-collar blood was perfect for a revival of the TV show Roseanne, because that's what they do now. Every TV show that was popular, they just bring it back. And they're like, look, they're older now, but don't you still want to watch them? And usually I say no, but this time I was actually interested. And the show was actually good.
That's what was crazy! Is that if you watched that, the show was really good. You were like, whoa, we're actually kind of getting rid of wokeness here. Like, we need something like this on television. And then they go and fucking cancel it. And they turn it into the Connors, and it's this bullshit thing.
So yeah, the new Roseanne premiered in March of 2018, which on the first episode, her character comes out as a Trump supporter, and she even shouts, "Make America Great Again" at the Connors table.
I know, and that's awesome. But they couldn't handle that it was on ABC. But that's good art. She had her sister in a pussy hat. In a grab him by the pussy hat. This
in
is
the
in
first episode,
2017,
we know what we're getting here. Oh, wow.
Thank you for making America great again. Mom, no! It's okay, darling.
But that's what Roseanne always did. She was
Right.
always stirring the pot,
good,
and
man.
everybody, the cast and the crew, they all seemed cool with it. And
diversity on
for
that
every
pizza.
right-wing joke, they had a left-wing joke too. So at the time, it
Right.
seemed like a nicely balanced show that poked fun at everybody. The
Wow.
premiere had strong ratings with 18.5 million
I was
same-day
like,
viewers.
I literally said that it saved Sitcom. And then when they pulled it, I was like, oh, they didn't like what they were doing. They didn't like that they were making something good that could potentially show any kind of good light to Donald Trump. So start running that story that she's some deep-hearted racist with her bad tweets and shit in order to manipulate it so that you can't have anything good that is Trump on the air.
It was huge
They
and
did the same
hilarious.
thing to Tim Allen.
Like
He
I
just
said,
didn't
one of
do
the
anything.
few
It was
TV
fun.
nostalgia
Same thing
reboots
to
that
Kevin
actually
James,
worked.
but he mostly works
But it
with
didn't
Netflix.
last long. Well, Roseanne's time on it didn't last very long, getting the axe from ABC just 9 episodes following her infamous tweet about Valerie Jarrett,
9
a
episodes
one-time
of that
advisor
beautiful
for
fucking
former
remake.
President Barack
And it
Obama.
was.
In this tweet, she compares her to the Planet of the Apes.
Okay, do you see that?
which One-time
You see that?
advisor.
Planet of the Apes. This is the black person that she was attacking, guys. By equating her to Planet of the Apes. That's the black person. We're all supposed to look at this person and go, oh, you're obviously calling her the N-word.
For former President
Fucking
Barack
nuts.
Obama.
They
In
wanted to
this
get rid of the
tweet,
show.
she compares her to the Planet of the Apes, which many saw as a racist comment. And to prove to everyone that it wasn't a racist comment, Roseanne eloquently responded that it's not racist because she thought the bitch was white.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought the
Bitch was white. Exactly.
I thought the bitch was white.
Going on to say that she was actually
Love that
comparing the
moment.
politics
It
of
could have been any
Planet
of
of
us.
the
It
Apes
could have
to
been any
that
of
of
us.
the Iran deal or something, and not Miss Jarrett's physical appearance. But who knows? But what do you think? Fight about it in those comments. Comment in the comments. Do it. Miss Rosie would even blame this tweet on a late-night spell of Ambien, to which the manufacturer replied, "Racism is not a known side effect." But Roseanne didn't give up. She did not think it was fair that she got fired for this. She even gave examples of other celebrities who did equal or worse things,
It was
but did not
about
get
the
fired
show.
or canceled.
It was about the show. It was about what you were doing on ABC. ABC in 2017 did not want Make America Great Again on their network.
Or anything. So yeah, what do you think?
Even though it was really
Later
good.
that
It
year
was good for
came the
society.
debut of The Connors, which killed off Roseanne prior to the first episode with an accidental drug overdose. I tried my best to watch the Roseanne-less Roseanne. I was curious, but it wasn't the same. All the actors and all the characters are great in this show, but without the Big Mama, I don't know. Cancel culture strikes again.
And the reason the Connors have kept together as a family is because of laughter and love. It's true. There's a lot of love around here, and there's a lot of love in the show, and a lot of laughter.
And speaking of a culture that cancels, Miss Barr currently has a new comedy special coming to Fox Nation called Cancel This, where she finally gets to cut loose and let her politics and
But
her
she did go on
opinions
Conan
and her comedy roam free, whether you like it or not. Tackling issues such as the COVID vaccine, the mandates,
I'm
the side
Illuminati's
effects,
only guy.
the Second Amendment, racism, war. She even talks about her left-leaning family and how they deal with each other, and of course shares her thoughts on Joe Biden and cancel culture and more, offending anyone and everyone she can, just like she always has and just like she always will, whether you like it or agree with her or not. She really has not slowed down. Love her or hate her, you cannot cancel Roseanne.
Anyways, anybody else been fired recently?
So yeah,
36 years of
Roseanne Barr
cancellation and she's
was
still
once
pumping.
the most prominent woman on television other than Oprah, with a monumental, groundbreaking, and important show, which actually paved the way for other comedians like her to get their own multi-million-dollar sitcom deals. The worlds of television and comedy were
happened to our
forever
laughter?
changed because this woman,
I think honestly, like, that was really a moment where, like, we had those 9 episodes of Roseanne, 18 million people watching a sitcom in the year 2017 was crazy. And she had 20 million people back in the day. So they basically brought everybody back for it. It was just as big as if you did a new season of Friends, essentially. And then we all saw what happened, which was, oh, this is playing both sides. This is a really fun show. Oh my God, it's commenting on culture the same as South Park is. And then it disappears. You put it back on the air and you say it's all about laughter when you've replaced any kind of right-wing laughter. It kind of was the start of really the pushback of cancel culture.
Housewife went up on a stage and told jokes into a microphone. And nobody can cancel that legacy.
And I have put it together. We're either being invaded by aliens or killed by giants coming up from Antarctica, where Hitler took a whole bunch of people during World War II.
So if you want to give a fuck about what the fuck happened to Roseanne Barr, that's totally fucking okay. But boy howdy, let me tell you what. If one thing is true, it's this. Roseanne Barr does not give a fuck about what the fuck happened.
It was just as successful as Friends in Seinfeld and Frasier. And when it came back, it did have a South Park essence in 2017 because it was playing both sides until the cancellation after episode 9. Yeah, that is like my pure opinion there.
Roseanne Barr. She's probably there in her kitchen right now.
The show itself is equatable to Frasier, essentially. It's about as successful as Frasier. The follow-up
with her family, her multiracial family, by the way, enjoying a meal and belting out that loud, annoying but infectious and lovable laugh.
Pretty fucking
so yeah, I guess all there's left to say now is
really
WTF.
I'm not even sure if you can even see those freaking episodes anymore. All right, guys, let's get to the next thing now here. All right, next up. At the time, okay, yeah. Behind the scenes at ABC, Barr maintained a notoriously tumultuous relationship with the network executives and showrunners. Despite high ratings, executive leadership faces mounting pressure from sponsors and regional affiliates following the national anthem controversy. This retrospective examination examines the fractal friction between the network television standards in the late 1980s and early 1990s and talent who resisted traditional corporate oversight. So basically like the beginning of cancel culture. All right, here we go.
Woo. In 1988, ABC was in serious trouble. They had 8 of the 10 lowest-rated programs on television. They were hemorrhaging viewers, losing 7% in a single year. They needed a savior, fast. The one they got was not at all who they expected. Roseanne became the #1 program in America, and in the process redefined what working-class television could be. It was ABC's biggest relief.
Welcome to the Mod Club.
But it was also its biggest pain. Behind the scenes, the show was a war zone, national scandals, disrespect, power struggles, and creative battles that nearly killed the biggest show on television on multiple occasions, and eventually did. This is the rise and fall of Roseanne. Before we start, give this video a like if you watched Roseanne back in the day, and subscribe for more retro TV deep dives. Let's go back to 1987, when ABC was in full-blown crisis mode. They'd been in a downward spiral since 1984. Dynasty was fading. Their sitcom slate was a graveyard. Sledgehammer and the Charmings were dead last multiple weeks.
Sledgehammer and the Charmings?
Max Headroom became one of the lowest-rated series in ABC's history.
Jesus Christ,
Buck James
guys.
was literally the lowest-rated program on air.
Buck James. Oh my
Friday
God.
nights were a revolving door of
fuck
failed
is this
sitcoms like The Pursuit of Happiness and I Married Dora. NBC was dominating with The
I
Cosby Show and
Married
Cheers.
Dora?
CBS.
I Married Dora. I Married Dora. Ever heard of that? It was up against Cheers and The Cosby Show. Jesus Christ.
CBS had solid dramas. ABC had, well, not much. But
ABC
two
had
legendary
nothing.
producers.
That's why they
were about
went
to
with
change everything.
Roseanne. They were ready for
Marcy
the risk.
Carsey and Tom Werner,
If
the
you love
masterminds
Frasier,
behind
you
The
should
Cosby
watch
Show.
Roseanne.
They'd left NBC to form
really good.
Carsey Werner Productions, and
Especially
now
the
they
original
wanted
one.
to do something radical. Create a show about a family that wasn't upper middle class, like the Huxtables. They wanted
And
real
Elgin,
working
Illinois
class
is
people,
20 minutes away
blue-collar
from
grit,
where I grew
financial
up.
stress, sarcasm
Which is
instead
what
of sentimentality.
Roseanne is based in.
They'd seen Roseanne Barr on The Tonight Show and Entertainment Tonight doing her domestic goddess stand-up routine. She joked about her terrible kids, her exhausting life, and her complete lack of patience for anyone's nonsense. Werner later said, "We saw a voice that wasn't being represented on television." Carson and Werner hired writer Matt Williams to develop the concept around Barr's real life. A plastics factory worker in Illinois, raising 3 kids with her husband Dan, barely scraping by. ABC jumped at it.
You want to know what's crazy? My mom literally worked at Hoffer Plastics. My mom worked at a Hoffer Plastics in Elgin, Illinois for like 5 years, and then she went and worked for Green Giant. A single mother in Illinois. So, writing it about a plastic manufacturer's lady that they end up in a restaurant because it was easier. But that's why they did, like, it was like, my mom worked at Hoffer like, my mother worked for literally the fake job that is the Roseanne Show.
Immediately. Then came
It was
casting.
that spot on.
For the role of Dan Connor, Roseanne's husband, they wanted someone who could ground the chaos. John
God,
Goodman was
good.
a respected theater and film actor, but relatively unknown on TV. When Goodman walked into the room for his audition, he looked at Roseanne and said, "Scoot over." She snapped back, "Shut up." He plopped down next to her. Matt Williams later said, "It was like they had been married for 16 years. For the kids, they cast Lacey Goranson as Becky, Sarah Gilbert as Darlene, and Michael Fishman as DJ. Laurie Metcalf, a brilliant stage actress from Chicago's Steppenwolf Theater, was cast as Jackie, Roseanne's neurotic single sister. Roseanne premiered on October 18, 1988, in a coveted Tuesday night slot at 8:30 p.m. And from the very first episode, Roseanne felt different. The Connor house was messy. The kitchen table was covered in bills.
You know what it's a lot like if you remember it? You know what a lot of us will remember better is Malcolm in the Middle. Do you remember the premiere of Malcolm in the Middle? This was the same thing.
The jokes weren't about misunderstandings
Or,
or wacky neighbors.
Married with
They were
Children.
about
That was
being
the one
broke,
before this.
being exhausted, and being one bad month away from disaster. When Darlene asked for money for a school trip, Roseanne didn't deliver a heartwarming speech about family. She said, "We don't have it." That was it. That was the whole joke. And it wasn't even a joke, it was just reality. That was the beauty of the show. It didn't shy away from real problems. Roseanne and Dan fought about money. They fought about sex. They fought about who was going to pick up the kids. These were the kind of fights real couples have when they're stressed, tired, and scared. But the show also had warmth. Roseanne and Dan loved each other. The kids were sarcastic, but they showed up for each other. Jackie was a mess, but she was family, and America identified with it instantly. The premiere was watched by 21.4 million households, the highest
And
rate.
to think that in 2017 they reached 18 million on cable. Like, cable was dying. It was dying, guys, and they reached 17 million again. And they were so mad at Trump, they had to find something in her tweets to pull her off the fucking air. It's crazy. They almost had the whole audience back from the initial run.
Debut of that season. The New York Times praised the show for portraying working-class life without condescension. The Hollywood Reporter called it a groundbreaking depiction of the American family. In December 1988, just 2 months after the premiere, Roseanne hit #1 in the ratings, beating out The Cosby Show. ABC was thrilled. They finally had a hit. But behind the scenes, the fireworks had already begun. When the cast and crew gathered to watch the pilot air live, Roseanne Barr exploded with rage. The credits read, "Created by Matt Williams."
Right. How is that fucking even close to something that should even be happening? She's the star of the show. She's the head writer in the show. And you're going to have someone else in the writer's room create the show? You didn't do that to Jerry Seinfeld.
Barr stood up and walked out of the party. Later, she screamed at Williams in front of the entire cast. "We built the show around my actual life and my kids," she shouted. "The domestic goddess, the whole thing, that's mine." Williams and the producers tried to explain. The Writers Guild determines creator credits. It's standard. Only the person who writes the pilot gets creator credit. Barr didn't care. She felt betrayed, and she was about to make everyone's life hell until she got what she wanted. During the first season, Barr started refusing to say certain lines. She'd lock herself in her dressing room. She'd walk off set mid-scene. She'd argue with Williams about every creative decision. The tension became unbearable.
Though, it's her show. It's
George
her
Clooney,
life.
who had a recurring role as Jackie's boyfriend Booker, witnessed the chaos. When Barr was threatened with firing...
I'm sure George Clooney's going to be honest about Roseanne Barr.
Reportedly put a sign on her dressing room door. It said, Valerie Harper, the actress who'd just been fired from her own sitcom, Valerie. According to crew accounts, it was Clooney's way of reminding the network, you can't fire the star. But the fights with Williams got worse. Finally, in December 1988, just 13 episodes into the season, Barr issued an ultimatum. Either Matt Williams leaves or I do.
It's not. That's a little bit of a manipulation too, because if you know anything about network television, the 13 is the first break. That's the December break. So they went on break. They went on hiatus, and she said she wasn't coming back in January unless they got rid of the fucking guy that was acting like he was writing and owning her show. Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
ABC had a choice: lose the creator of the show or lose the star.
He's not the creator.
But here's the
That's
thing.
the fucking point.
Roseanne was a hit. The network was finally clawing its way out of its ratings funk. They needed Roseanne more than they needed Matt Williams. So after episode 13, Williams was gone.
Yep.
And with that victory, Roseanne learned a crucial lesson. She had all the power. By the end of season 1, Roseanne finished in second place in the Nielsen ratings with a 23.8 household rating. The show became ABC's anchor for Tuesday nights. They built their entire comedy lineup around it.
Context, that's bigger than every Monday Night Football and everything in the 2000s.
And then, in season 2, Roseanne became the #1 show in America. It beat The Cosby Show by 200,000 viewers. It dominated Tuesday nights with a 23.1 household rating. It became the most watched television program in the United States from 1989 to 1990. But as the show continued to dominate, the on-set friction kept rising. During season 2, Roseanne hired Tom Arnold as a writer, and in January 1990, she married him just 4 days after divorcing her husband, Bill Pentland. The other writers were horrified. According to the book Stealing the Show, writer Norma Safford Vela was told by a producer to teach Arnold how to write. She later said, "We all thought he was 100% talent-free." Arnold reportedly caused chaos on set, constantly going against other writers, including executive producer Jeff Harris. At one point, Harris tried to fire Arnold.
5 channels?
Arnold went
5 channels. That's why Andrew Callaghan calls his network Channel 5.
straight to Roseanne, who, by the way, had changed her last name to Arnold, so I'm now just going to refer to her by her first
and
name.
There were technically 6 because, well, depending on what you're asking, but basically there was NBC, ABC, NBC, and CBS, and then you had Fox, and then you had PBS.
Keep things straight. Anyway, according to Stealing the Show...
Sometimes, why I'm saying it depends on who you ask, sometimes you had the WB.
Arnold then told Harris, "This is not an effing democracy. This is a queendom," referring to Roseanne. The writers were furious. The set was toxic. And in February 1990, Jeff Harris quit. He took out a full-page ad in Variety announcing his departure.
Whoa.
The ad said he was taking a vacation in the relative peace and quiet of Beirut. That's how bad it was. Jay Daniel was brought in to replace Harris, but the turnover didn't stop. Roseanne went through showrunners almost annually.
But again, because they're trying to use the showrunner to control her show, and eventually when they brought it back, they end up just canceling the show. It's like, if you can't let Roseanne do Roseanne's show, then you don't want Roseanne.
Annually. After Daniel came Bob Meyer, then Bruce Helford and Bruce Rasmussen, then Rob Yulin. The Arnolds openly said in interviews that they believed it was necessary to keep bringing in new writers to maintain the show's quality. Translation? If you didn't do exactly what Roseanne wanted, you were gone. Now, this was all behind the scenes. From what the public saw, there was nothing to turn them off of the show. Well, that was until July 1990, one of the most infamous moments in television history.
There we are, guys. 36
ABC
years
thought it
ago
would be
today.
fun to have Roseanne sing the national anthem at a San Diego Padres game. Tom Werner, one of the show's producers, was part owner of the team. It seemed like a
Oh
cute
my God, I
promotional
didn't
tie-in.
realize that.
What happened instead became a national scandal.
Fuck.
Roseanne walked onto the field, grabbed the microphone,
shit.
and screeched
You
her
already
way
have
through
problems
the
with her?
Star-Spangled Banner in a deliberately off-key mocking tone. When the crowd booed, she grabbed her crotch and spit on the ground. The backlash was instantaneous. President George H.W. Bush called her performance disgraceful. Sports Illustrated wrote a scathing editorial. Angry callers flooded.
Just ended our first poll of the evening. We'll have our second poll in 5 minutes after the end of this video, but launched the 24-hour news cycle seems to be what everybody is saying with 40%. Which moment officially altered the trajectory of modern political media? 40% of you believe that it was the 24-hour news cycle, which started in 1996 with CNN. And really, that spun into the Viacom, Comedy Central, Daily Show era of news. Roseanne Barr, another, the Anthem incident, and I mean, it's making its case tonight, 36 years ago today. OJ Simpson's Bronco, again, you're just following a black guy in a Bronco. It's not, 20%. Bill Clinton's saxophone, talk about a media ploy, right?
ABC switchboards demanding the show be canceled. Conservative groups organized boycotts. ABC panicked. This was their biggest star, and she just humiliated herself and the network on national television.
Since Bush.
Roseanne later claimed it was meant to be a parody of what baseball players do, spitting and adjusting themselves. The public didn't care. For weeks, she was the most hated woman in America. Yet, when season 3 premiered just a few months later, it was still the number 2 show on television. If this moment proved anything, it was that Roseanne was untouchable. The conflicts continued, but throughout it all, the cast were professional. John Goodman and Laurie Metcalf kept their heads down and did their jobs. But the younger cast members felt the tension. Sarah Gilbert later said the set could be difficult, but remained diplomatic about specifics. In 1993, Variety reported that Roseanne had a new system for managing her writers. She handed out T-shirts with numbers for each of the 19 staffers. Some felt reduced to a number, while producers insisted it was meant as a quirky gesture. But when you've got a show in the top 10, who's going to stop her? And she continued to pull rank against the network. In 1994, Roseanne pitched an episode called Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Whoa.
The plot? Roseanne and Jackie go to a gay bar, and Roseanne is kissed by a woman played by Mariel Hemingway. It would be one of the first same-sex kisses on network television.
Oh my God!
ABC executives were terrified.
Wait a minute, what? She's the one that did the first lesbian kiss? It wasn't Ellen, it wasn't Rosie O'Donnell, it was Roseanne Barr.
Didn't want to air it. Sponsors threatened to pull out.
Learn
Local
something new
affiliates
every
across
day,
the
don't
country
you?
said they'd refuse to broadcast the episode. Roseanne didn't blink. She told ABC, "If you don't air this episode, I'm taking the show to another network." Tom Arnold backed her up. They said they'd buy the episode back themselves and put it on HBO if ABC refused. You guessed it. ABC caved. They moved the episode.
They said they'd put it on HBO if ABC refused. ABC caved. Yeah, they
from
fucking
8
did.
p.m. to 9:30 p.m., slapped a parental advisory warning on it, and let it air. Several local affiliates still refused to broadcast it. ABC...
Oh, wait. Several local affiliates still refused to broadcast it. So it was a lesbian kiss in a sitcom, and they were banning it free speech. Do you guys all remember, like, less than a year ago when Jimmy Kimmel, after the Charlie Kirk assassination, they, like, tried to, like, they pulled him on certain networks, and you couldn't watch a show for one night, and they acted like it was this huge fucking FCC violation, and Donald Trump is destroying the media and everything? They literally wouldn't play Roseanne kissing a woman on screen in what, 1995? That, like, this is crazy. And now they're the party. They're the side that's
the episode aired.
Crazy.
And it was seen by 20 million viewers. Roseanne had won again. But this
Bet Ellen's
power
mad
dynamic,
She's still in the
Roseanne
closet
threatening
at
to
that
walk,
point,
ABC scrambling to keep
Holy
her,
shit.
was becoming a pattern. And it was exhausting for everyone involved.
Yeah, of course it was exhausting for everyone involved. But again, why was the show successful? Because of Roseanne. So just leave Roseanne
Bob Iger,
alone.
who ran ABC during Roseanne's original run,
Wouldn't do it.
later admitted being in business with Roseanne meant regularly clashing with her.
And here's what's crazy, is the fact that ABC was so bad at business that they needed Roseanne. That Roseanne essentially kept Disney and ABC in business throughout the 90s. Insane!
Eventually, the chaos would catch up to her. Flash forward to the end of season 8. In May 1996, Roseanne aired an episode called The Wedding. Darlene and David got married. During the reception, Dan Connor, the heart of the show, suffered a massive heart attack. In the next episode, Heart and Soul, Dan was rushed to the hospital. DJ performed CPR and saved his life. The family gathered around him, terrified. Dan survived, barely. In the season finale, Fights and Stuff, Dan was put on a strict diet by Roseanne. He tried to sneak unhealthy food. She caught him. They had a massive, brutal fight. The kind of fight where every buried resentment came to the surface. They screamed at each other about money, about parenting, about their weight, about everything.
Ever.
Dan threw things. Roseanne broke the TV. She told him, "You can die if you want to, Dan, but you're going to have to do it alone because I'm not going to sit here and watch you." Then she walked out. It was devastating. It was raw. It was real. And it set up what should have been season 9. Dan recovering. The family dealing with the fallout, the Connors struggling to rebuild.
They didn't know what to
but
write
instead,
because
Roseanne
that was supposed to be the end. That's the thing, is that they gave her the 9th season. They did this with How I Met Your Mother. They did this with Friends. They paid for an entire... How I Met Your Mother, the entire last season is extended to the finale because they already knew they wrote the finale, but How I Met Your Mother, they wanted another full season before they revealed the mother. So then they literally spend the entire last season at the fucking... wedding for the finale, and now they're gonna do. They did the same thing with Roseanne, really, which is like they finish the show, and then they're like, "Oh, the next season is they win the lottery and they do all these weird things, and then actually it's all fake."
Decision that would nearly destroy the show's legacy. At the start of season 9, the Connors won $108 million in the Illinois State Lottery.
But
Suddenly,
again,
all their financial struggles disappeared.
Show, especially with somebody they didn't like. It's so crazy.
Roseanne was going to fancy spas. Jackie married a prince from Moldavia. The family met celebrities and lived in luxury. It made no sense. The entire appeal of Roseanne was that the family was working class. They were broke. They were stressed. They were us. Now they were rich. And the show stopped being relatable. Roseanne later explained her reasoning. My character's life had always been based on my real life, and I was rich now, so it made sense for the Connors to be rich too. But it didn't make sense to anyone else. John Goodman was barely in season 9. He appeared in only 12 out of 24 episodes. Without Dan anchoring the marriage, the show's center of gravity shifted from working-class authenticity to celebrity spectacle. The show that had been built on Roseanne and Dan's marriage was now a fantasy about lottery tickets and celebrity cameos. One particularly infamous episode featured Roseanne rescuing a Hillary Clinton look-alike in a parody action spoof. It was absurd, and the ratings collapsed.
Oh my God.
Season 9 dropped to 35th place, the first time Roseanne had fallen out of the top 20 in its entire run. Critics called it a betrayal. Fans felt alienated. The show that had spoken for working-class America was now a fantasy about winning the lottery and hanging out with celebrities. The season limped to its finale on May 20th, 1997. And then Roseanne pulled one final twist. In the series finale, it's revealed that almost everything from season 9 and parts of earlier seasons was fiction. Roseanne had been writing a book. The lottery win never happened. The fancy trips never happened. Jackie didn't marry a prince. And the biggest, most devastating reveal. Dan had died from his heart attack at the end of season 8. Roseanne had been writing him alive because she couldn't bear to let him go. The entire 9th season, all the absurdity, all the weirdness, was Roseanne's way of coping with grief. She'd retreated into fantasy because reality was too painful. It was heartbreaking. It was brilliant. And it almost redeemed the disaster of season 9. The finale was watched by 16 million viewers. Solid, but nowhere near the show's peak. But here's the thing. Even with the season 9 disaster, even with all the chaos and fights and controversies, Roseanne left a massive legacy. John Goodman became one of Hollywood's most beloved actors, starring in The Big Lebowski, Monsters, Inc., and dozens of prestige films.
Everything, man.
He also stars in my guilty pleasure, The Righteous Gemstones, which is filmed where I live, and I regret not taking that temp job working on the set. Anyway, Sarah Gilbert became a daytime TV star, co-hosting and producing The Talk for nearly a decade. Laurie Metcalf won multiple Tony Awards for her stage work and earned an Oscar nomination for Lady Bird in 2018. And Roseanne, well, she continued to be controversial. In 2018, ABC revived Roseanne. The first episode drew 18 million viewers, the number one show on television. ABC's entire Tuesday lineup benefited.
Guys.
It looked like lightning had struck twice, but within 2 months, Roseanne tweeted about former Obama advisor Valerie Jarrett, comparing her to Planet of the Apes. ABC canceled the show within hours. This time, there was no negotiation, no second chance. Roseanne was fired, and ABC retooled the show as The Conners, killing off her character and continuing without her. It was a brutal end. Roseanne, in a new era, had finally gone too far with an ABC that wasn't afraid of its star. Still, Roseanne's genius and the original show's influence is undeniable. Critics point to Malcolm in the Middle, Shameless, Fresh Off the Boat, and Blackish as part of the lineage Roseanne started. Authentic family sitcoms about financially struggling households that didn't sanitize reality. The creators of The Middle, Eileen Heisler and Deanne Helene, both Roseanne writers, explicitly confirm the connection. Helene stated, "The Middle's roots are Roseanne for sure," praising its depiction of the dignity of people trying hard. Matt Williams, Roseanne's creator, later said, "I don't think you would have Mike and Molly without Dan and Roseanne." Lauren Bouchard, creator of Bob's Burgers, cited representing working-class people with creative urges as his goal, an ethos directly from Roseanne's playbook. It was the show about family chaos, with even more chaos behind the scenes that changed television as we know it.
Solid, right? All right, that's our first hour of the show, guys. This is our biggest live stream ever, so stay with us. We're going to head into hour 2 right now, but right now we have to update our poll. We have a new question for our poll right now, and our poll for hour 2 is going to be tonight: how should sitting U.S. presidents address public criticism from pop culture figures? Should they condemn them publicly? Condemn them publicly? Should they ignore just ignore it? Just ignore it entirely? Should they engage directly through media? Or should they use it to fuel votes? All right, guys, get your vote in now for our second question of the day. Our second hour starts now. Our first thing that we got up here, well, let me pull this guy in real quick. All right. So the tensions between the executive branch and television media extend into animated broadcasting. During the 1992 presidential campaign, following comments by First Lady Barbara Bush described The Simpsons as the dumbest thing she had ever seen. President George H.W. Bush, for that matter, stated during a speech in 1992 Republican National Convention that American families needed to be a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like The Simpsons. The show's production team responded directly to subsequent episodes, incorporating commentary regarding the administration. The Fuel highlighted an emerging ideological clash between traditional political rhetoric and counterculture primetime television. Are we ready, guys? Here we go. Hour 2. Thank you all for joining me now. It's a pretty good show tonight.
Having been on the air for more than 30 years, The Simpsons has created a number of enemies during its run. As a show that prided itself on satirizing the American dream, the series typically embraced any and all criticism directed towards it, particularly during the show's golden era, between 1991 and 1997, when the show's creativity and unique criticism was on point and could be downright brutal.
Oh, my Lord!
Stupid babies need the most attention.
One of the biggest targets that the show ever lined up in their sights was the leader of the free world during the early seasons of the show, George H. Bush.
For 7.5 years, I've worked alongside him, and we've had triumphs. We've had some setbacks.
Control the hell out of him.
For someone who hated The Simpsons and was very vocal about his contempt for the show, Bush has a significant place in The Simpsons universe, specifically during the show's golden era. This is understandable, given that he assumed the office as the U.S. president in 1989, the same year that The Simpsons transitioned from shorts on The Tracy Ullman Show to their own primetime TV series. Bush's first appearance in the show was in the second episode of the third season, Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington, in which Lisa wins an essay contest for praising the American government, which first aired in September 1991. Ironically, for someone who hated the show, Bush's depiction is incredibly positive, in a scene that, in retrospect, feels like it's sarcastic, but was actually intended to be taken seriously, given that Bush, as the president at the time, served as a symbol that embodied the espoused ideals of American democracy.
Your bosses?
Yep. All 250 million of them.
However, this wholesome romanticized depiction of Bush on the show wouldn't last, as the Bush family and The Simpsons soon embarked on a war of words. Strangely, although Bush bore the brunt of The Simpsons' attacks, he wasn't actually the one who ignited the feud. Rather, it was his wife Barbara who started it all. In the October 1990 edition of the magazine People, Barbara spoke about The Simpsons.
She said, "I love America's funniest home videos, but remains baffled after sampling The Simpsons. It was the dumbest thing I had ever seen," she said. "But it's a family thing, and I guess it's clean."
In response, the show's writer sent Barbara a letter posing as Marge Simpson.
Dear First Lady, I recently read your criticism of my family. I was deeply hurt. Heaven knows we're far...
Dude, Trump should have known a long time ago, you don't fuck with a cartoon. Like, he should have known never to say anything about South Park. Like, you never fuck with a cartoon, guys.
Far from perfect, and, if truth be known, maybe just a wee bit short of normal. But as Dr. Seuss says, a person is a person. I try to teach my children, Bart, Lisa, and even little Maggie, always to give somebody the benefit of the doubt and not talk badly about them, even if they're rich. It's hard to get them to understand this advice when the very first lady in the country calls us not only dumb, but the dumbest thing she ever saw. Ma'am, if we're the dumbest thing you ever saw, Washington must be a good deal different than what they teach me at the current events group at the church. I always believed in my heart that we had a great deal in common. Each of us living our lives to...
Mind you, Barbara Bush and Roseanne Barr got along. But Marge and Simpson? They be beefing.
Exceptional man. I hope there is some way out of this controversy. I thought perhaps it would be a good start to just speak my mind. With great respect, Marge Simpson.
Barbara soon sent a reply in which she ostensibly apologized.
Dear Marge, how kind of
you
to write.
She apologized?
I'm glad you spoke your mind. I foolishly didn't know you had one. I'm looking at a picture of you depicted on a plastic cup with your blue hair filled with pink birds.
Imagine if they fucking write a fucking letter back to a fictional character. Fuck.
Peeking out all over. Evidently you and your charming family, Lisa, Homer, Bart, and Maggie, are camping out. It is a nice family scene. Clearly you are setting a good example for the rest of the country. Please forgive a loose tongue. Warmly, Barbara Bush. P.S. Homer looks like a handsome fella.
Initially, that seemed to be the end of the feud. Then, in January 1992, Bush made a speech during his re-election campaign that reignited the rivalry between the Simpsons and the Bushes. At the time, family values were the cornerstone of Bush's re-election campaign as he targeted the religious vote. And during his speech...
That's the thing is, nobody really talks about like how Bush really lost a re-election campaign as a sitting president. The last to do so. Well, besides Joe Biden, but he didn't really run again. So maybe this had some huge effect that we're not really seeing.
the National Religious Broadcasters Convention in
the
Washington,
people watching The
D.C.,
Simpsons
he
at
criticized
home
the
just
morality
not
of The
interested in
Simpsons,
Bush?
specifically calling out the show for undermining wholesomeness.
To make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
It's kind of like, you know, in support of the Brady Bunch, when the Brady Bunch was like a different era of television coming up into the 70s, like free love era. He's like, we need Waltons, not Simpsons. And it's like, no, we're going to get more Simpsons, and we're also going to get rid of you and hire the saxophone guy.
The show Bush was referencing is a historical drama series about a family in rural Virginia during the Great Depression and World War II, based on Earl Hamner Jr.'s 1961 book Spencer's Mountain and the 1963 film of the same name. The series was characterized by a romanticized depiction of the quintessential American family, which was so popular that it ran for 9 seasons, from September 1972 to June 1981, consisting of 221 episodes. The show's closing sequence featured the family saying goodnight to one another before drifting off to sleep, which became so iconic that the show is known for its closing catchphrase.
Good night, Jim Bob. What's going on? I was asleep.
Understandably, the series was so successful and unrealistically wholesome that it was ripe for parody.
John Boy?
Damn it, can't a guy masturbate in this house?
Following Bush's very public criticism of the show, the next scheduled broadcast of The Simpsons was a rerun of the first episode of the 3rd season, Stark Raving Dad, in which Homer is sent to a mental hospital that had originally aired in September 1991. For the upcoming broadcast, the show quickly cut together a new opening in response to Bush's comments.
Make American families a lot
Oh
more
my
like
God.
the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons. Huh?
Hey, we're just like the Waltons. We're praying for an end to the Depression, too.
As far as
Praying for an end to the Depression, too. That's what I mean. You're never going to win. He probably lost himself in the election. This is the #1 fucking show on television at the
Simpsons
time.
staff, specifically the show's co-developer James L. Brooks, were concerned, that was the end of the feud. Brooks was later invited to an event hosted by the Bushes, which only served to enforce his belief that all was well between his show and the First Family. That is, until he introduced himself to Barbara.
And she's at the line, and I stop and I say, Mrs. Bush, my name is Jim Brooks. I'm the one involved in the Simpsons thing. Remember we had that exchange? And she gave me a drop-dead, withering cold look.
Following that
Whoa.
event, George's next appearance in the Simpsons universe was in the
He didn't
9th
like
episode of the 4th season, Mr. Plow, when Homer starts a snowplow business, which first aired in November 1991. In the episode, just prior to buying the plow, Homer imagines just what he could do
Did the Simpsons get Bush out of office? Did they get Clinton elected?
with the vehicle, and he envisions himself helping out the then president.
I've got to sneak these valuable artworks out of the White House, but I can't get out of my driveway.
Mr. President, those young people are about to get a dose of reality.
Although the clip implied that Bush was a thief, it was a fairly lighthearted and innocent joke. However, Bush's next appearance wouldn't be so kind. In the 4th episode of the 5th season, Rosebud, when Mr. Burns is underwhelmed by his birthday celebrations because he misses his childhood teddy bear Bobo, which first aired in October 1993. In the episodes, the Simpsons staff took the opportunity to rub in the fact that Bush had been kicked out of office just months earlier, and to remind him that he had more in common with his political rival Jimmy Carter than he'd like to acknowledge.
Ooh.
Hey, no one-termers.
You too, huh?
Bush then appeared in the 8th
my
episode of the 5th
God.
season, Boy Scouts in the Hood, when Bart goes on a squishy and
Boy
juice bender
Scouts in the Hood. Fuck. Simpsons used to be so
and
good.
accidentally joins the Junior Campers, which first aired in November 1993. In one scene, Bart plays the video game Panamanian Strongman, a reference to Bush's invasion of Panama in December 1989, featuring a pixelated version of Bush.
Winners don't use drugs.
Winners don't use drugs.
Bush's next appearance is in the 12th episode of the 6th season, Homer the Great, when it's revealed that there's a secret society within Springfield known as the Stonecutters, which first aired in January 1995. In the episode, Bush is revealed to be a member of the group, a reference to the fact that he was part of a real-life underground society, the Skull and Bones, which is made up of select students from Yale University, including his son, former President George W. Bush.
Do the Skull and Bones!
Ultimately, since the start of their feud, none of the shots of The Simpsons took of the Bush family were that mean-spirited or controversial. That is, until January 1996, with the release of The Simpsons episode, Two Bad Neighbors.
They just kept going on. Once they started attacking Bush,
Hello,
they just went through it all the way. They knew all of it.
Bush.
They just stayed in. It's the same thing as South Park. You come at them, they come at you.
Two Bad Neighbors is the 13th episode of the 7th season of The Simpsons. Although Bush had appeared in a number of episodes of the show at that point, this marked the first time he was fully fleshed out as an actual character, which, ultimately, amounted to him being a grumpy version of Ned Flanders.
Great-alicious, scrub-diddlerific, fine and dandy like sour candy.
In the episode, Bush and Barbara move into the house across the street from The Simpsons. Although Barbara takes a liking to Bart, Bush finds him irritating. Finally, after Bart destroys Bush's memoirs, which he had just completed, Bush disciplines Bart with a spanking. The incident leads to an all-out prank war between Bush and Homer. While Homer and Bart's attacks are on point, Bush's efforts fall flat.
I don't understand. Are you saying you and Barbara are bad neighbors?
No.
Ultimately, the feud turns physical. Finally, after pressure from his wife, Bush apologizes for spanking Bart before the family sell their house, which is bought by another former president, Gerald Ford, who Homer takes an immediate liking to because of their striking similarities.
Say, Homer, do you like football? Do I ever?
The idea of the episode came from co-showrunner Bill Oakley. He'd come up with a basic premise 2 years earlier, but it wasn't until he and Josh Weinstein had been made showrunners of The Simpsons for the 7th season that he fleshed out the idea before handing it off to Ken Keeler to write the first draft of the script. At the time that the episode went into production, Bush had been out of office for 2 years, and The Simpsons' feud with Bush and his family had been largely forgotten, which is exactly why Oakley thought it'd be funny to suddenly reignite it. The episode was directed by Wes Archer, one of the most prolific directors during The Simpsons' golden era. He'd previously directed a number of classic episodes, including Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?, the 15th episode of the second season, when Homer discovers that he has a half-brother, the 22nd episode of the second season, 3 Men in a Comic Book, when Bart, Martin, and Milhouse pool their money to buy a rare comic, and Bart sells his soul, the 4th episode of the 7th season, when Milhouse buys Bart's soul. Notably, Archer also directed the episodes Rosebud, in addition to Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington, so he had a first-hand understanding of the Bush-Simpsons feud. And with this in mind, The Simpsons writing staff went to great efforts to keep the installment apolitical, despite the fact that the episode features 2 former presidents and references 2 more.
Roasting the new guy.
Grover Cleveland spanked me on 2 non-consecutive occasions.
Basically, as Oakley put it, the episode wasn't a political attack. Rather, it was a personal one, as they were criticizing not Bush's policies, but his crotchetiness.
His hands are probably covered with mud and cookies. Well, I probably stole a napkin.
Typical of a golden era episode of The Simpsons, Two Bad Neighbors has numerous clever cultural references. Bart and Bush's volatile dynamics are heavily and overtly based on the US version of Dennis the Menace, which began as a comic strip in 1951, before transitioning into film and television adaptations that revolves around the troublesome titular character who frequently irritates his elder neighbor, Mr. Wilson. Ultimately, more than anything else, the episode is packed full of subtle yet pointed digs at Bush. After Bart accidentally shreds Bush's memoirs, a sliver of paper briefly flies in front of the screen, referencing Bush's former vice president Dan Quayle, who was notorious for making slip-ups during public appearances, which always reflected badly on Bush himself.
I made a misstatement, and I stand by all my misstatements.
I mean, we all lived in this century. I didn't live in this century, but in this century's history.
Throughout the episode, Bush is repeatedly depicted as being out of touch with the modern world. In one scene, Bush is obnoxiously slow at a Krusty Burger's drive-thru, oblivious to other customers.
Vice president ever.
A crusty burger. That doesn't sound too appetizing. What kind of stew do you have today?
Additionally, Bush writes his memoirs on a typewriter instead of a computer. Superficially, the jokes play out like an old person failing to understand how the world, technology, and social cues have evolved since they were young.
You know, in my day, little boys didn't call their elders by their first names.
Yeah, well, welcome to the 20th century, George.
However, the jokes also serve to make light of the real-life rumor that Bush didn't know what a price scanner was. During his re-election campaign in 1992, Bush visited the National Grocers Association convention. At one point, he happened to stop at an exhibit featuring a new type of checkout scanner that would weigh groceries and read torn barcodes. And he was impressed with the advancement in the technology. However, the moment was later misrepresented in the media as Bush being amazed at the very idea of scanners, even though the technology had been around since the mid-70s, which implied that he had no idea what life was like for the average American, given that he didn't even know how grocery stores worked. When Homer first tries to confront Bush after he spanks Bart, Homer is stopped by Bush's Secret Service agents. In response, Homer calls Bush a wimp, which clearly bothers the former president.
You are a wimp!
The scene is a reference to the fact that during Bush's 1988 campaign, he was perceived as a wimp, so much so that Newsweek published a piece on Bush's image as a weak leader. Before Homer and Bush's fight, Bush makes a comment about the sewer.
Whip.
he thinks George Bush will stay out of the sewer. He doesn't know George Bush.
The line is a reference to Bush's 1988 campaign that was characterized by what was, at the time, unusually dirty tactics, specifically in regards to crime and race, with a classic political ad inspired by Willie Horton's Crime Spree.
As governor, Michael Dukakis vetoed mandatory sentences for drug dealers. He vetoed the death penalty. His revolving door prison policy gave weekend furloughs to first-degree murderers not eligible for parole.
During Bush and Homer's fight, Bush threatens to ruin Homer.
I'll ruin you like a Japanese banquet.
The line is a reference to an incident in January 1992 when Bush vomited on the then Japanese Prime Minister during a state banquet in Tokyo. After Bush apologizes to Homer for spanking Bart, Homer demands that Bush also apologize for the tax hike.
Now apologize for the tax hike.
Homer's line is in reference to how Bush, during his 1988 campaign, pledged in a very dramatic fashion that he wouldn't raise taxes.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
However, later, in November 1990, Bush signed off on a tax increase. Hill's original draft also included a musical sequence that parodied the music of satirist Mark Russell, who the show had previously referenced in Mr. Lisa Goes to Washington.
Telling you, that's the deficit. They really made a mess of it.
No explanation was given as to why the song was cut. Possibly the episode just ran too long, or maybe the reason is self-explanatory.
Being on the ball.
Bart! Lise, you taught me to stand up for what I believe in.
No member of the Bush family ever so much as publicly acknowledged the very existence of the Two Bad Neighbors episode. While this could be interpreted as a victory for The Simpsons, it's more likely that the family, specifically Bush himself, thought that a response would be beneath them. Despite receiving no response to the episode, The Simpsons continued referencing Bush throughout the series, though their shots were much less vicious. Following the initial airing of Two Bad Neighbors, Bush and his in-universe fight with Homer was referenced in the 5th episode of the 9th season, The Cartridge Family, which first aired in November 1997. In the episode, Homer purchases a gun, for which he is subject to a background check that flags his fight with Bush.
We here tonight.
Beat up President
This is the
Bush.
largest live stream we've
Former
ever done.
President.
Bush then appeared in the 9th episode of the 9th season, Realty Bites, in December 1997, when Marge briefly works as a real estate agent. At one point in the episode, Marge gets fired and signs up for an unemployment check, where she and the Simpsons family again encounter Bush.
$300 for doing nothing? I feel like such a crook.
Don't worry. Gets easier every week.
The scene is a reference to the pension that all former presidents get after they leave office. The show could easily have chosen any former leader for the joke, but they appear to have chosen Bush just because of the history with the show, even though, in doing this, they ignored continuity, as he and Homer no longer seem to have issues with each other. Bush then disappeared from the Simpsons universe for a number of seasons, before re-emerging in the 4th episode of the 14th season, Large Marge, when Marge gets breast implants, which first aired in November 2002. There's a scene in the episode relating to Jimmy Carter's real-life charity Habitat for Humanity, where Carter, Bush, and fellow former President Bill Clinton are building a house together.
Hey, why you?
The scene serves as little more than a tribute to the Three Stooges, while underscoring the fact that, regardless of politics, most politicians are going to be an embarrassment.
Looks like those clowns in Congress did it again.
How does he keep up with the news like that?
Bush's last appearance in the Simpsons universe was in the 1st episode of the 25th season, Homerland, which first aired in 2013. The episode was a parody of the hit TV series Homeland, with a story that referenced the show's first season arc, when a U.S. citizen is suspected of turning against their home country. Bush's appearance in the episode is simply part of a montage of ostensible archival footage.
We must be vigilant. Secure every home.
As of November 2022, this scene marked Bush's last appearance in the Simpsons canonical universe. Barbara Bush passed away in April 2018, followed by her husband in November that same year. The last time the former president in the Simpsons feud was referenced, while Bush was still alive, was in the 22nd episode of the 26th season, Mathlete's Feet, during the couch gag in May 2015. For the episode, the opening sequence involves a crossover with the series Rick and Morty, during which Rick references the Two Bad Neighbors episode after they accidentally kill off the entire Simpsons family.
They did an episode where George Bush was their neighbor, right?
Although the show itself never referenced Bush again, the feud was mentioned in real life by the then showrunner Al Jean in October 2017 when it was revealed that Bush had a history of groping women.
Bush spokesperson Jim McGrath said that Bush has patted women's rears in what he intended to be a good-natured manner.
Bush's actions were explained away by those close to him with the fact that he was old and far from being in the best physical and mental health. However, in response to the revelation, Gene took the opportunity to tweet at the former president and remind him of his own fateful words. The general public have always loved a celebrity feud, and in the 90s, the public were witness to one of the weirdest in history when the leader of the free world took on a fictional yellow family, and well and truly lost the culture war his wife inexplicably started. From The Simpsons' perspective, the feud was just some lighthearted fun. However, it's clear that the Bush family never found it the least bit funny, which only served to make the rivalry even more hilarious, and, ultimately, resulted with one of the best, most layered parodies The Simpsons has ever produced, when the show's staff decided to amp up the absurdity of the already inherently ridiculous feud.
Your handle is ADHD, but you put the wig on him! Put the rainbow wig on, George! Alright. As somebody said in the comments section. All right, let's see what's going on next. Let me pull it back up here. Okay. So, on June 3rd, 1992, Democratic presidential candidate Bill Clinton appears on Arsenio Hall show, wearing sunglasses and performing Heartbreak Hotel on the saxophone before joining Hall for an interview. At the time, political strategists viewed appearing on syndicated late-night talk shows as an unconventional campaign tactic. The strategy proved effective in reaching younger voters on non-traditional television audiences, establishing a new framework for modern political campaigning. All right, guys. So with that said, it's time to get to it. One second. Ooh, there we go. Let me close out some of these windows real quick. Just closing the windows out. All right. And back at you right now.
It's 1992. President George H.W. Bush is up for re-election. With a squeaky clean image, he's had some of the highest approval ratings of any president. Then, a political bad boy joins the race.
Bill Clinton came on the scene. Young guy, the next Kennedy, handsome, charismatic.
Clinton's over here playing the saxophone. I'm like, oh, this dude is smooth. This dude is a real player.
He may be smooth, but Clinton will need some serious help in a presidential race that promises to be anything but boring.
Scandal wasn't a new thing in politics, but nothing was like Clinton when he was first running for president of the United States.
In the old days, there was one news cycle a day. There was the evening news on television.
Only during Clinton's campaign did we start getting a 24/7 news cycle that previous candidates didn't have to deal with.
You guys said change the media landscape. It did.
Clinton needs a team to stay on top of the news coverage, ready to spin the story. The leaders are young communications director George Stephanopoulos.
Oh my God!
Care about. They want to move into the future.
And their greatest weapon, political consultant James Carville, known throughout Washington as the Ragin' Cajun.
I've always said a political campaign is like you kick down a door. You don't know what's behind it.
Carville's a genius at political strategy and keeping the campaign on message.
Stay focused. Talk about things that matter to people. You know? It's the economy, Steve.
I liked him. I always liked him.
Combative and loud, he ushers in a new era of political hand-to-hand combat, organized from his war room.
The war room was conceived to deal with the compressed news cycles.
Yeah, Carville
in a
and
coherent and coordinated
Stone
way.
were both.
I will stand on my record, and I won't let that Arkansas governor run away from his record either.
When Bush attacks, Clinton's war room ignores the old tactic of letting bad stories blow over and goes on the offensive.
What are we going to do when George Bush attacks us? Why can't we attack George Bush?
Today, Governor Clinton accused the president's party of misrepresenting his past. Here's ABC's Jim Wooten.
The idea was to answer something in a creative or provocative way that editors would see and lead with that story.
So manipulate the story from the headline through, right? Ain't that the truth? All right, let's get to our next thing here. Media scholars routinely analyze the shift in political communications that occurred during the 1992 election cycle as news outlets increasingly covered candidates' personal lives alongside policy platforms. Public charisma and adaptability during informal media appearances became central metrics for campaign success. And here we go. Back at you.
Bill Clinton may have the best eye contact of anyone in the world. There are tons of stories of people from both sides of the political spectrum being totally charmed by him and commenting that when he looked at them, they felt like the only person in the room. That charm may have won him the presidency in one specific moment of a town hall debate in 1992, and that is what we are looking at today. By the way, this video is part of our Throwback Thursday series, so if you're a longtime fan of the channel, you may have seen a similar video. And we do this to update the old videos and just to make sure that they play with even sound and out of both headphones. So let's take a look, first paying attention to the distance of George Bush versus Bill Clinton.
That's why I'm trying to do something about it by stimulating the export, investing more, better education systems. Thank you. I'm glad to clarify.
The first thing is to get a sense of how far away each person is when they're speaking. George Bush gave his answer about 25 feet away from the question asker, who was actually off screen to the right. Watch now as Clinton closes that distance as much as possible.
How it's affected you again? You know people who've lost their jobs and lost their homes? Well, I've been governor of a small state for 12 years.
See how Clinton gets as close as possible without actually entering the crowd. This lets the person know that you are focused on them. He's actually directing all of his body language towards the woman who asked this question, and at this distance, she gets a sense of the nuances of his eye contact, which makes everything that we're about to talk about and that Clinton does so much more powerful.
Every year, Congress and the President sign laws that make us do more things and gives us less money to do it with.
Notice here and how for the rest of this video, Clinton spends 90 to 95% of his answer looking directly at the woman who asked the question. Contrast this with George Bush, who is looking all over the place.
Obviously, it has a lot to do with interest rates. I think that that's an important part of being a parent. Maybe I won't get it wrong. Are you suggesting that I was in the Lomax AME church? I don't think it's fair to say you haven't had cancer, therefore you don't know what it's like.
To be fair, a few of these examples are times when George Bush was addressing the entire audience, which was more of a tactical mistake than a charismatic one. But other times, his glances away served no purpose at all. He wasn't addressing the audience, just letting his gaze wander. And those glances away indicate that he sometimes has trouble maintaining eye contact with a single person while he's speaking. And guess what? Most people do. Most people have no problem holding eye contact when they listen, but when it comes time to speak, they get uncomfortable holding eye contact, so they move their eyes around. They look up, they look away, sometimes they look at the floor. Simply training yourself to calmly focus on the other person while you're speaking immediately makes you more engaging. Now, next up, let's look at the shape of Bill Clinton's eyes. Notice how narrow his eye contact tends to be.
I see people in my state, middle-class people, their taxes have gone up in Washington and their services have gone down, while the wealthy have gotten tax cuts.
See how narrow his eye contact is? It almost looks like he is squinting. The more narrow your eye contact, the more serious and intense your tone is going to be interpreted. And this is especially powerful for men, because a heavy brow is typically associated with increased testosterone. Now, you can't go and change the shape of your skull to give yourself a heavier brow, but you can narrow your eye contact, which will trigger those feelings that you're being genuine, serious, and powerful. Clinton is doing exactly that. The genius is that he remains expressive with his eyes by moving his eyebrows, tilting his head, nodding as he speaks. So watch that and then see how you can feel the intensity exactly when his eye contact gets really narrow.
I have seen what's happened in this last 4 years when, in my state, when people lose their jobs, there's a good chance I'll know them by their names. When a factory closes, I know the people who ran it. When the businesses go bankrupt, I know them. And I've been out here for 13 months, meeting in meetings just like this ever since October, with people like you all over America.
That narrow eye contact is making him come across as genuine and genuinely affected by the recession, which is what this woman is looking for. She's looking for a candidate who feels what she feels, and clearly Clinton is able to communicate that to her. So watch now as she starts nodding along in agreement. She sees Clinton as on the same team as her.
people that have lost their jobs, lost their livelihood, lost their health insurance.
Next, note how he shifts his weight before he leaves. Humans have tons and tons of rituals to signify to one another that the interaction is over. And if we skip these rituals, we feel weird. Other times, we don't know how to start these rituals, so we stay speaking to someone far, far longer than we'd like to. Pay attention to the body language in this next clip. The shift in weight indicates that he is about to leave. That way, when he breaks eye contact, it's not abrupt. And you can use this when leaving a conversation, and probably already do without realizing it.
Just people saying, I want to go fix it, but what are we going to do? What I think we have to do is invest in American jobs.
Here you see him shifting and about to walk away.
American education, control American healthcare costs, and bring the American people together again.
You know, I don't know who else is really good at this? Gavin Newsom.
The biggest thing to take from everything that I discussed is to pay attention to how your eye contact makes other people feel, because it's one of the strongest ways that you have to communicate. And one of the best ways to diagnose and accomplish this is to record yourself. So set a camera up at eye level and just tell any story, get into it. Then watch the video back and see how you make yourself feel. This exercise actually helped me a ton because I realized that I sometimes go bug-eyed when I get very excited. And you've probably noticed I still have a tendency to do this in some of my other videos, but hopefully I've refrain from going full-on crazy eyes, because that just creeps people out. Make sure to do that exercise if you're trying to get your eye contact under control, effectively communicating. And if you're curious as to more exercises like that, we've actually set up a clip from one of our modules called First Impressions. And this clip covers the 4 emotions that guarantee a great first impression every time. You just have to hit those things in the right order, because if you don't, you can actually make a very crappy impression. If you're curious what those are, go ahead, click the box that'll pop up now. It's going to take you to a page where you can drop your email, and then you'll be taken to the video on 4.
And that's from, just if anybody wants to, Charisma on Command, if you are interested in that. I'm going to hit refresh here real quick. We're going to go into our next little video here tonight. Thank you all for staying with us. And here we are in our next little tidbit, which is, if the Bush administration's clash with the sitcoms signaled the shift in political media, the summer of 1994 prominently altered fabric of television news itself. On June 17th, 1994, an estimated 95 million viewers tuned in to watch a fleet of NYPD vehicles pursue a white Ford Bronco carrying former NFL star OJ Simpson. This 19-minute retrospective analyzes how a network abandoned standard programming, including the NBA Finals, to broadcast the chase live from the helicopters. The event proved that real-time unscripted drama could yield unprecedented ratings, directly laying the groundwork for the 24-hour continuous cable news cycle and the eventual true crime media boom. Are we ready, everybody, for the Bronco? Hear the Bronco. Oh boy.
On the morning of June 17, 1994, news reporters from all over Los Angeles raced to one specific location, pointing their cameras to capture a very brief moment. A moment that will probably be only a few seconds long. The location is the LAPD headquarters in downtown Los Angeles. And at around 11 a.m., over 1,000 journalists are gathered at the entrance. The moment they want to capture is the perp walk of OJ Simpson, who any minute from now will be placed in handcuffs right here.
OJ Simpson.
In the mid-90s, this was about as big a media spectacle as one can imagine.
Perhaps the greatest running back of all time.
OJ Simpson was known as one of the most successful football players of all time. And besides his football career, he had made a name for himself as a media personality, appearing as a sports commentator, movie actor, and in several commercials.
Pioneer's New Country Spicy Chicken.
And not only would he be placed in custody, it would also be for one of the most serious crimes imaginable, as OJ Simpson was the main suspect in a double homicide investigation. 5 days earlier, in the Brentwood area of Los Angeles, 2 dead bodies were found. The victims were Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, murdered in front of Brown's apartment. Nicole was OJ Simpson's ex-wife, who for many years had been harassed by her former partner, both during the marriage as well as afterwards. OJ is said to have regularly stalked her as well as been violent towards her.
And I
911 emergency.
Can you get someone over here now to 325 Gretna Green? He's back. Please.
Well, okay, what does he look like?
He's OJ Simpson. I think you know his record.
The second victim, Ron Goldman, was a friend of Brown's, and he just happened to be at Brown's apartment that night to drop off something she had forgotten. Traces of a perpetrator's blood were discovered at the crime scene, and this evidence was incriminating OJ, who became the main suspect. Based on this evidence, the police decided to arrest OJ Simpson.
The Los Angeles County District Attorney has just filed murder charges against Orenthal James OJ Simpson.
Due to his fame and previous cooperation with the police, it was assumed that there was no risk of an escape. After all, a famous celebrity like that wouldn't go on the run, they thought. And so, an agreement between the police and OJ's lawyers was made, allowing him to turn himself in at the police station, leading to this crowd of reporters. But this is where things go differently. Time and time passes, and after more than 2 hours, the reporters are suddenly asked to come inside the building. Not knowing why, they are stunned to hear the police statement.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
With OJ not showing up, police started heading his way. OJ Simpson had spent the night and morning in the San Fernando Valley, at the house of lawyer Robert Kardashian, with whom he maintained a long friendship. In addition to Simpson's legal team, there were also several doctors present, as well as Al Collins, OJ's former football teammate and a childhood friend. When the police officers arrived, they first met OJ's lawyers, who were agreeing to OJ calming down to be arrested.
We greeted them. They were very polite and courteous. They told us that they would follow normal procedure, handcuff OJ, and take him to the police station, and they agreed that we would be able to accompany him. At that time, it was suggested that Dr. Fairstein go up and tell him that he was going to be transported in handcuffs into custody. It was at that time, when Dr. Fairstein went in the room to alert him, that we discovered for the first time that OJ was not present. Al Callings was not present.
With the two men gone, the only thing that was found in the room were 3 letters that OJ left behind, which to most people seemed to indicate that he was planning on taking his own life. One letter was addressed to his children, the other to his mother, and one to the general public. A letter which Robert Kardashian read aloud to reporters only a few hours later.
I think of my life and feel I've done most of the right things. So why do I end up like this? I can't go on.
One of the most famous personalities in the city and the country has disappeared, and almost at the same time as the police, thousands of reporters became aware of it and head on a search. It is the beginning of a race of who can track down OJ Simpson first. What no one knows at this point is that OJ is not hiding in any home, but is on the road. At this time, OJ is sitting in the passenger seat of a white Ford Bronco, while Cowlings, who owns the car, is driving, heading down south on the 405 freeway. The destination they picked is the Ascension Cemetery, located in Orange County, a place where the two of them had been to only a few hours earlier. On June 16, the day before this escape, the funeral of Nicole Brown Simpson took place right here. Even though there were already increasing doubts about OJ's innocence at the time, as the ex-husband of the victim, he attended the memorial service.
The mourning ex-husband, the grieving father, the focus of a murder investigation.
Now, a day later, OJ wanted to go back to her grave, presumably to harm himself right there. When the two arrive at the cemetery, they realize that it will not be possible to go to the gravesite without being recognized.
Did you go to her grave?
Yes. Well, we never made it there because there was a police car blocking the entrance.
They wouldn't let you in?
Well, AC saw him and avoided going in.
Unsure on what to do next, Cowlings parks the car near the cemetery. According to his own statement, OJ wanted to wait for the police to leave so he could still go to the grave. While they were waiting, they turn on the radio, and they notice that there are reports on almost all frequencies about a large-scale search for the two. Presumably, in order not to be recognized, OJ now moves from the passenger seat to the back seat and lies down. And he instructs Cowlings to drive back up north, heading to his house, with the goal of meeting his mother there. Knowing that there is an active manhunt for him, OJ Simpson then decides to call the police himself, who immediately trace the call to determine where it's coming from. The signal appears to originate near the El Toro Y interchange.
Attention all units and stations for Station 18 per LAPD. Attempt to locate 187 suspect. Southbound 5 freeway from El Toro at 1646 hours. In a white 1993 Ford Bronco, possible plate 3 Delta Hotel Yankee 503.
With this information, it doesn't take long until the first police car spots the vehicle.
241, I'm behind it. Occupied by a male black. Northbound 5, north of Red Hill.
Journalists all across LA were listening into police radio, and soon the first news chopper finds the chase and goes live on air.
Subject has stopped. The subject has stopped. 10-4, subject has stopped just past 17th northbound I-5. Here 18-315, we have a traffic break northbound I-5 just north of Regional 7. He's continuing now. He is continuing.
Though Cowlings doesn't stop, he also doesn't try to outrun the police, traveling a mere 30 miles per hour. Due to the slow speed of the chase and the fact that no new cars can catch up from behind the police, the traffic around the Bronco drops significantly.
They seem to have cleared the freeway pretty much like they do when you see a presidential motorcade.
However, things are completely different in the airspace over the highway, where more than 9 different news helicopters are now broadcasting the chase to homes and sports bars all across the nation. As Cowlings continues to follow the highway, he then calls 911, trying to negotiate with the police.
911, what are you reporting?
This is AC. I have OJ in the car.
Okay, where are you?
Please, I'm coming up the 5 freeway.
Okay.
Right now, we are okay, but you gotta tell the police to just back off. He's still alive, but he got a gun to his head.
What's your name?
My name is AC. You know who I am, goddammit.
Okay.
You know who I am, goddammit.
Alrighty, sir. Hold on just a moment.
Alrighty, sir. Whoa.
Hi, what's your name? Hello?
The information that OJ is armed increases the danger.
Regional 710 cop could not see in the window of the vehicle.
And the LAPD tries to take advantage of the fact that there are cameras pointed at the car from nearly all directions, cooperating with the news choppers to try to get a better look at the situation.
Okay, what we're doing is we've asked the police department, they can't see through the windows, and we're allowed to shoot a picture through the windows to see if indeed he is back there with the gun.
Meanwhile, the Bronco leaves Interstate 5 and turns onto California State Route 91, heading west. Increasingly, onlookers are flocking to the side of the road, watching the chase in person. Years earlier, OJ was part of a well-known advertising campaign for the car rental company Hertz, appearing in ads where he runs through an airport terminal while being cheered on by onlookers.
Oh my God.
Now, many are shouting this slogan, "Go, OJ, go," to the white Ford Bronco as it races past them, followed by the police. The chase has the entire country hold its breath. As it is Friday evening with several major sporting events taking place, TV viewership is already quite high. Now, OJ's chase catapults this to a completely new level. Sports broadcasts were either paused completely or relegated to a small frame at the edge of the screen. Some sports commentators who personally knew OJ even took the opportunity to appeal to him directly, encouraging him to give up. No game on a sports field could surpass the excitement of what was currently taking place on the streets of Los Angeles. For comparison, the most watched television event of that year, 1994, was the Super Bowl in January with 90 million viewers, which actually was the third most viewed Super Bowl ever at the time. But the OJ chase sets a new record.
Oh my
if you
God!
take the various broadcasts together, 95 million Americans are watching this chase. Looking at history, this means it was the 6th most watched broadcast on US television till that.
Whoa! So 125 million people watched the moon landing, 110 people watched Nixon leave, 105 watched the MASH finale, 100 watched Roots, the finale, 100 watched The Day After, and 95 watched the OJ Simpson trial chase. And the chase was at 4:30, so think if it was at 6 or 7 o'clock at night when everybody was around their TVs. It probably would have outbid at least Nixon, potentially been the biggest thing ever seen.
Point. Which is especially remarkable considering that almost all other events on this list were announced and advertised weeks and months prior, while this event happened on the spot. Meanwhile, the white Ford Bronco turns again and switches to Interstate 405, now heading further north.
241 is indicating that he's making a cell phone call.
Knowing that OJ is using a cell phone while driving, LAPD detective Tom Lang remembers that he had written down OJ's number and decides to call it. To his surprise, OJ picks up.
Just let me get to my house.
Okay, we're gonna do that.
I swear to you, I'll give you what. I'll give you me. I'll give you my whole body.
Okay.
I just need to get to my house.
Okay.
I live with Nicole.
We're gonna do that. Just throw the gun out the window.
I can't do that.
We're not gonna bother you. We're gonna let you go up there. Just throw it out the window, please. You're scaring everybody. OJ, you there?
As OJ and Cowlings approach the Brentwood neighborhood where OJ's house is located, the car leaves the freeway and makes its way through the more narrow streets. On the phone, Lang tries to calm down a dangerous OJ Simpson, repeatedly mentioning his children and his family.
You're listening to me, I know you, and you're thinking about your kids right now, aren't you? Aren't you?
Oh.
They're thinking about you. They're thinking about you. So is your mother. Your mother loves you.
I'm the only one that deserves.
No, you don't deserve that.
Get hurt.
You do not deserve to get hurt. You do not deserve to get hurt. Don't do this.
All I did was love Nicole. All I did was love her.
I understand.
I love everybody. I tried to show everybody my whole life that I love everybody.
We know that, and everybody loves you.
Lang increasingly flatters the celebrity and makes it about OJ himself, calling him by his football nickname, the Juice.
Juice, don't give in now. You've been a man all your life. You're admired. Don't give it up.
They come to an agreement. OJ will surrender himself, but on his own terms. He leaves the car and is allowed to go into the house, where his lawyers also arrive. Here, OJ is allowed to drink a glass of orange juice and have a phone call with his mother. Only then he's being handcuffed and placed into a police car, heading to the LAPD Parker Center to be placed in custody. The chase has come
always
to
the
an
same,
end.
hasn't it been? Goddamn California.
Besides working on this story, I recently spent a lot of my time crafting a video about a completely different escape attempt. Not a chase where someone tries to escape the law, but instead a captivating story about trying to escape an oppressive regime.
Okay, that was... They spun that one, didn't they? Wait, right? They spun that?
Into a police car. Besides working on this story, I recently spent a lot of my time crafting a video about a completely different escape attempt. Not a chase where someone tries to escape the law, but instead a captivating story about trying to escape an oppressive regime. Back when Germany was a divided country with a brutal border strip that made it impossible to flee from the East German dictatorship, two families came up with an insane plan. They decided to build their own homemade hot air balloon and would risk their lives to try to fly to freedom.
God, that's crazy.
I am immensely proud of this documentary I produced, for which I even got to interview Günther Wetzel, one of the men building the balloon. This video is part of my ongoing Nebula Original series, Underexposure, a series.
And if you want to check out more of that, that is Neo on YouTube. On to our next moment in this storied saga. To conclude the hour, this 21-minute video essay perfectly bridges the gap between the Bush-era pop culture strategy and the modern political messaging. It breaks down the 1992 election between George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton and billionaire Ross Perot through the lens of the television optics. The documentary highlights how Clinton successfully branded himself as a relatable outsider by utilizing non-traditional media such as MTV, town halls, and late-night talk shows, while analyzing how critically television missteps, like President Bush famously checking his watch during a live televised debate, effectively ending his re-election campaign. Bam. De las politiciano. Politiciano is what this is called. The last politician. Here we go, guys.
Outsider. 2015 was the year of the outsider, and a year when words actually did speak far louder than actions.
There was a dramatic presidential election where a political outsider who promised to shake up Washington defeated an establishment candidate. Now let me ask you, which candidate came to mind? Was it Donald Trump and his Make America Great Again rhetoric, or was it the hope and change slogans of Barack Obama? For the last 31 years of presidential politics, the United States has been defined by political outsiders. People who coded themselves as not your typical politician, everyone except for our current president, that is. While they're not outsiders to the same degree as Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, George Bush, and Barack Obama were all perceived as political outsiders at the time of their respective elections. Every candidate who won the presidency from Clinton to Trump beat another candidate with more political experience. Except when they were up for re-election, but I'm not really going to count that because of incumbency bias. Joe Biden is the first winning candidate in 3 decades to run primarily on his experience rather than being a Washington outsider. In fact, Joe Biden had been in Washington for 45 years prior to becoming president of the United States, the most out of any president in American history.
If he stays in the Senate till the end of this century, he'll be 57, the average age of senators now.
How did we go from a long stream of anti-establishment candidates back to a traditional politician? And what does that say about our modern day politics? To better understand this phenomenon, we're going to go way back to the presidency of George H.W. Bush. Bush was the last of a dying breed, a country club Republican who was less affiliated with the evangelical wing of the party and a little more moderate. Ronald Reagan's famous trickle-down economics policy might be the standard of the Republican Party to this day, but while George Bush was running against him in the primaries, he famously mocked it.
What I'm saying is that this type of what I call a voodoo economic policy, it just isn't going to work.
Last night, Vice President Bush was asked about that and corrected the record.
Well, what I said back then, it's very hard to find. Actually, let me start over. One, I didn't say it. Nobody, every network's looked for it, and none can find it. It was never said.
Bush's predecessors, Reagan and Carter, were both also fairly outsider-coded, which further contributed to his perception as a sort of old-school politician.
I know you and I share a lot of worries about the future of our state and nation.
Much like Joe Biden, George Bush was one of the most politically experienced presidents that this country has ever seen. He had served as a congressman, special envoy to China, CIA director, and vice president, all before being elected to the nation's highest office.
George Bush, effective leadership, appointed CIA chief, revitalized the agency during its toughest time, rebuilt our intelligence capability, headed regulatory reform, cut government red tape, saving billions, and sped new life-saving drugs to the marketplace. represented the president in 74 countries, knew all of the last 4 Soviet leaders, led the
Knew
fight
all
to the
4
INF
Soviet
treaty,
leaders.
faced
Today
down
these would be all
armed
bad
conflict in El
things.
Salvador on human rights. George Bush, tough, tested presidential leadership.
Similar to Biden, Bush was seen as a fairly boring old guy, a sort of traditional politician who was competent but not particularly exciting. This is where it becomes necessary to understand the pendulum theory, which when applied to presidential politics basically means that the American people tend to elect candidates who are diametrically opposed to the previous ones in some way. The year is 1992 and regular old George Bush is running for re-election. In walks Bill Clinton, the young, charismatic governor of a small state far away from the political machine that is Washington, D.C.
It was in 1963 that I went to Washington and met President Kennedy at the Boys Nation program. And I remember just thinking what an incredible country this was, that somebody like me, had no money or anything, would be given the opportunity to meet the president.
While Clinton may not have been a complete outsider per se, he was definitely one when compared to President Bush. We might think of Bush and Clinton as just 2 old guys, but it's important to see things from Bush's perspective. Clinton was his son's age, and here he was trying to take his job. Bush and Clinton weren't just complete opposites in terms of political background, but also in terms of personality and presentation. Clinton showed up out of nowhere and was cool in a way that politicians before him just weren't. He's a tried and true member of the 60s generation, and he's got the pics to prove it. In my opinion, there's 2 sides to politics: policy and presentation. The use of rhetoric versus actual governance. In theory, an effective politician should be able to do both. Make a substantial change in the lives of their constituency while effectively delivering an impactful message. Think of FDR's fireside chats combined with his numerous government programs to combat the Great Depression. Regardless of whether or not they were effective, Roosevelt was able to amass popular support and unprecedented electoral victories through a combination of rhetoric and governance. Ronald Reagan had been an actor prior to entering politics, and he sure had the charisma and charm to back it up. Something that his VP, a true creature of Washington, certainly did not.
We're reminded of the many traditions of openness and democracy that have marked the history of this city. America missed me.
Take a look at this 1988 magazine cover discussing the wimp factor. This seems incredibly tame by today's standards, but I want you to think about it in the context of the era of wholesome American politics and mourning in America.
It's morning again in America. Today, more men and women will go to work than ever before in our country's history.
You can clearly see the so-called wimp factor portrayed in every single political cartoon of the man. Despite this, Bush won a pretty decisive victory in 1988, and most people would have assumed that he was going to cruise to re-election, but 1992...
Our poll ends, and it ends in dramatic fashion, just overwhelming support that every politician should ignore political criticism of pop culture figures. And with that said, guys, let's get into our 3rd hour of the show. With that said, we have a new poll. What factor contributed most to Donald Trump's 1990s political profile? All right, guys, let me get that poll in here right now for you. Here we go. So the poll is, what factor contributed most to Donald Trump's 1990s public profile? Was it real estate? Was it tabloid gossip? Was it TV appearances, or was it high stakes public debt, meaning that he, had public debt with people and stuff? Those are your votes. Get your vote in now for the 3rd hour poll of the day. And here's our next little one. During the summer of 1990, real estate developer Donald Trump was simultaneously navigating the opening of Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, an extensive financial restructuring what the fuck? Financially reconstructing. Oh, okay. Extensive financial reconstructing with major lending institutions. Throughout his period, Trump maintained a consistent presence in the New York tabloid newspapers, leveraging press coverage to build public and personal brand equity. This 53-minute documentary overview details the business operations, media management, and television appearances that defined Trump's public persona during the late 20th century, laying the groundwork for his eventual transition into reality TV and national politics. All right, guys, let's get at it right now. Here we go. Hour 3 starts now.
Donald Trump is a street fighter.
Donald Trump learned a crucial lesson as a child.
Do whatever you have to do. You say whatever you have to say. Winning is everything.
Donald Trump is a major deal maker, and he has made his money mainly from Manhattan real estate.
Trump, 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 Trump. His name is his power.
We realized what Americans really loved was celebrity. If you were a celebrity, everything was possible. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired.
And if people mocked him,
Donald Trump is here tonight. He certainly would bring some change to the White House.
he should fight back.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Here comes the war of the Trumps.
It was war, and they were determined to win it. You don't know what he's going to do next. You don't know what's going to happen to him next.
This isn't another video about Donald Trump's time as president. There are hundreds of those.
Over the years, I've surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come.
This is the story of how Donald became Trump. Of all the men who've influenced Donald Trump, none have had a bigger influence than his father. Fred Trump was born in the Bronx to German immigrants Frederick and Elizabeth. After he finished high school, he took a job as a carpenter's assistant. He liked the work, but he wanted to be the boss. So when he turned 21, Fred incorporated a company, E. Trump and Son, named for his mother, who started the company before Fred was old enough to run it. During the Depression, Fred almost went out of business, but before he did, he got his big break. Fred built one of New York City's first modern self-serve supermarkets and sold it for a profit. He and his business partner used the profits to buy a subsidiary of a bankrupt real estate company for pennies on the dollar. That subsidiary gave them easy access to a bunch of properties that were nearing foreclosure. Fred bought them low, sold them high, and made enough money to turn E. Trump and Son into one of New York's biggest real estate companies. He passed his success on to his children. Donald and his siblings grew up in a house that had 23 rooms, and the family chauffeur drove them to school every morning. Fred also passed on his ruthless streak. Throughout Donald's childhood, his father always gave him the same advice: work hard, don't be weak, be a killer. Donald took it to heart. He bullied his classmates. He even bullied his younger brother. One day, he threw an eraser at his teacher. Fred immediately took action and sent Donald to a military boarding school upstate. It was a tough, competitive environment, but surprisingly for a rich kid, Donald thrived. He excelled at several sports and was named captain his senior year. In the yearbook, he was named Ladies' Man. Years later, Donald would credit his time at boarding school with teaching him the discipline he needed to succeed in business and politics. But he knew that discipline by itself wasn't enough. So he went to college, 2 years at Fordham University before a transfer to the University of Pennsylvania's business school. After graduating in 1968, Donald Trump joined his father's company. The first few years weren't glamorous. Donald and Fred had to roll up their sleeves and turn around some housing projects which were losing money. For Donald, it was an early lesson. Just because he'd been given lots of advantages, he still needed to work for his success. After a 3-year apprenticeship, Donald became president of the company. The torch had been passed from father to son. One of his first moves was to rebrand. E. Trump and Sons sounded stale and old-fashioned. A modern real estate business, led by a dynamic young entrepreneur, needed a glamorous name. So Trump rebranded it to the Trump Organization. It was an early step in the evolution from Donald to Trump. Trump moved into an Upper East Side apartment and started going to some of Manhattan's elite nightclubs, usually with a beautiful woman on his arm. It didn't look like it to most people, but Trump was working. He was marketing his most important commodity, himself. It was right around this time that he made his debut in another high-profile local institution, the New York Times. The Times embodied the elite establishment that, decades later, Trump would build a political career upon opposing. But in the early 1970s, he was anxious for their attention and approval. The first time the New York Times mentioned Donald Trump, it wasn't for a good reason. The headline said it all. Major landlord accused of anti-black bias in city. The story concerned a Department of Justice lawsuit filed against Donald Trump and his father, which alleged that the Trump Organization discriminated against African Americans. Even for someone who believed all publicity was good publicity, it was tough reading. Most of the lawyers Trump talked to urged him to settle, but that just wasn't who he was. Trump met Roy Cohn at a swanky Manhattan nightclub in the early 1970s. Trump was complaining to anyone who'd listen that he couldn't find a lawyer who believed he could win the discrimination lawsuit. Cohn offered his services. He filed a $100 million countersuit against the Department of Justice. Although it was unsuccessful, the final settlement ultimately allowed the Trump Organization to get away without admitting any wrongdoing. It was a win for Trump, and a lesson he'd carry with him for the rest of his life. Never admit your mistakes. Roy Cohn was Donald Trump's lawyer for 15 years.
This is a picture of Donald and me in which he says, Roy is my greatest friend.
Trump soon set his sights on something that could make his career. The old Penn Central Railroad had gone broke a few years earlier and left behind 3 prime real estate assets, the Commodore Hotel and 2 rail yards on New York's west side. The rail yards were the largest undeveloped tracts of land left in Manhattan. If Trump could get his hands on those assets, he'd prove to everyone, including his father, that he could succeed as a developer in his own right. He knew that if he played his cards right, he had a chance. He wined and dined the development agency's lead official. He held press conferences where he outlined his vision for the site. And thanks to his father's political connections, he met face-to-face with the mayor. After pulling strings for weeks, Trump got what he wanted, the right to develop the sites. Trump turned the Commodore into the Grand Hyatt.
The Grand Hyatt held its grand opening today.
Probably the most successful hotel, one of them in the country, we feel.
He knew that just winning the development rights wasn't enough. It wasn't going to silence his critics, who said he was only in that position because of his father's money and connections. And it wasn't enough to satisfy his own ambitions. If he truly wanted to be the king of New York real estate, he had to build. And not just anything, something big. So Trump swung for the fences. He promised to build 20,000 apartments on the site, more than his father had built in his entire career.
All along from 72nd all the way down to 59th, we're going to have magnificent marinas, shopping, restaurants, everything all over the Hudson River.
The local community hated the idea. They thought the proposal just didn't fit with the character of the neighborhood, and they were politically influential enough to block the development. Trump raged.
Yeah,
but there wasn't much he could do. Full-scale attack wouldn't work. The situation required deft diplomacy that Trump just didn't have in his toolkit. So when the option came up in 1979, he had no choice but to let it lapse. It was the biggest and most bitter disappointment of his career to date. But in Trump's mind, defeat was only ever temporary. So he made a vow that next time he wouldn't let it slip out of his grasp. In the meantime, he had other things occupying his mind. Ivana Marie Zelnikova was a tall, striking blonde with an exotic backstory. A competitive skier and child actor, she married a childhood friend so she could use his Austrian citizenship to escape the Eastern Bloc. After they divorced, she moved to Canada, where she met Trump. A few months after they started dating, they got married at a church on Fifth Avenue on April 9th, 1977. Their first son, Don Jr., was born about 9 months later. Fifth Avenue wasn't just home to the church where Donald Trump got married. He also wanted it to be the new headquarters of the Trump Organization. Trump had dreamed of building a tower on Fifth Avenue since he was a kid. To him, it represented the peak of glamour and power. The site he wanted was occupied by a luxury department store. In order to press his case, he kept calling and calling the parent company asking if they were interested in selling the site. They thought he was joking. But he was serious, and he wasn't going to give up. Finally, after a couple years, the parent company's new chairman, who was looking to pay down some debts, said yes.
Bonwitz is being sold to Donald Trump.
Trump secured the site, but that was only half the battle. He still had to persuade the approval committee, which was made up of the same sorts of people who'd blocked his plans for the rail yards just a couple years earlier. Trump needed a different approach. So this time, instead of aggression, he pointed to the fact that reputable architects liked his plan design. Not everyone was persuaded. The media class hated it.
Of course they did.
The construction of Trump Tower marked another big step in the journey from Donald to Trump.
This is the greatest skyline in the world, so this is a great addition to New York skyline.
The completion of the tallest concrete building.
And it marked the beginning of what would prove to be a highly successful decade.
Hello, welcome to the 80s.
Ronald Reagan, the next president of the United States.
Introducing Macintosh.
We have a new formula for Coke.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Hi, Diana Francis. Take the minute, Charles, call for George.
The murder of John Lennon, one of the most influential people of his time.
Gorbachev teared down this wall.
The 1980s were tailor-made for Donald Trump. Greed was good, and Ronald Reagan proved you didn't need to be a career politician to become president. Only in the 1980s could Trump go from being a real estate developer to a national celebrity who bridged the worlds of finance, entertainment, and politics.
Well, there's a lot of coverage in that.
The newspapers and magazines which had made fun of him were forced to cover his rise. He became a frequent guest on talk shows, whose hosts liked his charisma and his willingness to talk about all sorts of topics. Opening a casino added to Trump's opulent glamour. To many Americans, Trump, who had a tower with his name on it and a glamorous European wife, embodied the 1980s hyper-capitalist version of the American dream.
You'll walk down the street sometimes and people will touch you just for the good luck.
It's a strange phenomenon that's been taking place.
But even though he had almost everything anyone could ever want, there was still one thing Trump wanted, but didn't have: the West Side Rail Yard.
West Side! Still after it.
After Trump was forced to give up the option half a decade earlier, it had been taken over by a friend of his father's, a man named Abe Hirschfield. Although the redevelopment plan was approved, Hirschfield couldn't finance the project. It was partly because he had made too many concessions to the local government. But mainly, it was because Donald Trump was working hard behind the scenes to make sure he didn't get the money he needed. When Hirschfield eventually walked away in frustration, Trump bought the development rights and a second chance to move out of his father's shadow once and for all. The week before Thanksgiving in 1985, he announced his plans. The site would house nearly 8,000 apartments and condos, and about 600 football fields worth of TV and movie studio space.
Whoa.
Trump wanted to call it Television City.
Donald Trump would like NBC to move. He wanted to give us this. He wanted to build this, and they wanted to keep it an empty lot, an empty rail station. Because when I was in New York, Hudson Yards was still empty.
This site on the west side of Manhattan. Why is it so important that NBC stay in New York?
Thousands of jobs, hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes, and perhaps almost as importantly, and maybe more importantly, NBC has a name, an image, a prestige that you really just don't get with another company.
Once again, the local community stood in his way. But Trump soon realized that his most formidable opponent wouldn't be local residents. It was the mayor. Ed Koch was Trump's mirror image. Each man wanted the same thing. They wanted New York City to be the greatest city in the world, and they wanted to be the main character. But they went about it in very different ways. Koch was a Democrat who described himself as a liberal with sanity. He despised the way Trump constantly tried to strong-arm the state into giving him tax breaks while turning the city into a playground for the ultra-rich. But he was growing increasingly dependent on the tax revenues that Trump and other rich developers brought in. Trump, meanwhile, hated anyone who stood in his way.
I hope that New York City has a different mayor at some point, because I think Ed Koch is a total disaster. He's been a very bad mayor for the city.
The two men...
Bro, can you imagine if Donald Trump runs?
And had already fought a long battle over the tax status of Trump Tower. Television City was the next battlefront.
How have you...
What if Donald Trump runs against Mondani after he's done?
The chutzpah to say that this government has been anti-development. That's an outrageous comment on your part, and I can prove that you're wrong.
Koch refused to give Trump the tax breaks he wanted.
I would say he's got no talent and only moderate intelligence. If I've done anything, I've gotten NBC focused on by the city of New York, and I think that's very important. I think it's vital.
Trump again found himself in the uncomfortable position of being powerless. He couldn't overcome the combined resistance of Ed Koch and the community activists. The dream of Television City was dead, and the rail yard site remained frustratingly out of reach.
What's crazy is that it just was that. That's what it was. It was an empty lot. It was an empty rail lot. And they fought him from turning it into a multi-million-dollar condominium.
At least for now.
And what is it now?
Trump
That's
turned
what it
his
is now.
frustration into speculation. He bought a fleet of planes from a bankrupt airline and started his own airline, Trump Shuttle.
I never thought I'd be doing this, I have to tell you. So just everybody have a good time, and for many years enjoy the Trump Shuttle.
He plowed money into expanding his casinos in Atlantic City. But in hindsight, the most important thing he did was release a book. The Art of the Deal was about Trump's life, career, and business strategy. It was a big success, and it was his gateway to what would become his future career.
If you lost your fortune today, what would you do tomorrow?
Maybe I'd run for president.
30 years before he ran for president, Donald Trump was talking about the same issues.
The United States is systematically being ripped off by many of the wealthiest countries of the world.
The fact is that the world is ripping off this country. Germany is ripping us off big league. Saudi Arabia is ripping us off big league.
Everybody's taking advantage of the United States. We're defending Japan and the Japanese folks, who I respect greatly, but they're not treating us fairly.
Trump didn't just talk about politics on TV. He spent nearly $100,000 on a full-page ad where he criticized U.S. foreign policy.
I find those ads ridiculous. He spent $100,000 for self-advertisements. Who's really interested in his foreign policy? Anybody? Maybe Mrs. Trump.
Trump's politics were shaped by his fear of weakness and by the zero-sum environment of Manhattan real estate.
We're going to have a war through weakness because this country is acting so weak toward Iran, it's pathetic.
In real estate, at least the kind of real estate that excited Trump, there was no such thing as a permanent ally or a win-win situation. Everything was temporary and transactional. Foreign affairs worked differently. After the success of The Art of the Deal and the positive reaction from some quarters to his political statements, Trump realized the public wanted to hear what he had to say, even about issues outside his wheelhouse.
You have said that if you ran for president, you'd win.
I think I'd have a very good chance. I mean, I like to win. When I do something, I like to win. I like to do well, and I think I probably would have a pretty good chance.
Trump enjoyed moonlighting as a political commentator, but events would soon drag him back to his core business. A pair of Forbes journalists were sent a leaked copy of a financial disclosure statement that Trump had to file with New Jersey's Casino Control Commission. The report revealed something which no amount of bluffing could hide. Donald Trump was drowning in debt. He fought hard to keep the story from being published, but it went to print with just one last-minute edit. His net worth...
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, keep the conversations going. This is our 4th largest live stream podcast ever. Thank you for staying tuned and watching the show.
Was bumped up from 0 to 500 million. By now, being seen as rich and successful was an important part of Trump's business strategy. So the accusation that he wasn't actually as rich as he claimed to be was a big blow, especially when it was made by a media that was itching to bring him down a peg.
There's no reason to expose yourself to millions of people.
You know why you do it?
Why?
You love the publicity.
Oh, I hate the publicity.
Oh, come on, get out of here.
I'm telling you, I hate the publicity.
Oh, please.
The revelation that Trump and his businesses were struggling financially marked the end of peak Trump and the beginning of the hardest period of his entire career. If the 1980s were the boom, then the 1990s were the crash. So what happened? It was a combination of both the micro and the macro. The micro was, well, that he was Donald Trump. He didn't pursue what you'd call a disciplined personal investment strategy. Instead, he leveraged against what was becoming his biggest asset, his personal brand. But brands can lose their appeal. The macro was slightly more complicated. When Trump began his career, New York City was experiencing a major economic and social crisis. He took advantage of historically low property prices and, frankly, a government that was desperate for extra revenue. When the economy rebounded, his fortune grew rapidly. His entry into the casino business followed a similar pattern. He got in soon after New Jersey legitimized casino gambling. Most of Trump's acquisitions were funded by debt. And that wasn't necessarily a problem, so long as the economy stayed strong. But that's not what happened. Right at the beginning of the 1990s, the US economy slipped into recession. Trump's businesses were all dependent on high levels of consumer spending. When the economy slowed down, they stopped spending money, and Trump started hemorrhaging cash. At one point, Trump was more than $3 billion in debt. In exchange for an emergency loan that kept the Trump organization afloat, Trump had to sell his yacht, airline, and part of the Grand Hyatt, one of his first ever real estate projects. His 3 casinos declared bankruptcy. He was even put on an allowance. Trump's high-profile problems weren't limited to his career either. His marriage was collapsing. Trump had started an affair with an aspiring actress, Marla Maples.
And Marla Maples is the lady that he was with when he went to the Obama White House Correspondents' Dinner. And 2 nights ago, when he did his very first ever White House Correspondents' Dinner as a president, he mentioned Laura Maples and that he was sitting at that table when that happened. Alex Wagner, who made this video we are watching right now, this one is from John Coogan. I would subscribe to him. He's got 453,000 subscribers. What a beautiful documentary this man has made. It's 3.5 or 3.9 million views right now. Set about 2 years ago. John John Coogan, Coogan. Let's get back to it.
The affair was splashed across tabloid headlines, in full view of the public, Ivana, and the couple's 3 children, Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka.
Best sex I've ever had. This is the best one. Ivana, better deal.
When they divorced in 1991, Ivana got $14 million, the 45-room Connecticut mansion, and an apartment in Trump Plaza. Trump's critics greeted his downfall with schadenfreude. To them, his problems proved that the image he portrayed of being a self-made man who won by taking bigger risks than anyone else was fake. Instead, he only got to where he was because he received the sort of help other people didn't have access to: generous tax breaks from the government and millions of dollars worth of gifts and low-interest loans from his father. Trump took big risks because he knew he had a safety net, and it was those risky, high-profile investments that had created the Trump legend. Just when it looked like Trump had hit rock bottom, he was forced to finally admit defeat on the project he'd been chasing for years, the West Side Rail Yards. The community activists he'd fought for so long drew strength from Trump's struggles. They developed their own plans for the 76-acre lot. Once he'd accepted the proposal brought by the local activists, all the political opposition he'd been facing suddenly melted away. He eventually sold the development rights to a consortium of businessmen from Hong Kong. It saved him from the ultimate indignity, filing for personal bankruptcy, and it marked the beginning of one of the most famous and controversial comebacks in history. The turmoil that destroyed Donald Trump's marriage and almost destroyed his career was a major inflection point in his life. From now on, he wasn't going to be the biggest developer in New York City. He had to become something else. But if Trump was going to reinvent himself, first he needed a comeback. Comebacks are a key part.
Quick update on Daddy Trump, on President Trump right now. We just got the call sheet for tomorrow. 8 a.m. closed door meeting Sunday in the Oval Office. No press allowed. Other than that, nothing else on the docket.
Of Trump's psychology. They're his way of telling himself and the whole world that even though it looked like he might be losing, he actually just wasn't winning yet. And comebacks are the transition from the about-to-be-winning state to the winning state. The other thing to know about a Trump comeback is that the facts come second to the story. That's not to say the comeback wasn't real. It was. Trump made a good deal when he sold the development rights to the West Side Rail Yard site. Taking the Trump Plaza Casino public on the New York Stock Exchange helped him solve his immediate cash flow problems. And convincing the banks that they didn't want to get involved in the casino business took a lot of courage and instinct. All up, Trump went from a net worth of negative $900 million to positive $700 million in 5 years. But he was never content to let the numbers speak for themselves. In word and deed, he told America that he was back. He started splashing out on high-profile assets like the Miss Universe, Miss USA, and Miss Teen USA pageants, as well as a 70-story office building at 40 Wall Street, which he renamed the Trump Building. He released The Art of the Comeback, a book-length announcement that he was back, and that he remembered the names of everyone who deserted him in tough times. Telling everyone that he was back generated business opportunities, positive media stories, and a sense of momentum that was impossible to resist.
Mr. Trump here wrote The Art of the Deal. Then he wrote a new bestseller, The Art of the Comeback. 2 books. Wow.
It was genius, and it taught Trump a lesson. People love a comeback story. He filed it away for future reference.
Over the years, I've seen...
Yeah, it kind of is almost like once he lost in 2020, he knew exactly what he was going to do the whole time.
Surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come.
Now that he had a comeback story to sell, Trump became curious about another potential run for the presidency. A political consultant he'd started working with by the name of Roger Stone commissioned some polling. More than 3/4 of respondents said they'd never vote for him. But despite that, there was good raw material to work with. He was one of the most famous people in America. Just 17% of respondents, basically 1 in 6, had no opinion about Trump. And people loved his story. They saw a successful businessman who embodied the American dream. They saw him as someone who got things done.
I sort of love and hate him at the same time. I mean, I think he has, a monumental ego.
He comes off as being very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Arrogant?
Yeah, he's arrogant.
I like him. The man's got it made, got everything.
Perhaps the most interesting result was that more people, about 1/4 of all respondents, saw Trump as liberal, more than the share of people that saw him as a conservative. Trump's political identity had long been a mystery, perhaps even to himself. He was a rich guy at a time when being rich almost automatically meant being Republican, but his social life, the parties, the girlfriends, the tabloid stories made him seem more like a Democrat. Remember, this was a time when the Democratic president happened to be a well-known womanizer.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
The results bolstered Trump's belief that if he put his mind to it, he could be president.
They say a job like president requires a big ego. How do you think? You think you can handle it?
I'm not sure my ego is big enough. That's one of the things which I can...
Really? Can I write that down?
You can write it down.
But before he could make any decisions about what to do next, tragedy struck. In June of 1999, his father, Fred Trump, died. He'd been suffering from dementia for years, and when he contracted pneumonia, he couldn't fight it off. Privately, Donald was heartbroken, but publicly, he used the occasion to reminisce about his favorite subject, himself. He began his eulogy to his father by saying that it was the toughest day of his own life. It was ironic, he said, to have learned of his death right after reading a New York Times story, front page, about one of his own successful developments. Marla Maples didn't attend Fred Trump's funeral. Her and Donald had divorced 17 days before his death. Instead, Trump was accompanied by Melania Naus, a Slovenian model who he'd been dating since the previous year.
How did you two meet?
We met in New York.
We met on my friend's island. His name is Mr. Epstein. We met on this island.
1998.
We don't talk about the island.
Wait.
But we met on the island.
Chemistry and energy.
After the funeral and a drawn-out fight over his father's will, Trump turned his focus back to the question he'd been mulling over since before his father's death. Should he run for president? This time, he'd come closer than ever before, but it wouldn't be as a Republican or a Democrat. Instead, he almost ran for the party that, out of nowhere, had emerged as a real force in American politics. Before Donald Trump, there was another successful businessman who'd made a massive impact on US politics. His name was Ross Perot. The founder of a successful data company, Perot ran for
King of the Independents
in 1992 and 1996.
Do you want a government that comes at you from Washington,
Ross.
or
We
do
gotta
you
have a
want
Ross
a government
Perot,
that comes
y'all.
from you?
I gotta give you all a Ross Perot.
Who do the people in Washington work for? Who pays their salaries? I want to be your president.
Although he didn't win a single electoral vote either time, he introduced Americans to a new kind of politics. His views didn't fit neatly into either the Republican or Democrat columns. He was skeptical about free trade at a time when both major parties supported it. And he supported a balanced federal budget while also wanting to raise taxes on the wealthy. Lots of people, especially those who didn't support him, called Perot a populist. Whatever he was, he struck a chord with voters. Perot won almost 18% of the popular vote running as an independent in the 1992 election, the highest share won by a third-party candidate for 80 years. 4 years later, he won 8% of the vote as the Reform Party candidate. From his penthouse, Donald Trump was watching closely. A successful CEO with experience running a big company had just shaken up American politics. Perot demonstrated that there were votes in challenging the consensus on mainstream issues like free trade. And besides, Trump had way more name recognition. If he ran, why couldn't he win? Acting on the advice of his friend Jesse Ventura, a former professional wrestler who'd been elected governor of Minnesota, Trump joined the Reform Party. He formed an exploratory committee, went on talk shows, took a high-profile campaign.
They only focus on his inheritance. I think it's the problem with it is that like his story is tied to his dad's story, and so then like people don't remember the like perspective, which is like literally the guy was doing shingling in New York and turned it into his son's multi-billion-dollar
campaign swing to California and vowed to spend $100 million to win not just the Reform Party nomination, but the presidency. He rushed out a book outlining his policy proposals. He even talked about having Oprah as his running mate. Trump won the Reform Party's California primary.
Yeah, if
it looked like he'd win the entire nomination. He could have been up on stage with...
Like, that moment is like, man, dude, that bugs me even now. I'm like, we almost had it. We almost broke the system. And the fucker like dropped out and then came back in the race. Oh.
George W. Bush and Al Gore, two guys who weren't exactly known for their charisma. And then, just as quickly as he entered the race, Trump dropped out.
I'm not going to be running. The party is, as you know, self-destructing.
The Reform Party was being consumed by infighting. Trump believed it wasn't in a position to give him the support he needed. But that was a smokescreen. Even after the Reform Party collapsed, he could have just run as a self-funded independent. Trump didn't run in 2000 because he knew that if he ran and didn't win, he'd look like a loser. That was his biggest nightmare.
I would run if I thought I could win, and in order to win...
Not only the nomination, but the presidency.
The whole thing. I don't want to get 20% of the vote, and I think I could, and I know I could get the nomination. But I always said, and I said to you...
And this is why people speculate that Trump's agenda in 2015 wasn't really to win, because no one thought he could actually even win. They think his agenda at that point was to retire and create the Trump Network, a competitor to Fox News. If he wins the nomination, which was easy to win the RNC vote that year, he was up against Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush. It wasn't hard. But in doing that, he knew even if he didn't beat Hillary Clinton, he could go home, he could create an alternative political network, and essentially compete against Fox News. Now that he's had the full comeback story post Joe Biden, he runs Fox News plus the rest of it. So now it's like there's no point in that. But in the first 4 years of Trump, there was a lot of people that would say that. I don't know if you guys remember that or not, but there's a lot of people that used to say that, where they were like, oh, he would much rather be running his news network right now, but he accidentally became president. And I truly, genuinely think he felt that way for a long time.
If I could win the whole thing, you can only
because
win the whole thing.
Because he didn't seem to have a plan when he came in.
But Trump didn't close the door on a future run.
Winning.
When asked by a reporter if he'd consider running again, for real, he said he'd consider it in a few years.
It's a real possibility.
We're back to the flirtation here.
Well, I always flirt.
So jealous of Trump's success?
6 months after the 9/11 terror attacks, a man named Mark Burnett came to see Donald Trump with an idea. He'd just finished producing a popular primetime TV show called Survivor, and he wanted to remake it. Only this time, instead of being set in the jungle, it would be set in the boardroom. And he was wondering if Donald Trump would be interested in being one of the hosts. Trump thought it over for a while before agreeing. A couple of years later, the debut episode of The Apprentice went to air.
New York, my city, where the wheels of the global economy never stop turning.
More than 20 million people tuned in on average every week to see contestants face off in various business-related challenges. But the real star was Donald Trump. NBC quickly shelved plans to have rotating hosts and built the entire show around him. In the intro to the very first episode, Trump invoked his comeback of a few years earlier.
I was seriously in trouble. I was billions of dollars in debt.
But I fought back and I won. Big
Sorry, guys.
league. And as the master, I want to pass along my knowledge to somebody else. I'm looking for The Apprentice.
The Apprentice was one of the best things that ever happened to him. Over the 14 seasons he was host, Trump made close to $500 million from his salary, licensing, and other residuals. And it did wonders for his reputation. By the 2000s, real estate had been overtaken in the cool stakes by industries like tech. Trump, by virtue of his personality, was partly immune to that effect. But by beaming him into millions of homes every week, Trump was also reminding people that he was a successful businessman with a lifestyle worth emulating. The Apprentice was a major step in the transformation of Trump, from being primarily a real estate developer to being someone whose main business was selling his own name.
You seize opportunity. You get a hit TV show, and the show wasn't even on that long, and you're thinking fragrance, board game, books, Suits, and you get all that out there. I've been on the air for 11, coming up on 12 years, not one product.
Most of these products failed, some after a few years, others almost immediately. But that was almost beside the point. They were all possible because of the success of The Apprentice. It was 2009, and Trump was about to release his latest book, Think Like a Champion. The U.S. was facing major upheaval on two fronts. The collapse of the investment bank Lehman Brothers triggered a wholesale financial meltdown and recession. And just months after, the country elected its first ever non-white president. The combination of those two seismic events was fundamentally altering the country's politics. For Donald Trump, who by now was a Republican again, this transformation looked like bad news. In 2010, he was introduced to the director of a documentary about the financial crisis. His name was Steve Bannon. Bannon was a microcosm of the—
Whoa! He was introduced to Steve Bannon through Steve Bannon, a documentarian about the financial crisis. Guys, you do realize that when the Epstein files dropped, Steve Bannon dropped a 12-hour raw video of him interviewing Jeffrey Epstein about the financial crisis of 2008. The dots connecting in my head are fucking going crazy right now.
The evolution of conservative politics. He'd been an investment banker for Goldman Sachs. From there, he pivoted into media, where he ended up becoming the executive chairman of Breitbart News, a bomb-throwing right-wing news
See, this is what the media does. They made him out to look like he was fucking David Duke. The guy came from fucking finance and was friends with Epstein.
At Trump's luxury penthouse apartment atop the tower that bore his name, the two men talked about how China was ripping off the United States. It was just like Trump's old diatribes against Japan, updated for a new age and a new rival.
In the United States, a majority of Americans say the country is on the wrong track, and no segment of the electorate is more frustrated with the U.S. government and President Barack Obama than the folks driving the Tea Party movement.
The Tea Party is hard to define because it doesn't want to be. It's anti-big government, anti-liberal, anti-Barack Obama. But after that,
the media really did a fucking number on Steve Bannon, because nothing about him screams Wall Street executive with ties to Epstein.
Lines blur.
The Tea Party movement was partly inspired by a backlash to Barack Obama, but it was also
and also the Tea Party movement was primarily in the suburbs of Illinois, where the Grant Park incident in Obama happened. It was my first election as an adult, and in 2012, I literally went with bunk beds and went door knocking in Iowa for Ron Paul with the one, the only Charlie Kirk, who was 18 years old at the time. I was 21 and he was 18, and we were both there door knocking for Ron Paul against Rick Santorum.
Eruption of anger about issues that had been
And later on, those same suburbs that created Charlie Kirk and myself as well also created the one, the only Nick Fuentes. All these people right in the backyard of Chicago, where this whole Obama orchestration was happening, right in front of us. We were getting none of the benefits, but being told that we were part of this glorious American revolution.
Bubbling up under the surface for years. Federal bailouts, corporate welfare, and government overreach. Dozens of Tea Party activists ran against establishment Republicans in primaries, and some even went on to become senators and members of Congress. Despite the massive amounts of—
I literally was in a bus with Ron Paul for the delegation in Miami. He didn't drop out of the race because he was supposed to speak at the convention. Mitt Romney and his people paid off the security guards to drive our tour bus, it was a coach bus, around the stadium over and over again. They wouldn't let our bus stop. It had to keep just driving because it wasn't safe for our bus to stop. We drove around in a circle around that Miami stadium for the RNC for 2.5 hours while they literally did a fucking Abraham Lincoln on us. They didn't let the delegation of Ron Paul speak at the convention. They just went on without him. And that's why I wrote him in, and that was my very first vote in any presidential race, was a write-in for Ron Paul. And then in 2016, it was Jill Stein. And then in 2020, it was Joe Jorgensen. And in 2024, RFK got boxed out of the debate by Joe Biden and the DNC. Donald Trump endorses him. I'm left with only one friend, the one, the only, Daddy Trump. Here we are.
The energy generated by the Tea Party movement and major gains in the 2010 midterms, Republicans didn't have a candidate who could channel that energy. Lots of Republicans wanted to vote for someone who wasn't afraid to throw a punch, someone they knew and liked, and someone who wasn't afraid to say some pretty outrageous things. Who would be their champion?
And he was. I remember talking to my friend Phil in Chicago going, the Cubs have a better chance of winning the World Series than Donald Trump does of getting out of this primary. I mean, later on the next year, the Cubs did win the World Series, and Donald Trump literally, like a week and a half later, destroyed the whole love for the Cubs winning the World Series because he became president of the United States, a bigger upset than the Cubs winning the World Series. But during that primary, we kept saying, like, what if he's able to actually, like, burn this fucking thing to the ground? Because we were the Tea Party, and we saw that the entire RNC was institutionalized. The same way as Bernie Bros did with Hillary Clinton, but they just didn't let it through. And the DNC is still not letting it through. You know, because they're still doing Tellerico and shutting down the polls in Dallas and Houston against Jasmine Crockett and kicking out Graham Plattner. They're still doing the same shit. But with 2015 with the Republican Party, the Tea Parties, the 2012 people, we all finally were able to break that Ron Paul wall that we had up against Romney and the establishment by all collectively voting for Donald Trump because we were all being told not to. And you want to know who wasn't in support of Donald Trump? Nick Fuentes. He was supporting Ted Cruz. He was door knocking for Ted Cruz in 2015 when I was hoping, praying that Donald Trump would break that fucking primary. And I didn't vote for him in the actual general. I ended up voting for fucking Jill Stein. But he was definitely a champion. He definitely did it. He broke one of the two major parties. And after what he's doing with Lindsey Graham's sister and like telling her to go for the full 6th term and like endorsing her fully, even though she has no political experience because she worked with disabled like veterans her whole life. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is kind of like forcing the RNC to become like the party of the people. Hopefully we have like the freest, open, crazy competitive primary of all time with the Republicans. But we know
we're going to win so big. Thank you very much, everybody.
Good for you, not done spam.
In early 2011, Trump spoke at CPAC, a high-profile Republican conference. He walked out to the ABBA song Money, 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 called Republican candidates losers. Quote,
now, when he did this, I didn't like this. Because this is 2011, and by 2012, I was for Ron Paul. I was on the, like, we need to burn the Fed to the ground. Like, it's this whole, like, meme culture thing. And Donald Trump represented, like, reality TV in Hollywood. He didn't really represent, like, the Groyper, Anon, cool kids.
A magazine story about what a great entrepreneur he was and promised to repeal Obamacare. It was classic Trump. What was new, at least for him, was his claim that Obama came out of nowhere.
Our current president came out of nowhere.
If the audience didn't take the bait, he'd probably have dropped it, but they bit. Trump gave the most popular speech of the entire conference.
Because again, like all of a sudden, he is bigger than like fucking everyone. Like that Grant Park fucking speech when he won, that was such bullshit. It was so...
Asking questions about where Obama was born was a strategy modeled directly on his campaign against the Central Park Five more than 20 years earlier. Trump happily exploited people's racial biases because doing so helped generate publicity.
I want him to show his birth certificate.
There's something on that birth certificate that he doesn't like.
Oh my God.
Thanks mainly to the birther claims, Trump surged to the top of early polls for the 2012 Republican presidential nomination. In a crowded field full of eccentric candidates, Trump applied the skills he'd learned from years in the bare-knuckle world of Manhattan real estate. Eventually, Obama was forced to produce his long-form birth certificate.
And just to be clear, I know where my birth certificate is, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah, but again, not to get into it, but that birth certificate from Hawaii is
A few weeks later, he got his revenge when he roasted Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
No one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing?
Trump responded to the humiliation by pulling out of the race. In the end, despite the excitement created by candidates who were on board with the Tea Party's agenda, the Republican nomination was won by Mitt Romney, a polite Mormon who'd founded a private equity firm. But Romney couldn't inspire enough Republicans to vote for him in the general election. Everyone expected Trump's interest in politics to fade, and for him to move on to other interests. If anything, his interest deepened. To people who made
And what really happened is in 2015, Charlie Kirk chose the side of Donald Trump, where Nick Fuentes chose the side of Ted Cruz. And Charlie Kirk chose correctly. If you want to know the fucking real truth.
Career out of following Trump, it actually wasn't a surprise. Trump had a short attention span for things he didn't really care about. But when it came to things he did care about, like the West Side rail yards, he could be very determined. During this time, America was changing. News had become more and more polarized, and a spate of alternative news sources had begun popping up, such as Breitbart News. Trump took notice of the void that these...
Yeah, he did. He was a manufactured version of Clinton. We went through that little Clinton thing where it's talking about his eyes and how he looks and how he connects with you. Obama's a trained version of that. He was a black trained version of that. And now you got a Newsom, which is a white trained version of that. But neither one of them are Clinton. They're not authentic. They're not they're not just charming and they grew up that way. They're standing in front of their mirror for 80 fucking hours like a psychopath from American Psycho, practicing their goddamn wildfire speech. And then they come out and they talk to you and they connect with you in the eye. And you're like...
organizations were filling and had begun really pushing the same narratives.
And with Obama, it kind of just feels a little artificial because, again, it's the manufactured coaching.
His now blossoming Twitter account. Large swaths of the country were becoming red-pilled, and so was the Republican Party. Republicans won big in the 2014 midterms, winning the Senate and expanding their majority in the House. And they'd won by talking about crime, border security, and the threat from countries like China. Pollsters couldn't remember the last time so many candidates won despite having net negative approval ratings. Trump had always believed he could become president, but he'd never had the support from a major party he needed to actually win. Suddenly, the stars were aligning. Americans, especially Republicans, were willing to listen to increasingly radical solutions to the problems they faced. But no one on either side of the political aisle had Trump's charisma or name recognition. If he could put it together, it could be a potent combination. On June 16, 2015, Donald Trump descended down an escalator at Trump Tower, with his wife Melania by his side, and Neil Young's Rockin' in the Free World playing and Change the World.
You just had to break the system. And we already got
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for president of the...
Here's the thing, is Donald Trump was popular enough to be able to break the system. Bernie Sanders wasn't popular enough to break the system. Jasmine Crockett wasn't popular enough to break the system. Graham Plattner wasn't popular enough to break the system. If you're on the Democratic side, you need your Trump. You need Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or John Cena or someone to come in and say, I'm not going to do what everybody else is doing. I'm actually going to be a full-on communist and fuck the system. Because then if we all vote for that person, we break the system. And when you break the system, like we're seeing with the RNC, it becomes a free fucking primary where everyone can come with their own values and the populist wins. And that's what it should be in America. Not orchestrated.
And we are going to make
fucking speak.
our country great again.
He opened his speech by lamenting that the United States didn't have victories anymore. The country had become a dumping ground for everyone's problems. Billions of dollars had been spent on overseas wars with nothing to show for it except dead and maimed soldiers. The economy was weak and being made weaker by Obamacare and trade deals that were offshoring jobs to places like China and Mexico. And Republicans weren't serious about tackling the problems facing the nation. Trump's candidacy was a comeback narrative.
Thank y'all for the 100 likes. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, keep the conversations going. We're in it.
He engineered one of the most famous comebacks in history. He could do the same for his country. The mainstream media, which had never really taken him seriously, treated Trump's speech largely as a joke.
I will personally write you a campaign check now.
Does anybody seriously think that Donald Trump is serious about running for president?
But his campaign wasn't a joke. In fact, Trump had been planning it for months. He'd hired a staff and kept guys like Stone and Bannon close.
But the reason that he was doing this all was to win the Republican primary, lose the election, and create Trump Network. It wasn't because he thought he could become president.
Contrary to the public perception of Trump as scattered, they maintained a laser-like...
Like he was being honest with us. It was like, hey, come join the Republican primary. We'll burn it down together. And we did. The victory was him winning the primary. The election was just, that was a whole
focus on
different
issues where they knew that Trump's views resonated with voters, like trade and immigration. A few months before Trump went down the escalator, his advisors suggested that he start talking about a physical wall on the U.S. border with Mexico. They actually intended
Trump is either an Israel puppet or maybe not. Keep your friends close to your enemies closer. Well, think about it this way. This is what I thought about the other day. What if he's bombing Iran because he actually has the information that Iran was behind the assassination of Charlie Kirk and was behind his assassination attempt? If he has that information, he's not going to release it to the public because it's going to create more conspiracy theories, especially if he got that information from Israeli intelligence. But if I was Donald Trump and Israeli intelligence told me that that's what was going on, I'd believe them. And if you believe your allies and friends, if you're Donald Trump, you're bombing the fuck out of Iran if you think that they're trying to shoot at you.
Mostly as a metaphor that would remind him to talk about immigration.
Were they, though?
But Trump took it
Or
literally,
was it Israel?
and his instincts were correct. The wall became one of the most enduring images of his entire presidential campaign, and it ensured that Trump was always taken seriously on
But Trump's actions feel just like Donald Trump. Like whether it's Israel whispering, hey, Iran did that, and we got to go and execute them. Or it's Trump going, oh my God, Iran did that, and we got to go and execute them. That's a Trump decision.
The mainstream media might have treated Trump as a joke, but Republican leaders didn't. Trump was their worst nightmare. Remember, they wanted to extend an olive branch to minority voters. Meanwhile, Trump was on stage talking about how Mexican immigrants were rapists. But establishment Republicans would soon learn that they couldn't do anything.
You didn't understand that the point of the primary at that point was every single person that was there in 2012 for Ron Paul, for especially Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was now endorsing through the primary with America First, and Steven Crowder. Both Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk were using their podcast and YouTube platforms in 2015 to push Donald Trump. And the reason they both were doing that was because of them getting fucked over with Ron Paul and ending up with Mitt Romney. And Mitt Romney lost. It was like a Mormon that represented no one to be safe, and then he lost. The next time you're like fucking scorched earth. And that's the thing, it doesn't matter. It was scorched earth. We were all hoping Trump could pull it off because that was the scorched earth. Enough of this Mitt Romney bullshit. And I hope someday we can find a DNC person to do the same.
To stop him. The 2016 Republican primaries became the Trump show.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
He turned politics into must-watch TV, and voters loved it.
He hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee.
Trump quickly rose to the top of the polls. In private, he didn't think he'd stay there, but his campaign just kept gathering momentum, and events overseas ensured it would stay that way. On December 12, 2015, a Muslim couple killed 14 people at a work Christmas party. Trump, who'd made headlines the previous month after terrorists killed 130 people in attacks in Paris, quickly called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. It was a significant escalation of his anti-Muslim rhetoric in the campaign.
And that was a bad idea, right? Where are we at now?
Trump's opponents latched on to the remark. Finally, they thought, we can nail him. But they couldn't land a blow. Trump said something which should have, by the usual rules of presidential politics, made him lose support. But instead, he would gain support. Voters didn't care about convention. Instead, they rewarded him for talking about issues in a way they perceived as true. Trump himself recognized that he was wearing plot armor and could get away with saying some pretty crazy things.
My people are so smart. And you know what else?
That was the thing, too. In 2016, he knew he could get away with whatever he wanted to because he understood through Charlie Kirk and through Steven Crowder and through those people that the whole reason that you were even there was to turn the system upside down. Now, once he became the candidate, he needed Roger Stone and Steve Bannon to explain to him what real politics was. And Roger Stone tried his best with that, Hillary Clinton is a criminal thing, and that might have actually gotten him over the edge, if you want to say there was no shenanigans.
They say about my people, the polls. They say, I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that?
I think it was just that
where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's incredible.
We should have went to Wisconsin.
2 months after the shooting in San Bernardino, Trump's name appeared on a ballot for the first time as an active candidate at the Iowa caucuses, which marked the start of voting in the Republican primaries. Despite leading in the polls, Trump actually finished second in Iowa behind Ted Cruz. Lots of people...
And why was that? Because of a 19-year-old named Nick Fuentes and a man named Ben Shapiro that were on the same team endorsing who? Ted Cruz. Against who? Donald Trump.
Including most of the mainstream media, breathed a sigh of relief. Surely they thought the madness was about to end. The adults were about to take over, but Trump was just getting started. He won in New Hampshire, Nevada, and South Carolina, a state where more than a quarter of people were African American. Soon, Trump's opponents were forced to admit something. To have any chance of stopping him from winning the nomination, they had to work together. The field was soon whittled down to just 3 candidates: Trump, Cruz, and Ohio Governor John Kasich. People who were desperate to see Trump fail thought he might stumble under the pressure of being closer to the finish line, especially as questions.
Who is keeping Ted Cruz? Who is keeping Ted Cruz afloat? Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro. Who should you not trust? Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro.
Began being asked about his tax returns. Before 2016, it was customary for serious candidates to release their tax returns as part of the public vetting.
What would we not be wrapped up in if it wasn't for Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro?
Process.
I'm not releasing tax returns because, as you know, they're under audit.
Get rid of all 3 of them. We don't got the goddamn problem anymore.
But Trump simply chose to play by a different set of rules. He knew his tax returns would be full of compromising details like big debts and business dealings in places like Russia. So instead of releasing them, he concocted an excuse about how he wasn't legally allowed to because he was being audited by the IRS. It was yet another example of how he was able to run rings around both his opponents and a critical media. As the Republican convention, the event where a nominee would be formally selected, approached, Trump had a huge lead in the delegate count. He won 41 of the 56.
And that's what's different. Bernie Sanders was leading in the delegate count coming into 2015's count in the DNC. But the speculation of the superdelegate, which is just this mysterious voter that can change their vote at any point and represents no one other than the delegation of the private party, which, both of them say they're democratic institutions and free and fair voting elections, but when a primary goes AWOL or when a caucus goes AWOL, they turn around and they say, oh no, this is a private club. Private time! Private time!
Primary contests. It looked like a formality. Ted Cruz made a last-ditch attempt.
But they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything because there was no way with the amount of delegates that Trump had gotten. And the reason that he got all those delegates because of Charlie Kirk. It was because we saw the door knocking with Ron Paul not work and that you can't get over the finish line unless you literally make it so that when the media is reporting the RNC convention and counting the delegates, it don't matter what the superdelegates are saying. Donald Trump has already won. Are you going to steal the election from the American people? And the RNC was at least libertarian enough to go, okay, we'll just bring him back into the back room and we'll tell him about Israel, but okay. And they gave him the nomination.
Change their mind. But just like every other attempt Republicans made to stop Trump, it failed.
I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
Something which for years had seemed totally impossible had, in truth, been inevitable for months. Donald Trump had concocted a hostile takeover of the Republican Party and made it look easy. He'd done it by tapping into a well of genuine grievances about American society and the economy and having the charisma to say what other people weren't willing to. And now, almost 30 years after he first flirted with the idea of running, he was the nominee of a major party, set to run against a highly experienced and well-known opponent, Hillary Clinton. You couldn't imagine two more different people. Trump was the brash real estate developer from Jamaica Estates who bulldozed his way into the national consciousness through sheer force of will. Clinton was the Secretary of State and former First Lady who'd been preparing to run for president since she was in college. Serious people expected Clinton to win pretty easily in November. The establishment wanted her to win, but it wouldn't be so simple.
Clinton's campaign found itself fighting allegations and answering for thousands of private emails sent to and from its chair, John Podesta, that were hacked and published by WikiLeaks.
And the Clinton campaign knows this could be a problem for them every day until Election Day.
In the leaked emails, leading Democrats talked about how to undermine Bernie Sanders. The DNC...
And think about if we lived in the media landscape of today where the media would actually report the leak.
Hack could not have come at a better time for Republicans. They've been trying to make the Democrats' sloppy information security an election issue ever since the FBI opened an investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server while she was Secretary of State. The leaks gave them an opening to attack Clinton for her personal ethics, and they looked like great fodder for Trump.
Her criminal action was willful, deliberate, intentional, and purposeful.
But despite first appearances, the leaked emails weren't all good news for Trump. In fact, they brought up an issue that he'd been trying desperately to avoid. Why did Donald Trump seem to like Vladimir Putin so much? The relationship between the two men dated back to at least 2013, when Trump wrote a tweet asking if Putin would attend the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow, and whether he'd become his new best friend. That was weird, but at the time, no one really paid much attention. But since then, Putin had sent Russian troops to annex Crimea and destabilize the democratically elected government in Ukraine, a US ally. And long before then, his disregard for the rule of law had turned him into one of the United States' main geopolitical adversaries. Trump seemed to genuinely like Putin and admire his strongman political style. But people also wondered if there was something deeper. Did Trump have business interests in the country? Did the Russians have compromising material on him? And why was Trump acting so weird about it?
Do you have a relationship with Vladimir Putin?
I do have a relationship. What exactly is your relationship with Vladimir Putin? I have no relationship with Putin.
Trump's reluctance to criticize Putin cut against a core part of his pitch to American voters, that he would use the negotiation skills he'd honed over a long business career to stop the US from being ripped off by other countries. But he saw things a different way. If Russia was willing to interfere in the US election on his behalf, why should he stop them? Besides, Trump was confident that after 40 years in the spotlight, Americans knew who he was, for better or worse.
2016.
As the campaign neared its conclusion, Clinton had established a small but clear polling lead. If it held up on election night, she'd become the country's first female president. But there were still 2 more surprises in store. A month before the election, the Washington Post published a video of a conversation Trump had with the host of a TV show called Access Hollywood, where he'd made degrading remarks about women.
I want to grab him by the pussy.
I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case they start kissing her. Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab him by the
pussy.
I can do anything.
The tape was large caliber ammunition for Trump's critics. It showed he was crude.
The fact that anybody thinks that he's serious when he's saying that. When you're a celebrity, you can do anything. You can grab him by the pussy. I know he's a political candidate and he's running for president and we've never done anything like this and we're trying to bury him, but in retrospective, post Me Too, fucking how hilarious the people were trying to make that clearly sarcastic comment and make it a reality. Like he was walking around just pussy grabbing women. just, hey, come here! Grabbing my pussy, pulls him away.
Misogynistic and not fit for the office he was seeking. Trump knew it was bad because for the first time in his campaign, and maybe for one of the first times in his adult life, he apologized.
I've never said I'm a perfect person, nor pretended to be someone that I'm not. I've said and done things.
That's why Me Too happened. Thanks a lot, Donald Trump. Donald Trump apologizes one time and we end up all being prosecuted as men across all of the United States.
I regret. And the words released today on this more than a decade-old video are one of them.
The campaign briefly went into lockdown. Some people even told Trump to drop out, but he had no intention of doing anything like that. Instead, he used the time to plan his counterattack.
I've said some foolish things, but there's a big difference between the words and actions of other people. Bill Clinton has actually abused women, and Hillary has bullied, attacked, shamed, and intimidated his victims.
Donald Trump's decision to appear before the second presidential debate with the women who accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault was a move straight from the playbook of New York real estate. Instead of groveling or pulling out of the race, he went on the offensive. It was a reminder that Trump was willing to do whatever it took to win, and that despite his own flaws, his opponents weren't spotless either.
Mr. Trump may have said some bad words.
As a woman, I was never offended by what he said.
But Bill Clinton.
Way worse working in a restaurant business. Facts. You've heard we've all heard way worse from like the guy who might actually rape somebody that's way too drunk at the bar. Okay, and I think that's a little bit more of a concern in society than weirdo McGee rich guy. When you're a celebrity, you can do anything. You can grab him by the pussy. Such a fucking weird comment.
Raped me.
The tactic worked. Instead of the Access Hall.
And then the fact that there's a lady who he met in a department store who sued him and said that he did grab her by the pussy, and the jury paid her $55 million this year from his campaign. Or no, $5 million. She got $5 million so far. She's owed another 86, but they don't know if she's getting it. But she got her $5 million already, and she wrote a book about fucking a rock and it being her boyfriend. These people grab him by the pussy, or I fucked the rock as a fucking book. Like don't pick a side, guys. You're never gonna
Hollywood
win.
tape. People started talking about Trump's audacity and Bill Clinton's past. The Access Hollywood experience hardened Trump's belief that he would be rewarded by his supporters for standing up to what they saw as the politically correct establishment. If the mainstream media and Democrats and even some Republicans wanted him to drop out, that was like a badge of honor he was happy to wear. But an eventful campaign still had one twist left.
The FBI reopening the investigation into Hillary Clinton's email use. Director James Comey explaining in a letter to Congress, in connection with an unrelated case, the FBI has learned of the existence of emails that appear to be pertinent to the investigation.
James Comey's decision to reopen the investigation into Hillary Clinton's email server was a shocking last-minute surprise. Still, it looked like it was too little too late. On election night, Trump wasn't expecting to win. He enjoyed how close
especially with their manipulation that it was all Russia that did this. It's like Comey's the thing to investigate. Why did Comey do that?
and enjoyed a campaign which had been built around indulging him. He settled in for the night at his Trump Tower penthouse. Clinton, meanwhile, had booked out the Javits Center, a convention center with a glass ceiling.
I had friends that were there. that were texting me, telling me they weren't going to leave because they knew that they were going to eventually announce that he was going to lose. And I said they already had his victory speech on the TV. They didn't play the speech for them. She never even came out at all. She didn't even say sorry.
She thought she'd be breaking through, which just happened to be built on a site which Donald Trump used to own back in the 1970s. And then, over the course of the night and into the early hours of the morning, history was made.
Clinton or Trump, it's time for America to decide.
We will, of course, retain the White House with the election of Hillary Clinton.
America will vote Trump.
We have a projection. It is a big one. It is the state of Florida. 29 electoral votes. They go to Donald Trump.
We have already called Ohio for Donald Trump.
And in modern times, the way Ohio goes has been the way the country has gone.
Both Clinton and Trump are putting a ton of attention in one particular battleground state, North Carolina.
Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina.
Donald Trump wins Wisconsin, surpassing the 270 electoral votes.
Huge news. Actually, the AP now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania.
There's just no path forward for Hillary Clinton. That's 20 electoral votes from Pennsylvania.
This is CNN breaking news.
The American people have spoken. Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
Despite getting almost 3 million fewer total votes, Trump won the states he needed to and pulled off an incredible upset. The man almost no one thought would actually run, who no one thought would last the distance, who no one thought would win the nomination, and who almost no one thought would win the election had triumphed. It didn't matter that almost no one thought Trump could do it. He always believed he could. 2.5 months later, on a cold January day, he was inaugurated as the 45th President of the United States.
For the first time, the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Throughout his career, his candidacy, and then his presidency, Donald Trump changed the United States in profound ways. He grabbed hold of the fault lines in American society and ripped them wide open. There's just one question left. Why did he run for president? Wouldn't it have been easier just to keep tweeting and doing The Apprentice? The answer is that Trump has always had a burning desire to prove people wrong. Sometimes they're people he loves, like his father, but more often he's spurred on by the thought of shutting up his critics. The mainstream media who never took him seriously, the establishment who considered him unworthy of higher office, and the people who deserted him when he was at rock bottom in the 1990s. I truly believe that Trump decided to run for president after being humiliated by Barack Obama at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What better way to stick it to all those coastal elites than by taking over the office they cared so much about? And what better way to prove to his father that he was a killer?
I don't think people change very much. I don't like to analyze myself because I might not like what I see.
To learn more about the man who defeated Donald Trump in the 2020 election, Joe Biden, just watch this video next. Thanks for watching.
All right, guys. And then we're gonna now go to there's a little montage of him winning the 2016 that I think might be relevant right now. So let's go and take that out. History. Election.
Coming into the evening.
2016 retrospective. Let's check it out. Do you guys remember this?
Right now, from coast to coast, across presidential battlegrounds, it's all coming down to this night and this choice.
You didn't know it? I'm from Illinois. You didn't know it because I didn't know it. He's like, I knew it, bro. No, you didn't know it.
Hoping to shatter expectations again after months of twists and turns. The first results now just minutes away.
We're going to win because of you.
I will totally accept the results if I win.
The polls have now closed in 6 states with 60 electoral votes, and ABC News can project that Donald Trump has won the state of Kentucky. That was a state won by Bill Clinton twice, 1992 and 1996, Republican ever since then. Donald Trump the winner tonight. Up in Vermont, 3 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins those 3 electoral votes. Of course, that is the home state of Bernie Sanders, her rival in the primaries. Solid blue state. Hillary Clinton gets that tonight. And Nate, tell us where you have your final forecast as we're coming into the evening.
So we wound up with Clinton having a 71% chance of winning, so better than 2 and 3. And we'll update that as the night goes along, as you guys, ABC News,
71%
states. So far, obviously, no game changer with Trump winning Kentucky or Clinton winning Vermont. The people I follow think the returns look good so far for Clinton in Florida, of course, which is a must-win state for Trump.
They're going to have one concession speech and one victory speech. But that said, I think it would come as a real shock to this campaign if she ended up delivering that concession speech.
Well, first of all, I'm smiling because you can sense the energy here at Javits Center in New York City. We have thousands of people pouring in for what we hope is going to be a celebration tonight of the first woman president of the United States.
Why are you so confident about the White House? Because I'm confident in the American people.
If you look back, do you have any regrets that you didn't get into Michigan sooner in a bigger way?
You know, I think Donald Trump's campaign might be regretting that they didn't compete harder. I would argue around the country by building a ground game like Hillary decided to, but also, you know, competing harder in a state like Michigan.
All right, take a look at this. We project that Hillary Clinton will carry her home state of New York. That's 29 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton will win New York State. That's Donald Trump's home state as well. Hillary Clinton carries the Empire State. Donald Trump will carry a huge prize, Texas, with all of its 38 electoral votes. A big win for Donald Trump in the state of Texas.
Our Republican presidential candidate and his monstrosity and his lewd, vile, he's become a national disgrace for Republican rallies in so many ways, and that's why you're seeing a sharp divide within the GOP party, and they've parted ways and they've distanced themselves from him.
I want to ask you about that because we now know that former President George H.W. Bush voted for Hillary Clinton. George W. Bush said he left his ballot blank but did not vote for Donald Trump. Your 2 previous nominees, John McCain and Mitt Romney, both did not vote for Donald Trump. How much did that hurt you?
It doesn't help, and it's very personally disappointing, even though I respect all 4 of the people you just mentioned. And the irony for Donald Trump is he's been able to grow this party in places and among voter groups without having the full support of some of these elected officials.
Donald Trump will win the state of Florida. According to the Fox News decision desk, he will win the 29 electoral votes in Florida. A very tight race, but he is pulling that off. As you can see, the crowds outside here cheering. 49% to 47% right now, but we can project that he is going to win Florida. That means he has won Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio.
These guys are going nuts. There is so much confidence here tonight. They were nervous, obviously, before the polls closed. Tonight, they're very confident.
This was the one that for the last month, the Clinton folks said, if we win Florida, it's all over. Donald Trump absolutely needed it. He got it. And now, as we've talked about, he has many different ways to get to the 270 votes he needs to be the next president of the United States.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were happy and relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying. We have seen people leaving the venue, including some who have been sitting on the risers behind the podium where Hillary Clinton is supposed to speak.
Dumbasses.
There are people who are just in shock. I've seen mouths open as folks here in the audience are
the
watching
worst
the
of New
results
York.
come in. Many of them
Just
with
the
their
worst type of
arms
people.
crossed and a hand to their mouth. They are just stunned as they watch what is going on here.
When we first got here about 3 or 4 hours ago, this mood in the room was pretty lackluster. This room wasn't full at all. We were questioning, where is everybody? Where is everybody? Now it's totally full. The supporters behind
There
me.
wasn't anybody at the Trump one, and now it's getting full.
You can see have broken out in chants of USA, USA, are booing the Clinton campaign when they show up on the monitors behind us. The bars are open.
At this point, if he wins Michigan,
it's done.
It's done. He's done.
Prior to that, he had been hemorrhaging in the polls, right? We had the Access Hollywood, we had all the female accusers come out. Prior to that, it was the Alicia Machado thing, and there was just all sorts of traps, so the debates didn't help him. The numbers were not on his side. but there was a shift a couple of weeks before this election night, and from the look of it, she never recovered.
Glass ceiling here was no accident. That was the metaphor that she was supposed to have shattered. And of course, absolutely none of it has happened, and they really can't quite believe it. They thought early in the night they could knock Trump out by winning Florida. That would make it impossible, but they failed to do that.
Nate Silver is joining us right now, and Nate, a pretty dramatic change in your forecast now.
Hey, Nate, what the fuck is going on at 5:38? George Stephanopoulos is like, yo, Nate, what the fuck is going on?
Well, it's not about our forecast. It's about the fact that we haven't had any swing.
It's not about our forecast. It's not his fault. An hour ago, this motherfucker said 70% shot. It's not our data. It's not our fault.
States called yet, and those are states that Clinton was supposed to win. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those states are all correlated, meaning that if you have problems with
very likely all the way over there, very likely
white working class voters,
Thanks
you
for
don't
the
turn
fucking
out
graph,
African-Americans, then you potentially lose those states or win by a razor-thin margin. I mean, she is in profound trouble right now in the Electoral College.
You're looking at the battleground states right now, the states in blue, Hillary Clinton, states in red, Donald Trump, and in the remaining states, Donald Trump has numeric leads in just about all of them.
CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
It wasn't as good in 24 because we knew it was going to happen. We were just sitting there going, no pipes are bursting in Michigan tonight. We're not playing this fucking game twice. We're all just sitting there hoping that they don't fuck us over. But 2016,
with its 10 electoral votes, he's cracked the
God damn, that was such
blue
a
wall.
crazy
President Trump
day. That was
may be
so
something that
fucking
everybody
cool.
needs to get used to, including the Republican Party. And I have to say here's
Ruined
three
the Cubs
people,
World Series
smart
window.
minds in the Republican Party, and I think we all thought it couldn't happen, that he couldn't do this on the power of white
This
voters
guy's
alone,
fucking gone
that he
now.
couldn't do what he
Haven't
did,
seen him in
and
a
guess
while.
what? He may just do it. Mike Murphy, what did you miss?
Oh, boy, I missed a lot. Under the normal rules of politics, he couldn't put it together, but he's broken the normal rules, and he's getting votes he shouldn't get at a huge level among white America, where partisanship doesn't seem to have the same glue. States like Wisconsin, which are full of white Democrats who apparently in big numbers are voting for him.
Does Bernie Sanders lose Wisconsin? Anybody?
Facts! Bring back Chuck Todd. Bring back Chuck Todd. He had based comments on election night. Bring that motherfucker back.
Earthquake. This was an earthquake unlike any earthquake I've really seen since Ronald Reagan in 1980. It just came out of nowhere.
I don't know why anyone should be surprised that people, the media, the polls have been wrong again. I think this has just been a very, very incredibly unpredictable election. Donald Trump obviously knew something that a lot of people didn't.
What are you hearing tonight? What are you reading?
Well, let's just cut to the chase. Assuming, and that's what we're talking about, that he does win.
Assuming he does win. He has 244 delegates when he's saying this.
People I'm speaking to think it's absolutely catastrophic. That it's catastrophic for the United States, that it's catastrophic for our position in the world.
This is a modern-day political miracle you're witnessing before your eyes right now. And that is to go up against everybody, and all the pundits, and all the pollsters, and all the prognosticators out there, and defy all the odds. And it's the American people that have said enough is enough.
People have talked about a miracle. I'm hearing about a nightmare. It's hard to be a parent tonight for a lot of us. You tell your kids, don't be a bully. You tell your kids, don't be a bigot. You tell your kids, do your homework.
You tell your kids not to be a bigot.
Be prepared. And then you have this outcome, and you have people putting children to bed tonight.
Don't be racist, kid.
And they're afraid of breakfast.
Now they're afraid of breakfast.
How do I explain this to my children?
Huge news, actually.
They're afraid of breakfast. What the fuck?
AP now projecting that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania.
That is the race, frankly. There is no path forward for Hillary Clinton.
We are going to make this decision now. The Fox News decision desk has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. This means that Donald Trump will be the 45th President of the United States, winning the most unreal, surreal election we have ever seen.
Everybody should head home.
That's what was crazy, is that they had 30 to 40,000 people there to hear Hillary Clinton speak, and she didn't have the courage to go up there and say, I lost this election for you guys. They had John Podesta, the pervert, pedophile, Pizzagate, Epstein dude that fucked over Bernie Sanders and lost the election for him, walk out and go, hey guys, go home. And you want to know what all those Democrats did? They didn't get upset. They went home, and then they put their pink hat on, and then they said, Donald Trump is raping women, and that's the reason this happened. I don't know how they did it, but they somehow got that out of that.
CNN can report that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race.
The president-elect
of the United
States of America, Donald Trump. It was unprecedented. They're so crazy. Yeah, Mike Pence is scared. Mike Pence is like, what the fuck, bro?
Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together.
Yeah, see, you can see it on his face. This is what I was saying. When he went out there, he didn't sound like an excited kid that just won the fucking candy store, which is how anybody else would sound. Instead, he was like, the fuck am I gonna do?
To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time.
How improbable is this, what we're seeing right now, that Donald Trump has defeated Hillary Clinton to become president-elect of the United States?
There has never been anyone elected to the presidency of this country who had not at least served in government or the military before. He is as much of an outsider as possible.
Hillary Clinton was brutally repudiated tonight, and Donald Trump's most populist arguments, rough as they were embraced.
Thank you all. I know how disappointed you feel because I feel it too. Donald Trump is going to be our president. We owe him an open mind and the chance to lead. Our constitutional democracy enshrines the peaceful transfer of power. And we don't just respect that, we cherish it. This loss hurts, but please never stop believing that fighting for what's right is worth it.
Coming up in part 2.
All right, guys, what contributed to Donald Trump's 1990s public profile? What made him the most famous in the 90s? 40% of you said that it was real estate. 31% said it was the TV appearances. 18% tabloid gossip. And 11% high-stakes public debt, which is like literally just the amount of debt that he was holding in New York at the time. With that said, guys, we're going to go into our Hour 4 Now poll. If you guys are going to keep with us, thank you for joining us. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. And our Hour 4 poll is, this is an interesting one. I saw this one. This is really cool. Okay. So our Hour 4 poll is, damn, oops. Craziest moments? No. That's, damn it, what the fuck? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to pull it up. Crazy moments. No, yeah, that was it, okay. And it is Hour 4. What was the worst 90s TV trend? What was the worst 90s TV trend? Was it trash talk TV? Was it late night host wars? Was it live true crime? Or was it cheap shock stunts? Get your vote in now. Hour 4 of our show starts now. Are you guys ready for hour 4? Hour 4 is going to be fun. Okay, here we go. Hour 4. Let's see. Where are we at? I was just reconstructing hour 4 because it was a little weird. Okay. Following Jimmy Carson's 1991 retirement announcement from NBC's The Tonight Show, a highly public corporate battle ensued between guest host Jay Leno and late-night host David Letterman. This documentary short details the talent disputes and executive maneuvers that fundamentally reconstructed late-night television. The feud ultimately pushed Letterman to CBS, establishing a hyper-competitive broadcast landscape that relied heavily on aggressive booking tactics, network poaching, and public rivalries to secure prime-time dominance. All right, guys, let's get into it. Hour 4 of our show starts now. Wait, what the fuck? It didn't load. There you go.
For years, The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson was the ultimate late-night tastemaker, and pretty much the only real game in town. But then, the 1990s ushered a golden age of late-night comedy that shaped the television landscape for generations to come. So, today, we're channel flipping through the late-night talk show wars of the 90s. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, leave a comment and let us know what other showbiz topics you would like to hear about next. Okay, here's Weird History. Johnny Carson took over as the host of The Tonight Show from Jack Paar in 1962. So he wasn't the show's first host, but for a generation of comedians, he was the show's ultimate host. He retired in 1992, handing his chair over to comedian Jay Leno. That decision famously sent Carson's spurned friend, David Letterman, to rival network CBS to create his own show, The Late Show with David Letterman. Spoiler alert, he did just fine. In 2005, Carson passed away. Soon after, on an episode of The Late Show, Letterman delivered his usual laugh-filled opening monologue, and then revealed it had been written by Carson. Since he had retired, Carson had been sending Letterman jokes to use in any monologues. A world-class comedian to the end. But Leno hadn't been handed the gig out of the blue. He was a veteran comedian who had previously served as a guest host on The Tonight Show, and he would soon have a chance to prove himself in a crisis. During an appearance on The Tonight Show, legendary comedian Rodney Dangerfield seemed ever so slightly off his game, but it would take someone who knew his act intimately to notice. That someone was Tonight Show host Jay Leno, who had known Dangerfield for years. As it turns out, Dangerfield actually was suffering a mini-stroke. As Leno later recalled, "I know Rodney and I know his act, and his movements were off. As he was doing his stand-up, I told our producer, I think Rodney's having a stroke or heart attack. Call the paramedics." Leno's decision to have the producers get help saved the comedian, and while Rodney would recover, he still got no respect. When Jay Leno took over from Johnny Carson as host of The Tonight Show, he had some awfully big shoes to fill. And leaving along with Carson was his longtime sidekick, Ed McMahon, also a legend. So as Leno went about making the show his own, he reached out to Phil Hartman about possibly filling the sidekick role. Hartman was already considering leaving Saturday Night Live in 1991, since his friend and collaborator Jan Hooks had just left the show. But ultimately, Hartman decided to stay at SNL, where he was the sketch show's go-to Bill Clinton impersonator. As for Leno, he would ultimately get actor, voiceover man, and former Letterman production assistant Ed Hall to replace Ed McMahon. Well, as if anyone could ever replace Ed McMahon. Letterman has said and done a lot of wacky things on his show, but nothing quite as wacky as that time when the host took a moment to spill the beans on a real-life extortion plot, of which he was the target. The comedian and talk show host has long been known for his bizarre sense of humor, so you could be forgiven for thinking it was just a strange joke. Even the audience wasn't completely sure whether he was telling the truth or setting up a big punchline. But it was very real. Letterman had found a box in the back seat of his car containing evidence of him engaging in sexual relationships with members of his staff, along with a note threatening to expose him. The blackmailer demanded $2 million, threatening to write both a screenplay and a book exposing Letterman's secrets if they didn't receive the money.
What?
If that particular threat makes you instantly suspect the blackmailer was a writer, then congratulations, detective. The blackmailer, Joe Halderman, was a writer and producer of the true crime journalism series 48 Hours. Maybe he wanted to star in his own episode. Letterman worked with police to deliver the blackmailer a fake check, which led to Halderman's arrest. Letterman then confessed on air that the information the blackmailer had was accurate. He had been involved in inappropriate relationships with members of his staff. His reputation took a hit, but audiences quickly forgave him.
Wow, he really got away with that one, like, unscathed.
In 1993, comedian Bill Hicks was famous for his biting social commentary and his take-no-prisoners approach. Still, it was no less shocking when he was censored by CBS and had his routine cut from a broadcast of The Late Show with David Letterman, the first time a comedy act had ever been censored at CBS's Ed Sullivan Theater. So, what did Hicks say that was so bad it had to be cut from the show? Well, the comedian riffed on a number of sensitive issues, including abortion and the Bible. And while his comments probably wouldn't be considered that incendiary today, network television in 1993 was a different story. By now, you're probably asking which foolish network executive made the decision to pull the now legendary Hicks set from broadcast. Well, get ready to welcome our next guest, surprising revelation, because it was actually Letterman himself who made the decision not to air the set. On the top 10 list of things we didn't expect, that was number 1, Dave. Letterman was unaware Hicks had recently been diagnosed with cancer, and the comedian tragically passed away only 4 months later. In 2009, Letterman invited Hicks's mother onto the show to apologize for his decision and finally air the routine in its entirety.
Whoa! Balls on Letterman. Balls on Letterman. Should have had him to begin with, though.
When Conan O'Brien was first announced as the heir apparent of late night after David Letterman departed for his own show on CBS, the whole world came together as one to say, who? Though he's well known today, the lanky redhead had been mostly behind the scenes working as a writer on Saturday Night Live and The Simpsons. In fact, O'Brien was criticized mercilessly during his first few years on the job and was constantly the target of rumors that he'd be replaced. But one of those early negative reviews was actually written by O'Brien himself. After his first episode, O'Brien, a master of self-effacing humor, penned an op-ed piece making fun of himself and his show in the New York Times. His quick wit and genial charm eventually won people over, and he stuck around in the job. Before he became one of the key faces of political comedy as the host of The Daily Show, Jon Stewart was a very different kind of television personality. In fact, when David Letterman left NBC for CBS in 1993, Stewart was on the short list of contenders to replace him. That job eventually went to Conan O'Brien, and Stewart instead went to host MTV's first foray into late-night talk show programming, The Jon Stewart Show. The show was a hit and eventually made its way from MTV to syndication as a replacement for the Arsenio Hall show. However, the show's youthful vibe didn't carry over from the cable network, and it was soon canceled. Stewart bounced back, though, and secured himself a role in the hit Adam Sandler comedy Big Daddy. Oh, and a gig as the new host of The Daily Show, becoming one of the most influential political commentators of his era. Yes, NBA superstar Earvin Magic Johnson had a late-night talk show, and he did not have an easy time transitioning from the court to the stage. In fact, from the start, his 1998 show, The Magic Hour, was a complete fiasco, although that's admittedly a great title. Johnson didn't have any interview skills or even much chemistry with his sidekick, Craig Shoemaker, so he appeared understandably nervous, which is not the best vibe for a fun talk show. The Magic Hour was mocked mercilessly by shock jock Howard Stern on his radio show. So in response, Stern was booked as a guest. This turned out to be one of the biggest mistakes in the history of television. Johnson sat back timidly while Stern took control of the interview. He asked inappropriate questions about Johnson's HIV diagnosis and advised the basketball star to speak Ebonics. a controversial term negatively referring to African American vernacular English. Stern turned his attention to Johnson's co-hosts, asking where the recently fired Shoemaker was and harassing bandleader Sheila E., insisting she remove her shirt to improve ratings. In other words, Howard Stern behaved like Howard Stern. It was one of the most difficult to watch episodes in the history of late night, and the Magic Hour was canceled soon after. The moral of the story is, don't invite Howard Stern anywhere, unless you really want Howard Stern to show up. If you ask someone to name the most iconic host of The Daily Show, odds are they'll say Jon Stewart. And if you ask someone to name the host of The Late Late Show, it's probably going to be Craig Ferguson. But before either of those hosts took over their respective shows, Craig Kilborn was at the helm of them both. The man who was born to be replaced got his start in sports, serving as an anchor on ESPN SportsCenter. He then moved to Comedy Central in 1996 to launch The Daily Show, and moved to The Late Late Show on CBS in 1998. Kilborn departed that show in 2004, tossing the keys to Scottish comedian and actor Ferguson, who at the time was best known in the States for his role on The Drew Carey Show. The next future late-night star is probably watching to see what show Kilborn starts and leaves TV in the 90s.
Well, with that said, let's get into our next little segment here. Up next, we have... Throughout the 1990s, the standard daytime television interview format, initially pioneered by Phil Donahue, was gradually replaced by conflict-driven tabloid talk show programs led by figures such as Geraldo Rivera, Ricky Lake, and Morton Downey Jr. Prioritized volatility and violence, interpersonal confrontations over educational discourse. This video essay analyzes how daytime television devoted its gladiatorial combat, generating massive ratings while simultaneously drawing sharp criticism from media watchdogs regarding the ethical boundaries of broadcast standards. All right, guys, here we go. Let's get into it. The talk show. The daytime talk show. We just got into the late night people. Now it's time for the daytime.
Get the headphones off of John and let's have John come out here and see who has the crush on him. Here's John. Hi, John. Did you think Donna had the crush on you?
Did I? No, we're good friends.
Well, guess what? It's Scott that has the crush on you.
You lied to me.
In March 1995, a gay Air Force veteran and talk show junkie named Scott Amador appeared on The Jenny Jones Show to reveal his crush on a neighbor, Jonathan Schmitz. The pair were from Lake Orion, Michigan. Schmitz thought he was going on the show to meet a woman, while producers said they told him his crush could be male or female.
Before we talk, take a look at, we'll show a little playback of what Scott said about you, John. Take a look at that monitor
right
down there.
Well, it entails like whipped cream and champagne, stuff like that.
Scott was pretty open about he's been fantasizing about you since he saw you under that car for the first time. He had an under-the-car fantasy and he had a hammock fantasy he's been telling us about. Did you have any idea that he liked you this much?
No, I did not.
Can you tell us what your status is? Are you involved with anybody, or?
No, but I am definitely heterosexual, I guess you could say.
After the awkward taping, it's disputed whether or not the pair had an intimate encounter, but they traveled on the same plane back to Michigan and Jonathan drove Scott home. On March 9th, after Scott left a suggestive note at Schmitz's house, the latter bought a shotgun, drove to Scott's home, and shot him twice in the head. He left, called 911, and confessed before being charged with first-degree murder. While Schmitz would be found...
That's how we used to care, guys. They're like, it wasn't about being canceled. It was like, somebody said that you might have slept with somebody on a daytime talk show. Now you're going to have to go and kill the guy.
Guilty and sentenced to 25 to 50 years. The producers on The Jenny Jones Show, when sued by Scott's family, were found not liable for the crime that followed the segment. Talk Talk shows were facing harsh new criticism for their methods in courting viewers by manipulating guests, enticing trashy criminals with small paychecks for their 15 minutes of fame, and playing up stereotypes. At the highbrow end of talk shows, towering above Sally Jessy Raphael, Geraldo, Montel Williams, Rosie O'Donnell, and Rolanda Watts, was Oprah Winfrey, who dominated like no other. In 1990, the freshly erected Harpo Studios took up 88,000 square feet of space in Chicago's West Loop neighborhood, which had been growing vacant since the 70s. Oprah's impact can't be understated because from 1993 to 1996, the city invested $49 million into the neighborhood, with the studio as an anchor. Oprah filmed 2 shows a day, Tuesdays through Thursdays, attracting tourists from across the country. The revitalization of the neighborhood was celebrated for attracting 5,000 new lofts and a bunch of business. As Oprah's success rose, the confessional daytime talk show satisfied a predominantly white, middle-class, and middle-aged audience. While other shows were getting trashier, Oprah began focusing on spiritual wellness, altruism via philanthropic efforts, geopolitics with a neoliberal point of view, and importantly, her book club.
And what we want to do is start a book club here on The Oprah Show, because I know a lot of you are in reading clubs out there and you have a book of the month and so forth. And I want to get the whole country reading again. Those of you who haven't been reading, I think books are important.
So in 1996, Oprah had an audience of approximately 33 million viewers a week. And the first book she selected for her club was Deep End of the Ocean by Jacqueline Mitchard. Before being recommended, publishers shipped 68,000 copies of that book. By 1999, it had sold 4 million. During a time of talk show slurs and fights, the wealthiest black woman in the country was encouraging people to read. Like, that cannot be understated in its importance. In 1999, when Oprah was worth over $425 million, book club episodes were attracting 13 million viewers, and it created 28 consecutive bestsellers. Not only did this encourage the creation of other book clubs, with some 500,000 nationwide by the end of the decade, but this impacted the publishing industry, as authors vied for a coveted sticker and editors sought moving, painful human stories, most often by women. If Oprah wasn't grabbed by the narrative in the first 50 pages, she moved on. But when she loved a book, she asked publishers to provide 500 copies for her audience and 10,000 to libraries in exchange for her endorsement. The Oprah effect was evident.
You have a vice presidential candidate in mind?
That's a real thing.
Well, I really haven't gotten quite there yet.
It's just
Oprah. I love Oprah. Oprah.
Whoa! Trump said that his first vice president candidate was Oprah? That's who Trump's first vice president candidate was Oprah?
Would always be my first choice.
She'd earned 13 Emmy Awards in the 90s for her show and hosting skills, thanks to segments like the 1993 special interview with Michael Jackson, his first in 14 years. It was the most watched interview in history, with 90 million live viewers. In 1995, Oprah admitted to having used crack with an ex-boyfriend, stunning her audience and producers. In that same year, when gearing up for battle against Texas beef barons, which we discussed in I Love the 90s Food History, she received help from a consulting firm owned by Philip McGraw, who'd later appear on her show in 1998 as Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil's appearances were a part of a broader redirection towards spiritualism and bootstrap belief programming on the show called Change Your Life TV. Oprah originally wanted to quit hosting, but said while filming the Toni Morrison adaptation Beloved in 1998 that she realized she had a responsibility to her enslaved ancestors to use her voice and opportunities. She used her voice to champion gay rights, appearing as a therapist in Ellen DeGeneres' Coming Out episode and defending the choice on her show in 1997.
And if you are going to represent yourself as a Christian, and then you're going to go on the show and say that you also support that, it's double standarding.
I take full responsibility for my going to hell or heaven. I take full responsibility, and I feel that everybody who's concerned about me now going to hell because I'm doing the Ellen DeGeneres show, I think that you all should take that energy and try to create a little heaven here on earth for everybody.
Oh, fucking hell yeah,
And I
lady.
take full responsibility for it. I take full responsibility for it. See, I believe God created Ellen. I believe God did that.
Right.
And if gay Ellen says she's gay, I believe God created her gay. I believe God did that.
You can't stand up there on that show and in front of this whole American society and say that you that you support that. I mean,
I support her right to be who she thinks she is.
Girl, what is you crying for? In 1999, the same year it was reported that she was worth $675 million, Oprah would sign a record-breaking $100 million deal to renew her show. While Oprah dominated, very few came close to reaching her level, let alone beating her. In 1993, 24-year-old actress Ricki Lake beat out Veronica Webb, Melissa Rivers, and Jane editor Jane Pratt to headline her own show geared at a younger crowd. The Ricki Lake Show attracted teen and young adult audiences by discussing everything from weed to relationship issues to hosting talent shows. Lake also platformed Westboro Baptist Church leader Fred Phelps in season 1. Per the New York Times, Miss Lake spends her days going over the usual talk show fare, talking to mothers about their problem daughters, to women in the Ku Klux Klan, to men about sexual turn-ons, and to women whose brothers claim they are too promiscuous, but with her own spin. Ricki would explain, "It's not exploitative, it's not crude, it's not freaks. We're offering a clearer alternative to people who want to watch talk shows but feel they can't relate to the shows on menopause or whatever, the older skewing issues." Catch that shade, Oprah. In the same telling interview, Ricki Lake would remark on her typical choice for audience commentary, saying, "If I see two people, not that I'm playing favorites or anything, but if I see a young white guy in the audience or I see a big black woman, I'll go to her because she'll have the more outspoken comment 9 times out of 10. It makes the show." This formula worked for the show's ratings. Ricki Lake was popular, but she never beat out Oprah in the ratings. Only one talk show briefly did in some markets, and it was at the low end of the talk show spectrum. Of course, I'm talking about the Jerry Springer Show, which prompted Geraldo to remark, "If that's the level that the daytime business has sunk to, I'm so pleased not to be part of it anymore." Reported The Independent in 1995, nearly 30% of Ricki's viewers are in the 16 to 34 age bracket, the sector most highly sought after by television companies, and another 8% are under the age of 15. Gerald Springer, an immigrant from London, earned a law degree and had a political career in Ohio before he became Jerry. He was elected to city council in Cincinnati in 1971, and despite resigning when news broke that he paid a sex worker with a check, he was re-elected 3 more times. When he failed to become governor, Springer hosted local news in the 80s, eventually starting The Jerry Springer Show in 1991. It originally featured political commentary and interviews with distinguished guests like Jesse Jackson, even airing in Cincinnati, Macon, St. Louis, Cleveland, and Knoxville. The series went national in 1992, but it was under threat of cancellation within 2 years. A new producer named Richard Dominic directed the content to be shocking, vile, and exaggerated. He'd say, "If you want to save the whales, call Oprah. If you're dating a whale, call us."
Well, baby, you know I love you. We've been together for 3 years. We're talking about having kids. We're talking about getting married. But I brought you here to tell you that I'm really a woman. What am I supposed to tell my kids? What am I going to tell my kids?
I'm sorry, wait, she doesn't know that he doesn't have a dick? That was so fucking crazy.
In addition to adulterers and Klan members, the show gave marginalized people like trans people and sex workers space to lean into stereotypes and stimulate stigma, notably whenever a trans woman was assaulted by a partner once her sex at birth had been revealed. But one of the most controversial episodes of the show was when it filmed something about bestiality. 1 month after producers declared they were eliminating violence from Jerry Springer, reported the Cincy Post in 1998. The show features a man describing his 5-year marriage to his horse, a woman recounting her romance with her dog, and a man who says he's attracted to canines, not people. Most affiliates didn't air the episode, thanks to massive backlash. The same month it was reported that Jerry was beating Oprah in some TV markets. Jerry justified his programming thusly in Rolling Stone. "I mean, American television is so upper white middle class. On mainstream television, that's the only perspective we see. And so here, you have a show that just defies all these traditions, where the people on it don't speak the king's English, they're not rich or powerful, and most of them don't have an education. But the critics don't want to see that. And that's very, very elitist. Celebrities are always going on television talking about their most intimate moments, who they've slept with, the whole bit. But when regular people do
dog.
it, we call it trash. It's such a double standard. Wow, he kind of did an okay job spinning his shitty TV show. The violence eventually returned to Springer amidst a book deal, a parody movie about him called Ringmaster, Too Hot for TV home videos, lucrative merchandise, and public appearances. Jerry took home $9.5 million in 1998 alone, according to Forbes. Steve Wilkos, a cop moonlighting as a bouncer and security guard on the show, had a growing fan base and press by 1999, the same year that the show was spoofed in Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Well, my dad is the head of a worldwide evil organization with aspirations of world domination.
Wow, pretty serious stuff. Where is he now?
He's like cryogenically frozen, orbiting the Earth or something.
That's what you think. But we have a surprise for you, Scott.
Okay, let's bring out Scott's father, Dr. Evil.
90s comedies were
Jerry's
so
popularity
good.
rubbed off on other content, with Maury Povich's 7-year-old show being retooled in 1998 to focus on sex, lies, and paternity tests. Across the medium, talk TV guests were lured by the promise of free travel and accommodations, a $100 to $300 stipend, and 15 minutes of fame. Viewers were enticed by the bizarre and stereotypes that confirmed their worst fears and bigotries. Wrote television critic Marvin Kittman, "Why is the show so popular? What Jerry is doing is an old-fashioned kind of freak show. It's like going to the circus and seeing the bearded lady, the man who bites off chicken heads, sword swallowers, and so on." Many observers found no nutritional value in the genre, pointing out that talk TV represented the worst aspects of the American media diet.
Alright guys, so let's get into the next one now. Let me get it real quick here. Segment 3. To fully understand the shift in 1990s media, one must look at the production executive who orchestrated it. In this recent extensive sit-down interview, daytime television veteran Maury Povich interviews legendary 90s talk show producer Bert Dubrow. Dubrow, who produced the Jerry Springer Show, Sally Jesse Raphael, and Jenny Jones, details the unvarnished, behind-the-scenes reality of daytime syndication wars. The discussion covers the deliberate psychological tactics used to incite on-air conflict, the infamous 1995 Jenny Jones Show murder trial, and how producers continuously escalated broadcast stunts to prevent viewers from changing the channel, permanently altering the DNA of unscripted American television forever. Ooh. You guys ready? Okay, here we go. The next one.
Remember when daytime television was,
One second, I gotta blow my nose.
well, let's just say, a little over the top?
Wipe that smile off your face now.
You are not the father. I couldn't do that show today. There's no way. Starting Wednesday night, January 14th.
This is what 67 pounds of fat looks like.
Every day was filled with crazy.
Crazy for you, normal for us. It was another day at the office.
And America just couldn't look away.
Hey!
It's the crowd in the Roman Colosseum. It's the bloodlust, the people chanting.
You don't want anybody hurt, but you want some action.
It's all fun and games till somebody gets hurt.
He finished the show with a broken nose.
That's great television.
Did this really happen?
The more controversial, the better.
Yeah, it happened.
The guests are being exploited totally.
And did talk television care?
Nah. In the 90s, we were addicted to talk shows. It was noisy, it was emotional, it was raw, it was insanity.
Don't piss me off!
Hang on!
Well, that got out of control.
Yes, yes, yes. Daytime TV. We pushed some buttons. I mean, I should know. I was there. This is Maury Povich, and I approve this promo.
Dirty Talk, when daytime talk shows rule TV. The 3-part series event premieres Wednesday night, January 14th on ABC and stream on Disney Plus and Hulu.
We're here with the one and only Bert DeBrow, who, I don't even know I'm doing this because he was my competitor for so long. I mean, I had to look at his numbers every single day from either Springer or Sally and try to figure out why he was doing something better than me. Are you kidding me?
No, hold on. I gave you Amy Rosenblum.
You did. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
so
that was a scene setter right there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are you surprised that we did this show?
Yeah, that's a damn good question. You know what? The answer is it was about time. We were very, very important, Maury. You know this, at a certain time in the 90s, and we owned daytime, and millions of people watched us, as you said so eloquently on The View.
Thanks.
So no, I'm not really surprised. I think it took Steve Morrison, who's the EP of this. I think it took somebody like him to come up with this smartly and finally showcase us for who we are.
You know, it's interesting. One of the things that I've thought about this throughout this process was how those shows, our shows, were the precursor of every single reality show that's on today, whether it be the franchise with the Housewives, whether it be Jersey Shore, whether it be Kardashians, Big Brother, all of them. Don't they?
Yes,
they all came out of ours.
Let me take it a step further. I think the court shows too, by the way. I think if you remember when we went off, the court shows came on and they were doing the same kind of thing we were doing, but there was a judge there. That was the only difference.
I want to go back. I forgot, but now I remember. I started in 91. Jerry started in 91. You were his first executive producer.
It was my idea to get Jerry and do the show. And as you know, and this is what I think you're probably getting at, we certainly didn't start out doing that kind of show. We really started out because Phil, we owned the Donahue show as well, multimedia.
Right.
And
you owned Sally, Phil, and Jerry.
Jerry, right. And Sally and Jerry were mine. I say that with no ego, just proudly, really. And what happened is Phil was sort of talking about retiring a little bit. And by the way, it's hard to talk about this, Maury, without giving Phil that credit that he deserves. None of us would have done those shows had it not been for Phil Donahue. I think it's important that we say.
We're getting a little bit down the rabbit hole on this one, so let's jump off of that real quick. Let's get into our last hour of our show, guys. We're going to go into our last hour, but again, if we go below 100 viewers, we might end up ending this last hour. We're going to end that poll. We're going to go to our last poll of the evening that we have, guys. Trash Talk definitely won that one. Trash TV is what you guys are like. Why? Why did that exist in the 90s, right? And our final poll of the evening tonight, guys, is going to be who truly defined 90s politics? Who truly defined 90s politics? Was it the tech boom? Was it Epstein? Was it the Sachs? Or was it relations with that woman? What was it in the 90s, guys? Was it the tech boom? Was it Epstein? Was it the Sachs? Or was it relations with that woman? Get your vote in now, guys. We are going to go into our very last hour of the show now. And we might be pretty quick on this one if it doesn't work out for us or it's not looking like something we want to do. Hour 4, no, that's not it. God, I'm losing my space, guys. It's getting a little late at night. Hold on. Segment 7, no. One more. Hold on. And Here we go. Produced by PBS Frontline, this retrospective offers comprehensive examination of the President Bill Clinton, 1993 to 2001. The documentary analysis of key policies, initiatives, economic developments, international interventions, and the domestic political battles that culminated in 1998 impeachment proceedings, serving as an archival record of late 20th century American governance. Why did it? And it didn't even give it to me. Guys, that's our show. God damn it. That's our show. It didn't even give me the... Wait, let me see if I can get this again. PBS Clinton years. You know what? I don't even want to go into that because I think that's just going to be...
Remember when daytime television was...
That one guy that was giving us the Trump retrospective? I actually kind of want to go back to his thing here and see if I can get you guys back in here. We're going to try one more time because we did put that poll up already. But tomorrow night we're going to do the day of 1999 Woodstock, guys. So get ready for that tomorrow. As well as early in the morning we'll be doing Meet the Press. But where was this video? Where was the one? It was this one.
Donald Trump.
And then at the end of it, they showed a Biden one.
1990s. I truly believe that Trump decided that he was a killer.
I don't think people...
You need to be able to answer the tough questions.
We'll do this one. We'll try this. Let's go.
Guarantee you.
Joe Biden was in huge trouble. It was the 2020 Democratic primaries, and he was miles behind.
We took a gut punch in Iowa. The whole process took a gut punch.
His campaign was already counting how much money it needed to pay out staffers when he dropped out. Biden had been here before. In 1987,
there will be other presidential campaigns.
2007, 2015. Joe Biden needed a miracle, and he got one in South Carolina.
I know Joe. We know Joe. But most importantly, Joe knows us.
Thanks to that endorsement from Congressman James Clyburn, Biden won the South Carolina primary in a landslide. 3 days after South Carolina, he dominated Super Tuesday. He went from being on the verge of dropping out to being the nominee in less than a week. Just 8 months after that fateful day, Joe Biden was elected president. It was the culmination of a journey that spanned more than 50 years, one that's included unspeakable tragedy and bitter disappointment. So, who is Joe Biden? How did he go from being the youngest senator to the oldest president? In this video, the many lives of Joe Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born to Jean and Joseph Sr. on November 20th, 1942 in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Joe's childhood wasn't always easy, but it was happy. But there was just one thing he had but didn't want. One day in middle school, Joe was asked to read a story aloud to the class. Instead of supporting him, his teacher mocked him. She imitated his stutter. Joe could hide his self-consciousness about lots of things, but not that. Kids at school called him Dash because it sounded like he was talking in Morse code. Instead of seeing the young man, they just saw someone to make fun of. It ate him up inside. Eventually, Joe beat his stutter by reciting passages from literature and learning to anticipate what people would ask before they did it, so he could get in and ask them about it first. Great practice for his future career. Joe beat his stutter, but he'd never forget the shame and embarrassment it caused him. It established a dominant theme in his life, a belief that he didn't get the respect he deserved. After high school, Biden went to the University of Delaware. He played football, worked as a lifeguard, and then in his junior year, Joe met a girl. Her name was Nelia Hunter. And
okay, guys, that's going to be our show for the evening. We keep dropping a little bit lower, but I will give you guys a preview of tomorrow's late night show. So tomorrow morning, we're going to do the Meet the Press and all of the press stuff. So if you're here for the news of the day, get ready for that. But then later tomorrow night, we're going to do July 26th, 1999, which is Woodstock 99. So we're going to be doing some Woodstock 99 concerts. And I'm going to just test a little bit of this out because I want to be able to see if this is going to be a problem for my content ID matching and getting banned and all that stuff. But we're going to start it. It would start off with...
Wait, you don't write anything down after conversations?
This is Pocket.
Give me that
I never go anywhere without it.
Should never have ads. So we will be going through July 26, 1999's the day of Woodstock 99 burnt to the ground. We will be covering the Kid Rock concert. We will cover Collective Soul. We will cover more Woodstock 99 artists, Metallica, and we will finish with the Red Hot Chili Peppers concert that will be remembered. 27 years ago. Technically today it's 1:30 a.m. in the morning, Austin time. Tomorrow will be the day, guys. Thank you again. July 26th, 1990. Or no, not July 26th. July 25th, 1990 was the day that Roseanne Barr created cancel culture by singing the national anthem and spitting on the ground. Thank you all for joining us for an amazing episode of a time capsule. No News is News. I will be back in the morning for Meet the Press and all that jazz. And then we will be back again late in the night with some Woodstock. If not, maybe I just do the Woodstock right now. Because I'm not feeling like I want to go to bed. It's Saturday night. Sunday afternoon Woodstock. Don't feel like Woodstock. Maybe I'll just come live in another 10 minutes here. But one way or another, we're going to do this Woodstock one, and I will see you guys then. Until then, have a great day. Thank you for subscribing. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. Conversations, the news, every single day. Lots of shorts that I drop. I haven't dropped a short in a minute, though, because I've been live streaming this whole weekend. Appreciate you all. Ending the poll now, which is kind of a lame poll, honestly. The poll is Tech Boom, 53%. Boom. You're a straight shot down 35. I'll stay if you will. Absolutely. All right. Well, I'll see you guys maybe in 15 minutes. All right. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna go back live in 10 minutes. So I'll see you guys then with fucking Kid Rock and 27 years ago, the day Woodstock burned to the ground. All right. Peace.